The Hyksos were a group of mixed Semitic Asiatic peoples who rose to power in Egypt, establishing the 15th dynasty around 1650 to 1550 BC. Originating from the Near East, they settled in the eastern Nile Delta and brought with them significant technological advancements, such as the horse-drawn chariot and the composite bow. Their rule, often referred to as the Hyksos invasion, is a period known as the Second Intermediate Period in ancient Egyptian history. They governed northern Egypt from their capital, Avaris, and maintained Egyptian customs and administrative practices, which of course helped legitimize their rule and integrate their culture with that of the natives. Their influence extended beyond military innovations, as they also introduced new tools and agricultural techniques. But the end of the Hyksos reign eventually came when Ahmose I, the founder of the 18th dynasty, successfully waged a war against them, eventually driving them out of Egypt and initiating a new era known as the New Kingdom. Well, today, we're going to get well and truly into it and learn all about the Hyksos. Welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If it is, it's good to meet you, my friend. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you back again. Now, as always, if you'd like to support the channel, surprise, you're already doing it. Just by enjoying the content at your own pace, that's enough support. But if you want to go above and beyond, the like and subscribe button are only one click away, and if you want to go above that, refer to the video description. Now, without further ado, let us begin. Historical interactions between the Semitic peoples and the Egyptians spanned throughout ancient Egypt's history and was never a new idea. An early artifact, the McGregor plaque dating to about 3000 BC, depicts the pharaoh Den in a scene labeled the first occasion of striking the East, where he is shown smiting a Western Asiatic enemy. This tableau represents one of the earliest recorded conflicts between Egypt and its eastern neighbors. Further evidence of these early contacts is found in the tomb paintings from the 12th dynasty, specifically those of the official Khnumhotep II during the reign of Senusret II around 1890 BC. These paintings vividly depict Western Asiatic foreigners, possibly Canaanites or nomadic groups, presenting gifts to the pharaoh. These visitors are identified as Amu, with their leader marked as Abisha the Hyksos, representing the earliest recorded mention of the Hyksos, a group that would later play a more significant role than the Egyptians knew. Additionally, the Sebek Ku stele from the reign of Senusret III, 1878 to 1839 BC, provides further insights into Egyptian military campaigns in the Levant, marking Egypt's aggressive interactions with its Asiatic neighbors. The stele describes a victorious campaign headed northwards by Senusret III, aiming to overthrow the Asiatics. It mentions the conquest of a foreign land named Sekhmem, now identified as Shechem, and the subjugation of Retenu, associated with ancient Syria. Now, the ancient Hyksos period is primarily chronicled through the works of Manetho, an Egyptian priest and historian from the Hellenistic period. But unfortunately, his original writings of not survived, and our understanding of his accounts comes through citations by later historians, notably the Jewish historian Josephus. Manetho's narrative, as recounted by Josephus, vividly describes the sudden and brutal invasion of Egypt by the Hyksos, this mysterious group from the east and of, according to Josephus and Manetho, ignoble origin. Now, according to Manetho's writing, this invasion was unexpected and overwhelmingly successful, achieved without significant resistance or battle. Thus the Hyksos swiftly dominated the Egyptian rulers, leading to a violent occupation characterized by the destruction of cities and religious temples. Manetho's account details the Hyksos' harsh treatment of the Egyptian population, involving mass killings and the enslavement of women and children. The full text, as written in the account, goes like this. A people of ignoble origin from the east, whose coming was unforeseen, had the audacity to invade the country, which they mastered by main force without difficulty or even battle. Having overpowered the chiefs, they then savagely burned the cities, razed the temples of the gods to the ground, and treated the whole native population with utmost cruelty, massacring some and carrying off the wives and children of others into slavery. This traditional narrative of a violent Hyksos invasion, as presented by the ancient Egyptian priest Manetho, has largely been reassessed and therefore rejected by contemporary scholars. You see, Manetho's accounts, which describe this sudden and brutal conquest, are now thought to be influenced by his experiences of later foreign invasions, rather than accurate depictions of Hyksos ascendancy. Modern archaeological and isotype analyses suggest a more gradual and peaceful integration of the Hyksos into Egyptian society. Archaeological evidence, particularly on the site of Avaris, reveals a continuous presence of Asiatic people in the region for over 150 years prior to the establishment of Hyksos rule, with signs of Canaanite settlement dating back to 1800 BC. That's before Egypt's 12th dynasty. This suggests that the Hyksos' rise to power was a result of a migration and integration, rather than a bloodthirsty war and invasion. Strontium isotype analysis supports this, indicating a higher proportion of non-local females in the population, which contradicts the typical invasion model dominated by male warriors. Some scholars emphasize that the presence of Western Asiatic groups in Egypt was a long-standing phenomenon, driven by Egypt's allure as a land of opportunity, particularly in the fertile Nile Delta. This region, especially in the city of Avaris, became a magnet for immigrants due to its pivotal role in international trade and seafaring. Historical records from Egypt's earlier dynasties, such as the 6th and 12th, show that the Asiatics were integrated into various societal roles, whether they be shipbuilders, soldiers, or temple workers. They were everywhere. Now, the politics of Egypt before the Hyksos ascension was admittedly fragmented, particularly after the decline of the 13th dynasty around 1725 BC. This period saw multiple regional kingdoms, including a West Asian-dominated 14th dynasty based at Avaris. The transition from the 14th to the Hyksos-controlled 15th does not appear to have been marked by any significant conflict at all, contrary to the earlier narrative from Manetho. But the exact nature of the 15th dynasty's rise to power does remain a subject of debate among historians. While some suggest a possible invasion or displacement of the 14th dynasty by the 15th, others simply find the evidence for such an event inconclusive. There are certain archaeological findings, such as the stela of Neferhotep III, which possibly indicates disruptions caused by mercenary activities rather than a structured military campaign. Well, the duration of the Hyksos rule in Egypt is another topic of scholarly debate, due to the fragmentary nature of the historical records of the 15th dynasty. The Turin king list, a key but incomplete source, indicates that 6 Hyksos kings ruled for a collective total of 108 years. However, recent studies by modern scholars have proposed longer durations, suggesting that the Hyksos may have governed for as much as 149 to 180. These estimates point to a more extended Hyksos presence during that second intermediate period, coexisting with the native Egyptian dynasties, specifically the 16th and 17th dynasties that came after. Geographically, the Hyksos control was primarily concentrated in the eastern Nile Delta. We've already made mention of their capital, Avaris, strategically located at the junction of the Pelusiac branch of the Nile, which in our modern times is unfortunately well and truly dry. While Memphis is thought to have possibly served as an important administrative center during their reign, there remains a lack of concrete evidence of Hyksos activity. Could have happened, but at the moment we're yet to find anything solid. So any suggestion of activity in Memphis is somewhat ambiguous. But archaeological findings do suggest a notable presence of Levantine populations throughout the Delta region in general. Sites such as Tel Farasha, Tel al-Magud, and El-Qatana, and Inshaz show signs of Levantine influence or habitation. Of course, Avaris, benefiting from increased prosperity, likely drew more Levantine settlers to the area. At Kom el-Hisin, located at the edge of the western delta, artifacts reveal Near Eastern goods, and burial practices show a mix of Egyptian and Levantine traditions, suggesting a population of, well, I suppose we can say Egyptianized Levantines. Another significant site, Tel Basta, or in the old tongue, Bubastis, contains monuments dedicated to Hyksos kings, Kian and Apepi, but it lacks any substantial evidence of a Levantine residential community. Meanwhile, Tel al-Habwa, positioned near a Nile branch close to Sinai, also displays signs of a non-Egyptian presence, predominantly Egyptian or Egyptianized Levantines, reflecting a blend rather than a displacement of cultures. The site would have been crucial in supporting Avaris with grain and trade goods, facilitating the Hyksos' economic and administrative activities. Now, within the Wadi Tumilat, Tel el-Mushkuta is a particularly notable settlement for its abundance of Levantine pottery and its occupational history that aligns more closely with the 15th dynasty, showing once again the Hyksos cultural connections to the Levant. And nearby, Tel al-Rataba and Tel al-Sahaba also provide archaeological evidence suggestive of Hyksos-style burials. Tel el-Yahudia, positioned strategically between Memphis and the Wadi Tumilat, is remarkable for its large earthwork, which may have been constructed by the Hyksos, and its Levantine burial practices that date back to the 13th dynasty. Now, it's these sites that collectively highlight the Hyksos' strategic positioning to control access routes towards Sinai, the southern Levant, and potentially the Red Sea, enhancing their ability to manage trade, but also military movements. Now, there are other sites such as Tel al-Kabir, Tel Yahud, and Tel Fazia that have been noted by scholars to exhibit elements of what could be recognized as Hyksos culture. However, there is a lack of published archaeological data for these sites, which makes it difficult to conclusively ascertain their roles or the extent of Hyksos' influence there. Although the Hyksos had claimed sovereignty over both Lower and Upper Egypt, the actual control was likely more circumscribed, with their southernmost boundary around Hermopolis and Kusei. The presence of Hyksos-related objects in Upper Egypt, such as Thebes, has been suggested to reflect either Theban war booty or evidence of trade, diplomatic engagements, or possibly short-term raids rather than direct control. The broader impact of the Hyksos, initially believed to be indicative of a vast empire due to the distribution of goods bearing Hyksos rulers' names as far as Baghdad and Knossos, is now more commonly interpreted as a result of extensive diplomatic gift exchanges and a rather strong trade network, rather than direct imperial rule or military ambition abroad. This reassessment aligns with a more nuanced understanding of the Hyksos as integrative rulers who engaged in and facilitated complex webs of international relations and commerce, rather than just rolling in with the swords and bows. Now, we come to the conflict between Thebes and the Hyksos, and as recorded, the conflict is predominantly derived from pro-Theban sources, so keep that in mind, because pretty much all of those sources cast the struggle in terms of a war of national liberation against a horrible oppressor. This narrative was once widely accepted by scholars, just as Manetho once was, but in the modern day, with a little bit of introspection, it's shifted somewhat, and the characterization of the conflict as a nationalistic uprising is also now viewed with a great deal of skepticism. Hostilities likely began in the reign of Sekenenra-Ta, a Theban king. Intriguingly, the cause of his death determined from his mummy, which shows multiple axe wounds to the head, suggesting that he died in battle against the Hyksos. And multiple axe wounds, I said, not just one. So they wanted to make sure he was certainly dead. And that's a very efficient way of doing it. Well, the exact reasons for the outbreak of hostilities are admittedly not clearly documented, but there is one tale, a satirical one at that, titled The Quarrel of Apophis and Sekenenre, which suggests that the conflict was sparked by a demand from the Hyksos ruler Apepi, now known as Apophis. that Sekenenra silenced a group of noisy hippopotamuses near Thebes, which were reportedly preventing Apepi from sleeping. Well, nobody likes being woken up. This narrative, however, is considered part of the king's novel genre, blending the entertainment factors with political allegory rather than providing a factual account. It's still a funny story, though. Well, approximately 3 years after Sekenenra's death, his successor, Kamose, aggressively resumed military actions against the Hyksos. His campaigns are well documented through inscriptions on 3 stelae at Karnak. The first of these, known as the Carnarvon tablet, poignantly expresses Kamose's frustration with Egypt's divided state. And we have the primary text here, which I will read now. To what effect do I perceive it, my might, while a ruler is in avarice and another in Cush, I sitting joined with an Asiatic and a Nubian, each man having his own portion of this Egypt, sharing the land with me. There is no passing him as far as Memphis, the water of Egypt. He has possession of Hermopolis, and no man can rest, being deprived by the levies of the Setu. I shall engage in battle with him, and I shall slit his body, for my intention is to save Egypt, striking the Asiatics. Of course, this text not only shows the desperation of Kamose to reclaim and unify Egypt under native rule, but it also shows the complex political landscape at the time, with foreign rulers controlling significant territories within Egypt himself. You see, he mentioned a Nubian as well, so it wasn't just the Asiatics that were taking their territory. It was just a bad time. I suppose that's why they call it an intermediate period. In one vivid dramatization, quite typical of Egyptian royal narratives, Kamose's advisors are depicted urging caution, but the king boldly proceeds with his military campaigns. He describes his assaults on Nephrusi and other cities aligned with the Hyksos. In a notable account on a second stele, Kamose asserts that he captured Avaris, though he subsequently returned to Thebes after intercepting a messenger between Apepi, the Hyksos ruler, and the king of Cush. Kamose's reign ended shortly thereafter, around 1540 BC. The conflict continued under Ahmose, Kamose's successor, who launched early and effective campaigns, likely including the conquest of Memphis, Taru, and Heliopolis, as referenced in the Rhind mathematical papyrus. A detailed account of Ahmose's military actions comes from the tomb of Ahmose, son of Ibana, providing a first-hand testimony of the sack of Avaris, and it goes like this. Then there was fighting in Egypt to the south of this town, Avaris, and I carried off a man as a living captive. I went down into the water, for he was captured on the city side, and crossed the water carrying him. Then Avaris was despoiled, and I brought spoil from there. It's suggested that Ahmose's definitive conquest of Avaris occurred in the 18th year of his reign. However, archaeological investigations at Tel el-Daba, the site of the ancient Avaris, indicate that the city was not destroyed, but rather gradually abandoned. Little by little, the Hyksos simply left. The peaceful departure of the Hyksos is captured in the writings of Manetho, as quoted by Josephus, highlighting an arranged treaty that ended the siege. And I'll read that from Josephus, now retelling from Manetho. Tomosis invested the walls of Avaris with an army of 480,000 men, and endeavored to reduce the Hyksos to submission by siege. Despairing of achieving his object, he concluded a treaty under which the Hyksos were all to evacuate Egypt and go whither they would unmolested. Upon these terms, no fewer men than 240,000, entire households with their possessions, left Egypt and traversed the desert to Syria. End of the account from Josephus, quoting Manetho. While Manetho's historical account suggests a large-scale expulsion of the Hyksos to the Levant, contemporary archaeological evidence does not seem to support this narrative. Instead, findings suggest that many Asiatics were likely resettled throughout Egypt, particularly as artisans and craftsmen. Can't have any of that brain drain after all. Now this is supported by an analysis by Manfred Pietak, which points to continued production of Hyksos-style pottery and scarabs in the eastern delta region, particularly around Avaris, even after this supposed expulsion. And furthermore, the persistence of Canaanite cults at Avaris indicates that the Asiatic population and their cultural practices continued in Egypt, rather than being entirely displaced. In addition to reconfiguring the demographic landscape of Avaris, Ahmose's military campaigns extended into Canaan. Ahmose, the son of Eabani, a key military figure during this time, provides his own record of these exploits. He notes that following the takeover of Avaris, Ahmose led a successful campaign against one Sharuhen, who is identified by some scholars as Tel el-Aljul, a significant stronghold in Canaan that was under Hyksos' influence. This victory further shows the territory and military reach of Ahmose's new regime. He secured regions beyond Egypt's traditional borders, and mopped up the remnants of Hyksos' influence in the region. Now, what exactly set the Hyksos apart from the rest? Were they just like the Egyptians? Or were they different? Well, in some ways they were alike, of course, but, of course, there were some divergences in culture. Let's have a little talk about what it was like under the Hyksos. Well, the period is marked by significant diplomatic and military interactions that influenced the politics of Egypt and its neighboring regions. The discovery of a cuneiform letter in Avaris highlights the Hyksos' involvement in international diplomacy, with evidence of relations extending to Crete and the Near East. Notably, artifacts bearing the name of Hyksos king Kian, such as those found in Knossos and Hattusa, that was the Hittite capital, suggest active diplomatic engagements with both Minoan Crete and the Hittite Empire. Additionally, a sphinx with Kian's name found in Baghdad, the modern capital of Afghanistan, indicates possible ties with the Babylonian Kassite dynasty. Prior to the outbreak of hostilities that characterized the end of the Hyksos rule, there are indications of cooperative relations between the Hyksos and the Theban 17th dynasty, and they possibly involved a marital alliance, which was of course not uncommon. This period of peace, well, relative peace at least, contrasts sharply with the later violent conflicts documented during the reigns of Sekenenra-Tar and his successors. One significant diplomatic correspondence is the intercepted letter between the Hyksos king Apepi and the Nubian king, which suggested a formal alliance against Thebes. This is supported by archaeological finds, such as seals from Avaris that have been found at Kerma, which attest to ongoing interactions and even possible military collaboration between the Hyksos and Nubia. The strategic position of the Hyksos in the north and the Nubians in the south, of course, posed a considerable threat to Thebes, which was right in the middle. Now, during the sieges led by the Theban pharaohs Kamose and Ahmose I, both rulers faced threats from Nubian forces, who were potentially allied with the Hyksos. Ahmose's campaigns are particularly notable for his military successes, which included defeating the Nubian forces and killing their leader, a victory that is proudly recorded in his tomb at Thebes. The depiction of the Hyksos as overlords to other Egyptian dynasties, particularly in later Egyptian texts like the Quarrel of Apophis and Sekenenre, suggests a more complex relationship of tribute and vassalage. However, this depiction has been challenged by some modern scholars who argue against the assumption of vassalage as baseless. Instead, relationships were likely maintained through diplomacy and strategic alliances, rather than direct subjugation. The Hyksos rulers, despite their significant influence in Egypt during the Second Intermediate Period, left behind very little in the way of original court art. But they are noted for repurposing the Egyptian monuments that they already had, notably inscribing their own names on them. This appropriation is well illustrated by the actions of Hyksos king Canaan, who left his mark on numerous artifacts originally created for earlier pharaohs. Similarly, other Hyksos kings followed suit, reinscribing monuments such as the so-called Hyksos sphinxes and the Tanite sphinxes. These sphinxes, originally depicting the 12th dynasty pharaoh Amenemhat III, and noted for their distinctive features such as prominent cheekbones and a lion-like mane rather than the traditional Nemes headcloth, were later claimed by the Hyksos rulers, who engraved their own names onto the statues, which, in my opinion, is a little bit rude. While a substantial architectural discovery in Avaris reveals a large palace constructed in Levantine style, predominantly under King Canaan, indicating a departure from traditional Egyptian architectural norms in favor of styles native to Hyksos origins. Additionally, King Apepi is known to have engaged with Egyptian cultural practices, notably commissioning the copying of the Rhind mathematical papyrus, suggesting a level of integration and respect for the Egyptian scholarly traditions. Hyksos burial customs also diverge significantly from those of the Egyptians. The Hyksos buried their dead within their settlements, which is of course contrary to the Egyptian custom of burials outside of living areas. Certainly a clash of cultures, it seems. Some tombs included Egyptian-style chapels, yet others featured the interment of young females, potentially sacrifices placed directly in front of tomb chambers. Additionally, infants were occasionally buried in imported Canaanite amphorae, and the burial of horses and other equids was practiced, perhaps reflecting a fusion of Egyptian and Near Eastern cultural practices regarding status and the divine. The Hyksos are often credited with the introduction of the horse and chariot to Egypt, which was of course a significant military development. Indeed, when we think of an Egyptian pharaoh going to war, we never think of him riding a horse or charging in on foot. Indeed, he's always on the back of that chariot, right at the back of our subconscious when we make our little images of the ancient world in our minds. Well, it turns out that perhaps the Hyksos may or may not have used these. The archaeological and historical evidence directly linking the Hyksos to the use of chariots in warfare is a little ambiguous. While horse burials suggest an early familiarity with horses, there's no evidence that the Hyksos used chariots in battle. That being said, the Hittites up north were certainly doing so. Watch my video on the Battle of Kadesh. You'll find out. In fact, the first documented use of chariots in Egyptian warfare comes from the Egyptian sources describing battles against the Hyksos at the end of their rule. So perhaps if the Hyksos did introduce chariots to Egypt, they may have regretted telling the Egyptians about it a little later. Now, the question of whether the Hyksos introduced other military technologies, such as the sickle sword and the composite bow, is also debatable. While these weapons are indeed associated with the Hyksos period, it remains a little unclear whether they originated from the Hyksos themselves, or were simply adaptations from contact with other cultures during their rule. Similarly, advancements in bronze-working techniques attributed to the Hyksos could reflect broader technological advances, rather than direct innovations by them especially. Beyond military technologies, because of course there is more to life than war, the Hyksos are credited with bringing significant improvements in non-military domains as well. They introduced new weaving techniques, and even musical instruments, which enrich the cultural landscape of Egypt. Their influence on viniculture also suggests a broader impact on agricultural practices. The introduction of full-body armor, well, that is another area where the Hyksos may have diverged from Egyptian traditions, which typically did not include armor or helmets until the New Kingdom period. This possible introduction of more advanced protective gear could indicate a significant shift in military tactics and personal protection during combat. Now, during that time, Avaris emerged not just as the political capital, but as the new commercial hub in the Nile Delta. The city played a key role in establishing and maintaining wide-ranging trade relations that extended across the eastern Mediterranean and far into the old world of the Near East. The Hyksos had intensive trade relationships, particularly with Canaan and Cyprus, reflecting likely origins and strong cultural ties with Canaanite regions. And trade with Canaan was characterized by significant imports of Canaanite goods, indicating robust economic and possibly familial connections. Relations with Cyprus towards the end of the Hyksos period were also critical, which perhaps involved the exchange of luxury goods and raw materials that were pivotal for the survival of both regions. But culturally, The Hyksos appeared to integrate their native Levantine practices with those of the native Egyptians. Temples in Avaris were built in both Egyptian and Levantine styles, serving as a clear sign of cultural amalgamation. Even the worship of the Canaanite storm god Baal, alongside the Egyptian god Set, who was particularly venerated in Avaris, exemplifies the syncretism that defined Hyksos' religious life. Baal's association with Set may also reflect an attempt by the Hyksos to legitimize their rule by aligning their deity with a recognized Egyptian god. The material culture during the Hyksos period included significant imports listed in the Kamose stele, such as chariots, horses, precious metals, and luxury items like incense and honey, which showed their sophistication in their trade networks and dealings. Moreover, the era saw an export of Egyptian artifacts to Canaan and Syria, often as loot, which suggests a complex interaction where the Hyksos utilized Egyptian resources to consolidate power in foreign lands. Well, despite these flourishing trade and cultural integrations, evidence suggests a trade boycott between Upper and Lower Egypt during their rule. It may have contributed to some limited economic interactions between the two regions of Egypt, which of course potentially weakened the Hyksos economically by curtailing their access to Mediterranean trade. Despite later narratives that portrayed the Hyksos as antagonistic towards Egyptian religious practices, archaeological finds, including votive objects dedicated to traditional Egyptian gods by Hyksos rulers, indicate more of a level of respect and reverence, and even integration into the Egyptian religious custom. In fact, Josephus's interpretation and the later association of the Hyksos with the Jews have shaped a considerable part of historical discourse on the subject. In his work, Contra Apion, Josephus cites the ancient Egyptian priest Manetho to connect the Hyksos with the Jews, suggesting that upon their expulsion from Egypt, the Hyksos founded the city of Jerusalem. But this account raises significant questions regarding its authenticity, and of course, the motives of the author, as the original works of Manetho do not survive independently, but are known only through quotations by later authors, including Josephus himself. Thus, we must know that perhaps his use of Manetho is strategic. He aims to counter Greek and Egyptian historiographical slurs against the Jewish people by appropriating the story of the Hyksos, that formidable force in ancient Egypt, and integrating them into a Jewish history. But it does not explicitly name the Hyksos as Jews or Hebrews. The conflation might be Josephus's interpretation or just an addition, aimed at defending the antiquity and nobility of the Jewish people in a context where they were often marginalized. The narrative becomes even more complex when the mention of Osarseph, a priest whom Josephus equates with Moses. According to Josephus, after being expelled, Osarseph and a group of lepers ally with the Hyksos in Avaris and rule Egypt oppressively for 13 years before being driven out. Post-expulsion, Osarseph supposedly adopts the name Moses. This account mixes elements of the Hyksos story with aspects of biblical exodus, possibly reflecting later historiographical accounts to synthesize various traditions and historical memories into a more coherent narrative that serves specific theological and cultural purposes. Well, whatever the case, the story of the Second Intermediate Period, and Egypt under the Hyksos is certainly an interesting one. Indeed, in that great tapestry of Egyptian history, there's rarely any moments that are not interesting. Canaan, an ancient region located in the Levant, corresponding to modern-day Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, and parts of Jordan, Syria, and Egypt. Historically, it was the land bridge between the ancient civilizations of the Near East and Egypt, making it a melting pot of cultures, peoples, and religions. During the 2nd millennium BC, Canaan was composed of various city-states and culturally diverse populations, including the Amorites, the Hittites, and later the Phoenicians, who were renowned for their maritime trading and development of the alphabet. Thus, the region was strategically significant due to its location and resources. Of course, this led to frequent conquests and influence by dominant empires of the time, such as the Egyptians, the Assyrians, Babylonians, and of course, eventually, the Romans. Come back with me to the Bronze Age. We'll start right from the beginning. But first, allow me to welcome you to the channel. If it is your first time here, then it's a pleasure to meet you. And if you're coming back for more, it is a pleasure to have you with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, just by enjoying the content at your own pace is the best way to do it. A like and subscribe certainly does go appreciated, but if you want to go above and beyond, there are a few links in the video description. But before any of that, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can begin our history of Canaan. The so-called Gasulian culture, which emerged in Canaan around 4500 BC, give or take, marks the beginning of the Chalcolithic period in the region. This culture is notable for its advanced metalworking skills, particularly in copper smithing, which were among the most sophisticated of the ancient world. The Gasulians are believed to have migrated from an unspecified homeland, bringing with them a highly developed tradition of craftsmanship. Their technological expertise is evidenced by the high quality of their metal artifacts, some of which scholars do suggest that they share similarities with those produced by the later Makop culture. And this has led to speculation that both cultures might have descended from a common metalworking tradition. Now, the main source of copper for the Gasulians was the Wadi Feinan area, where they mined malachite from the Cambrian Burj Dolomite shale unit. The extracted copper was then smelted at various sites within the Beersheba culture, indicating a well-established network of production and distribution. Genetic studies have shed light on the origins of the Gasulians, linking them to the West Asian haplogroup TM184. This genetic marker supports the theory that they were part of a broader migratory pattern from West Asia to Canaan. But the end of the Chalcolithic period in Canaan saw significant developments, including the rise of urban settlements like En-Esur on the southern Mediterranean coast. During the early Bronze Age, significant developments occurred in the ancient Near East, including the rise of prominent cities such as Ebla, in what is now the modern country of Syria. Around 2300 BC, Ebla became part of the expansive Achaemenid Empire under Sargon the Great and his successor Naram-Sin. This period marked a high point in the cultural and political integration of the region, with Eblaite an East Semitic language, becoming a prominent language of administration and culture. Thus, Ebla's incorporation into the Achaemenid Empire illustrates the connections that existed across Mesopotamia and the broader Levant. Historical references from Sumerian sources, even before the Akkadian expansion, such as mentions of Enshakushana of Uruk, highlight the long-standing interactions between these civilizations. Although some ancient texts, like those attributing regional control to the Sumerian king Lugal-an-Mundu, are viewed with a little bit of skepticism due to their much later creation. They do underscore, however, the region's importance in early Mesopotamian imperial ambitions. Well, the geographical reach of the Amorites, another influential group, extended into areas around Hazor, Kadesh, yes, the same Kadesh, the site of the famous battle, and throughout the region known as Amuru, adjacent to Canaan, in the north and northeast. The political landscape during this time was dynamic, as evidenced by the eventual collapse of the Achaemenid Empire around 2154 BC, which coincided with the arrival of new populations using Khirbet Kerak wares, identified archaeologically with groups from the Zagros Mountains. This era also saw substantial migratory movements, as genetic studies indicate significant population shifts from the Chalcolithic Zagros and the Bronze Age Caucasus into southern Levant regions between 2500 and 1000 BC. These movements contributed to the ethnic and cultural mosaic of the region, fostering extensive trade networks and cultural exchanges that included Egypt, Asia Minor, and of course, Mesopotamia. Significant urban centers like En-Esur and Megiddo emerged, marking the rise of what would be known as the Proto-Canaanite cities. These cities were integral in maintaining trade and cultural links with neighboring regions through the Iron Age. However, the end of this period saw a notable shift, as many of these urban centers were abandoned in favor of a return to agrarian village life and semi-nomadic herding, although specialized crafts and trade routes persisted on. And now the city-state of Ugarit, another important site from the Late Bronze Age, epitomizes the Canaanite cultural and political milieu. Despite its language, Ugaritic not being classified within the Canaanite language group. A controversial reference to a Lord of Ganana in the Ebla tablets suggests early recognition of Canaan as a distinct entity, all the way back to 2500 BC. But do remember that this interpretation remains a topic of debate. Perhaps we'll find some more tablets under the ground that shed further light on it. Now, by the time of the Middle Bronze Age, the Levant, particularly the region known as Canaan, had developed into a landscape dotted with burgeoning city-states, and among them, notably significant, was Hazor. This era witnessed a pronounced Mesopotamian influence on Canaanite material culture, indicative of the region's integration into an expansive international trade network that connected it with the broader ancient Near East. During the reign of Naram-Sin of Akkad, which was around 2240 BC, the concept of Amurru was recognized as one of the 4 quarters that surrounded the Akkadian Empire, along with Subartu, another name for Assyria, Sumer, and Elam. Now the term Amurru later evolved in Assyrian and Akkadian language usage to refer not only to the interior regions of the south, but also to parts of Canaan to the north. During this period, Canaan was likely split between 2 major confederacies, one centered around Megiddo in the fertile Jezreel Valley, and another based around the northern city of Kadesh on the Orontes River. The Amorites, a significant West Semitic-speaking people, played another role in the political landscape of Mesopotamia. Notably, an Amorite chieftain named Sumu Abum established Babylon as an independent city-state in 1894 BC. This marked the beginning of a dynamic period in which Babylonian culture flourished under Amorite influence, culminating in the reign of the great Hammurabi from 1792 to 1750 BC. I'm sure that you have heard the name, but if you haven't, you should know that Hammurabi is renowned for his legal code and for founding the first Babylonian Empire, though his empire did dissolve very quickly after his death, leading to the displacement of the Amorites from Assyria and their continued role in Babylonia until their overthrow by the Hittites in 1595 BC. Oh, the Hittites. Well, their capital was Hattusa, depending on the pronunciation. Think of the Anatolia region, Turkey. That was their rough neighborhood. Now, Canaan and its interaction with Egypt during this time is also well documented. Fortunately, the Egyptians were kind enough to keep some records for us. The semi-fictional story of Sinuhe, from around 1950 BC, recounts the adventures of an Egyptian officer in Canaan, providing insights into the military engagements of Egypt in the region. More concretely, the Sebek-Ku stele from the reign of Senusret III, which was circa 1862 BC, offers the earliest solid evidence of an Egyptian military campaign into Canaan, targeting locations like Shechem, illustrating the ongoing strategic significance of the region as a contact zone between major civilizations of the ancient Near East. The prevailing theme with Canaan is that it is pretty much constantly the meat in the sandwich between any Near East or Anatolian kingdom that wants to have any conflict with the Egyptians or pretty much anybody else. If you want to do anything, you have to go through Canaan. The connections between Canaan and the broader Mesopotamian and Syrian regions during the Middle Bronze Age are highlighted by various historical and archaeological sources. One such instance is a letter from one Mutbisir to Shamshi-Adad I of the old Assyrian Empire, which mentions the presence of brigands, Habatum, and Canaanites, Kinanum, in a place called Rahisum. It was found in the ruins of Mari, an Assyrian outpost in Syria. Now, the use of this term, Kinahum, in the Mari letters has sparked a bit of debate regarding whether it refers to the people from a specific region or simply denotes people of foreign origin. The statue of Idrimi from Alalak, 16th century BC, which references Canaan directly, narrates the tale of Idrimi, whom, following a popular uprising and his subsequent exile, sought refuge in the land of Canaan. This statement is crucial, as it provides early evidence of Canaan being recognized as a distinct geographical and cultural entity. Around 1650 BC, the eastern Nile Delta saw the arrival of the Canaanites, who later came to be known as the Hyksos. These groups became the dominant power in the region, marking a significant period in the history of ancient Egypt and its interactions with neighboring cultures. The terms Amar and Amuru, Amorites, found in Egyptian inscriptions from this period typically refer to the mountainous regions east of Phoenicia, stretching to the Orontes, and this underscores the geographic and cultural complexities of the ancient Near East. Archaeological findings from various sites identified as Canaanite, such as the city of Hazor, indicate that this area was a peak of prosperity for Canaan. Hazor's prominence is particularly noted, with its status as a tributary to Egypt for much of the Middle Bronze Age. The cities of Yamkat and Katna in the north and Hazor in the south each played central roles in major confederacies. During the early and late Bronze Age, Canaan was not a unified political entity, but instead was made up of various city-states and confederacies, notably those centered around Megiddo and Kadesh. These entities had fluctuating allegiances and levels of independence before becoming more directly involved with the major empires of the period, such as Egypt and, later, the Hittite and Neo-Assyrian empires. The dynamics of these relationships were, of course, complex, often involving military campaigns, tribute payments, and diplomatic marriages. And, of course, there was always the to and fro. Friends become enemies, enemies become friends. Such is the Bronze Age. The Amorites, a significant Semitic-speaking group mentioned extensively in the Hebrew Bible, were integral to the social and political fabric of Canaan. Initially dominant in Babylonia, the Amorites are depicted in biblical texts as having significant settlements in Canaan as well. Verses from various books such as Genesis, Joshua, and Deuteronomy describe them primarily in the southern mountain regions and the eastern territories beyond the Jordan River. Notably, the cities of Heshbon and Ashtaroth are cited as major centers under Amorite control. The term Amorite, this word in particular in biblical usage, sometimes appears synonymous with Canaanite, although it is specifically not used for populations along the coast. Egyptian influence in Canaan fluctuated over the centuries, with periods of direct control interspersed with phases of more hands-off oversight, which allowed for local power struggles and, of course, rebellions. Egyptian dominance in Canaan was most pronounced during the reigns of pharaohs Thutmose III and Amenhotep II, who led several campaigns into the region to quell rebellions and secure loyalty among the Canaanite city-states. A particularly intriguing aspect of this period is the mention of the Habiru, or Apiru in Egyptian sources. These groups are first noted during the reign of Thutmose III and appear to have been a mixture of mercenaries, brigands, and a mishmash of displaced peoples with nowhere else to go. Thus their presence in the region is indicative of the socio-political instability that certainly could arise from economic hardships or the breakdown of societal structures. The Habiru were a kind of wild card in the power dynamics of the region, often serving as mercenaries for hire to the highest bidder, which could include local city-state rulers or even foreign powers seeking to influence Canaan. During the period of the New Kingdom in Egypt, particularly under the reigns of Amenhotep III and his successor Akhenaten, the political landscape of Canaan was dramatically influenced by the movements and activities of various groups known as the Habiru. And these groups were not so much defined by ethnicity as they were a social class or status, often associated with a disruptive, outsider presence in the regions they inhabited. Of course, they were noted in various ancient texts, including Egyptian and Mesopotamian sources, and their activities spanned across a wide area, from Mesopotamia to Egypt, and everywhere in between. They are often identified with disenfranchised elements of society, those rebels and mercenaries. In Canaan, their association with the Indo-Aryan ruling aristocracy of the Hurrians, known as the Mitanni, further complicates their identity, suggesting a blend of cultural and ethnic backgrounds, including Hurrian, Semitic, Kassite, and Luwian elements. The political activities of the Habiru, while they became particularly notable during the reign of Amenhotep III. This pharaoh's reign, which had initially seemed stable and prosperous, began to experience turmoil due to the actions of local chieftains in Canaan, who, like Aziru, son of Abdi Ashirta, sought to extend their power with the backing of neighboring kingdoms such as the Hittite Empire. Aziru's maneuvers in the region, particularly around the plains of Damascus, posed a direct challenge to Egyptian authority. Reports from local governors like Akizi of Katna and Ribhadar of Byblos, who remained loyal to Egypt, highlighted these challenges, but failed to elicit a strong response from an increasingly indifferent Egyptian throne under Amenhotep and later Akhenaten. Now, Akhenaten's reign, if you know a little about Egyptian history, was of course quite an interesting one. I made an old video about him, but I want to make a new one, and particularly Artanism. But yeah, we'll get to that later. We'll just briefly go over it today. Well, you see, his reign was characterized by religious innovations, if we could say so, and a neglect of foreign affairs, which saw a further decline in Egyptian influence in Canaan and, well, pretty much everywhere else. The political vacuum, of course, allowed the Hittites under Suppiluliuma to advance into Syria, further complicating the regional dynamics. Aziru and his father initially feared the Hittite advance, but they eventually formed an alliance with them. This alliance enabled them to seize control of territories that had remained loyal to Egypt, and effectively sidelined Egyptian authority in the region. Oh, how the mighty fall! Well, the correspondence from Rib Hada, filled with desperate pleas for assistance, begging almost, illustrates the decline of Egyptian power and the shifting allegiances in Canaan. Now, these communications, largely ignored by Akhenaten, who had other things to worry about, just show the broader shifts in Near Eastern geopolitics during this period, where major powers like Egypt and the Hittites continued to vie for control, and local rulers like Aziru maneuvered between these giants for their own advantage. Well, the Amarna letters provide a more vivid snapshot of the political and military turmoil in Canaan during this period of the Late Bronze Age, particularly dealing with the interactions between local city rulers and those encroaching Habiru. These letters sent to the Egyptian pharaoh reveal the anxieties and shifting allegiances of Canaanite rulers as they dealt with both internal and external threats. In these letters, Etekama of Kadesh and Zimrida of Sidon express their concerns about the territories lost to the Habiri. Etekama's letters show his commitment to recovering these lost cities and reaffirming his loyalty to the pharaoh, showing once again the strategic importance of these areas near Kadesh and Ubi. His declaration of readiness to bring back these cities, and I quote, "If thy gods and thy son go before me," shows again his reliance on divine support and Egyptian military backing to regain control. Zimrida's situation in Sidon illustrates a similar plight, where the loss of the cities of the Habiri threatens his rule and his relationship with Egypt as a whole. His plea indicates the critical role Egyptian military support played in maintaining the stability of these vassal states, who simply could not stand on their own. Abdi Hebi of Jerusalem provides another layer to this complex political landscape. His reports detail the internal strife and alliances with the Habiri, pointing to a widespread destabilization of the region. His mention of Liliki and the sons of Labaya suggest a network of local power struggles, where familial and political alliance could shift the balance of power. Abdi Hebi's desperate call for Egyptian troops shows once again his precarious position, caught between external invaders and internal betrayal. Namyawaza's defense to the pharaoh and attempts to counter accusations of disloyalty by affirming his readiness to support Egypt with his forces shows his loyalty, despite the accusations from other local rulers like Etekama. Now, during the New Kingdom, Egypt established a strong presence within the Levant, achieving its peak under the 18th dynasty. However, this control wavered during the 19th and 20th dynasties, partly due to external pressures, and of course the shifting priorities of the Egyptian pharaohs. Ramesses II, despite his vast building projects and portrayal of power, faced challenges in maintaining Egypt's foothold in the region. His battle at Kadesh in 1275 against the Hittites, while tactically indecisive, was framed as a victory in the Egyptian records. However, the Hittites eventually gained control over significant parts of the northern Levant, illustrating the limits of Egyptian influence and Ramesses' diminishing focus on Asiatic affairs. Merneptah, Ramesses' successor, continued the tradition of military campaigns in the Levant, as reflected in the Merneptah stele. This stele, while claiming victories over various groups, including the Israelites, is considered largely propagandistic, as archaeological evidence does not corroborate such widespread disruption. This indicates that Merneptah's campaigns may have been more about projecting power than any actual military success. The gradual Egyptian withdrawal from the Levant, spanning approximately a century from the late 13th to the end of the 12th century BC, reflects a broader internal issue within Egypt, rather than just the impact of the Sea Peoples, whose invasions around 1200 BC are often highlighted in historical accounts. Thus, this period saw a reduction in Egyptian administrative and military presence, with many sites being abandoned peacefully rather than through conflict. Specific sites like the Egyptian garrison at Afek were destroyed through warfare, indicating localized conflicts during this period of decline. The gate complex in Jaffa and partial destruction at Beth Shean, possibly due to an earthquake, show the varied reasons for the decay of Egyptian structures in the region. Now, the historical context that surrounds the ancient Middle East, specifically within the southern Levant, showcases a dynamic shift in the importance and fortifications of cities like Jerusalem. During the Middle Bronze Age and the later Iron Age period, Jerusalem stood as a significant fortified city. In contrast, the intervening periods, namely the Late Bronze Age and the early to Middle Iron Ages, saw Jerusalem as comparatively minor and unfortified, indicating a fluctuation in political and economic stability. Post-Amarna period, 1353 to 1336 BC, presented substantial challenges for Egyptian control over southern Canaan. The pharaoh Horemheb's campaigns against Shasu, nomadic tribes identified as wanderers in the Egyptian texts, show the constant military efforts required to secure Egyptian trade routes through regions such as Galilee and the Jezreel Valley. Seti I, around 1290 BC, further extended these military campaigns to consolidate control from the fortress of Taru to Kan-Na, areas south and east of the Dead Sea, demonstrating the strategic necessity of subduing nomadic disruptions to ensure overall regional stability. The era following the contested Battle of Kadesh under Ramesses II further necessitated vigorous Egyptian military presence in Canaan, culminating in the establishment of permanent military installations, such as the fortress garrison named Ramesses, for obvious reasons, in territories like Moab and Ammon. Now, the term Habiru that we have discussed is indicative of a broader socio-political complexity of the region, and it refers to various nomadic groups, and among those groups we can indeed include the Hebrews. The term itself encapsulates a range of ancient Semitic-speaking peoples who might include Moabites, Ammonites, and Edomites, though its specific application often varied, and this ambiguity highlights the fluid identities and alliances of the period, shaped by the exigencies of survival and power dynamics in the Near East. Now, in the context around the fall of the Bronze Age and the historical narratives surrounding the southern Levant, around those times of 1200 BC, the picture is a little bit complex and challenges those traditional notions of a widespread societal collapse due to external invasions. You can't blame everything on these so-called sea peoples, because despite widespread assumptions of catastrophic destruction and a collapse of trade systems, the archaeological evidence suggests a continuity and resilience in several major urban centers and their economic activities. At Lakhnish, notable for its strategic and cultural significance, there is evidence of a localized fire, specifically adjacent to two ovens, which suggests a domestic incident rather than a widespread destruction layer. Interestingly, following this event, the city witnessed substantial reconstruction, hinting at a robust recovery rather than a prolonged decline. This pattern of resilience is mirrored in Megiddo, where despite the absence of widespread destruction, some ambiguity remains about the fate of a palace in the complex area AA, suggesting selective rather than a general catastrophe. Well, the city of Hazor, as we've mentioned a few times, did experience significant destruction. But this destructive event is dated to the mid-13th century BC, well before the presumed crisis at the end of the Late Bronze Age, indicating that its downfall was part of a separate and earlier sequence of events. In contrast, many other cities in the region, such as Ascaluna, Astudu, and Tel Dor, among others, show very little archaeological signs of being destroyed around 1200 BC, which of course complicates that narrative of a region-wide collapse. Trade relations, contrary to the decline hypothesis, appear to have remained robust beyond 1200 BC. The cessation of trade in Cypriot and Mycenaean pottery occurred before the traditional date of collapse, with Cypriot pottery trade ending around 1300 and Mycenaean around 1250. And this suggests that the changes in trade patterns were not a result of the alleged widespread destruction at all. Furthermore, ongoing trade with Egypt post-1200 BC and continued importation of metals such as tin and lead, of course critical commodities for Bronze Age economies, indicate a still functioning network of trade and cultural exchange. Archaeometallurgical studies underscore that the tin trade, vital for bronze production, did not diminish as might be expected in a scenario of general economic breakdown. Well, by the early Iron Age, a complex tapestry of political entities had emerged in southern Levant. It was a period characterized by the establishment of the kingdoms of Israel and Judah, flanked by the Philistine city-states along the Mediterranean coast. To the east of the Jordan River, the kingdoms of Moab, Ammon, and Aram Damascus marked their territories, while Edom lay to the south. The northern Levant was divided among various petty kingdoms, including the Syro-Hittite states and the Phoenician city-states along the coast. This diverse and fragmented region came under the sway of the Neo-Assyrian Empire during the 10th and 9th centuries BC. The empire, with its aggressive expansionist policy, dominated the region for about 300 years, up to the end of the 7th century. Assyrian emperors such as Ashur-narsipal, Adid-Ninari, Sargon II, and Tiglath-Pileser III exerted considerable influence over the affairs of the Canaanite states, as well as the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. During this Assyrian dominance, the Egyptians attempted to reclaim influence in the region during the 25th dynasty, but were eventually defeated by the Assyrians, cementing Assyrian control over Egypt itself. However, the Neo-Assyrian Empire began to unravel due to internal strife and a series of civil wars around 616 to 605 BC. This decline was hastened by the combined attacks from a coalition of Babylonians, Medes, Persians, and of course the Scythians. Following the collapse of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, the Neo-Babylonian Empire rose to prominence, inheriting much of the former Assyrian territories, and that of course includes all the lands in Canaan and Syria. The Neo-Babylonians managed to defeat the Egyptians and exerted their control over the region, maintaining the administrative structures and influence previously established by the Assyrians. This Neo-Babylonian rule lasted until its defeat by the Achaemenid Empire in 539, and subsequently the region became part of that vast Achaemenid Empire, marking a period of relative stability, until of course the conquest of Alexander the Great in 332. Alexander's campaigns brought Hellenistic influences to the region, which later came under Roman control by the late 2nd century BC. This transition marked the beginning of a long period of Roman and subsequently Byzantine rule, which continued until the Arab Islamic invasions and conquests of the 7th century AD. Now, back in the 2nd millennium BC, this term Canaan was used by the ancient Egyptians to denote an area that functioned essentially as an Egyptian colony, aligning closely with the geographic delineation of Canaan, which is described in the Hebrew Bible. This region was bounded by the Mediterranean Sea to the west, the vicinity of Hamath in Syria to the north, the Jordan Valley to the east, extended to a line from the Dead Sea to around Gaza in the south. However, you must remember that the Egyptian use of the term was broader than the biblical description, as it sometimes included the coastal city of Kadesh in northwestern Syria near Turkey. Consequently, the Egyptian usage sometimes extended the concept of Canaan to encompass what was pretty much the entire Levantine coast, synonymous with another term used by the Egyptians, Retjenu. Lebanon, in particular, referred to by the Egyptians as Upper Retjenu, was part of the northern Canaan region and was bordered by the Litani River to the watershed of the Orontes River. The term Dahi, referring to the watershed of the Jordan River, appears in Egyptian campaign records, indicating military engagements in the region. These accounts highlight the significance of Canaan as a strategic and contested territory, but it also makes it a little bit confusing, because if you have the Hebrew Bible showing the territory as one thing, and then you have the Egyptians showing it as another. So what exactly is Canaan? Or rather, was Canaan? Well, I suppose it depends who you ask. But what we do know is that Canaan is mentioned in several Egyptian texts starting from the 18th dynasty onwards, and a few notable references include inscriptions from Amenhotep II, listing Canaanites among prisoners of war. Bad luck for them, I suppose. There is also a few papyrus describing them. For example, Anastasi Papyrus, describing routes from Seal to Gaza as passing through the foreign countries of the end of the land of Canaan. There's also the Merneptah Stele and other documents like the Papyrus Anastasi 3a and 4, referring to Canaanite slaves from Huru. Also, Papyrus Harris and other texts that describe Ramesses III interaction with the region, including the construction of a temple in what is known as Pa Canaan, after the turmoil caused by the peoples of the sea exist. Of course, these references show Egypt's administrative engagement with Canaan, a constant theme among around that 18th dynasty and onwards. But still, the term remains a complex one. Now, in terms of the Phoenicians, the term Phoenicia first appears in Western literature in Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey, seminal works from the 8th century BC which, a kind of required reading if you ask me. If you've not read them, turn off the video and go read them now. Anyway, now this designation for the region, however, is not found in the Hebrew Bible, but it is mentioned in the New Testament, specifically in the book of Acts. The name Phoenicia itself derives from the Greek term Phoenix, which, according to Hecataeus of Miletus, 6th century BC, and later Philo of Byblos, originally referred to as Yavah. Now Philo incorporated this into his mythology, suggesting that it was the ancient name given by the mythical figure Kronos during the era when cities like Byblos, Berytus, and Tyre were among the earliest to be established. These cities are credited with pioneering many of the civilization's key aspects, such as fishing, hunting, agriculture, shipbuilding, and even the development of writing. Of course, the Phoenicians, certainly famous for that. Now, the significant renaming of the region to Syria Palestina by the Romans post the Bar Kokhba revolt around 135 AD, possibly under Emperor Hadrian, aimed to sever the Jewish connection to the region, kind of like a punishment. But once again, this reasoning behind it remains a subject to scholarly debate, and I'm sure will definitely continue to be so for quite a long time. A little bit of a sensitive topic, let's just say that. I'm sure you're well aware. Well, the last known Egyptian reference to Canaan appears on the statue of Patiset, dating back to between 900 and 850 BC, indicating the envoy's ties to both Canaan and Peliset. But after this, references to Canaan simply aren't there. It fades away, with neither the dominant Neo-Assyrian nor the Achaemenid Empires mentioning it in their records either. So I suppose, until we find something else, that for now, the story of Canaan is over. The Satire of the Trades, also known as the Instruction of Keti, an ancient Egyptian literary piece characterized by its didactic nature. Composed by Keti, a scribe from Sil, it was intended as a guidance for his son Pepi. The text extols the virtues of being a scribe compared to other lowly professions. It portrays laborers as enduring hard labor with tired arms and living in poor, squalid conditions, contrasting these hardships with the esteemed and comfortable life of a scribe, whom Keti claims holds a position greater than any profession. Thus, it is a rather interesting insight into life in ancient Egypt, a look into the lot of the common man, albeit through the eyes of an elitist profession. But it certainly is interesting. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you. If you're coming back, good to see you again. If you want to support the channel, you already are. Those who want to go above and beyond may look at the video description, but a like and subscribe goes further than you think. I'm first going to begin by explaining what the Satire of the Trades is and giving a brief background. Then I will move on to a full reading, and there's a little bonus at the end. So, without further ado, let's get nice and relaxed and we may begin. Oh, if you want to skip directly to the reading, I've provided a timestamp for those who want to do so. The authenticity and intent of the text as a piece of satire are subjects of debate among Egyptologists. Some scholars also suggest that Keti could be the author of the Instructions of Amenemhat, though this connection remains a little bit speculative. Now, while it is only a speculation that this work was also wrote by Keti, I'm still going to do a reading of it after the main reading at the end of the video. Who knows, perhaps by the time you're watching the video, it has been discovered that it was indeed him who wrote the text. I better cover all my bases, don't you think? Now, the document in itself has survived, albeit in an extremely corrupted state, on the papyrus Satire II, which is housed along with quite a few other artifacts from Egypt at the British Museum. Additional fragments of the text exist across various institutions, including the British Museum, the Louvre, the Morgan Library and Museum, and a few others. The teachings from the Satire of the Trades are also referenced in the deuterocanonical books of Sirach, highlighting its historical significance and influence. And it's not just preserved in a few places. It's preserved across a variety of mediums, and this includes papyri, writing boards, and ostraca. You see, it was kind of a teaching tool. Think of it as a practice writing for the ancient Egyptian scribal schools. The frequent copying of this text by students has resulted in numerous surviving copies. However, many of these are riddled with errors due to the inexperienced hands of the scribes. After all, it was mainly a practice document. The most widely recognized and current translation of the document is by Wolfgang Helck, which has become the standard reference for this text, and the one that I will be reading later on in the video. The name Satire of the Trades was bestowed upon the document by renowned Egyptologist Gaston Maspero. So what exactly is it in general? Well, our scribe Keti vividly paints the picture of the arduous lives of common laborers through a lengthy monologue, and I suppose you can pick up a tone of arrogance within it. You'll see what I mean. It's mainly there to urge Pepi to embrace the profession of a scribe as a superior alternative, and it definitely has the tone of a father trying to sell the idea of carrying on the trade to his son, not so much by extolling the virtues of actually being a scribe, but just by telling him how terrible it would be to do other things out in that burning Egyptian sun. Keti begins by sharing his observations of the harsh realities faced by laborers, including involuntary labor seizures and brutal beatings. Yes, unfortunately, not a over-exaggeration, presenting the life of a scribe as a kind of refuge from such hardships. Thus, the bulk of the satire is dedicated to describing, often hyperbolically, the severe toil and undesirable conditions of various other professions. For example, Keti graphically details the plight of a builder of walls who wears tattered clothing, works far away from any rest house, suffers from the physical toll of his labor, and lives in such squalor that he eats with his fingers and can only afford to wash once a day. Once a day? I mean, that's more than what most people get back then, I would have thought. Well, Ketty also provides Pepi with advice on how to conduct himself in a scribal school. Of course, that is a different thing to working on a building site. He emphasizes the importance of seriousness, avoiding disreputable places, and embracing a broad scope on study. After all, Pepi is one of the elite now. He has to act like it. The instruction concludes with Ketty reinforcing the virtues of the scribal profession, celebrating the career path that no doubt a very happy and overjoyed Pepi has embarked upon. Well, throughout the narrative, Ketty not only instructs his son on the practical benefits of being a scribe, but also on the moral and intellectual behaviors that are expected of him in his professional life, and that means outside of work, not just in the office. Thus, the satire of the trades was extensively used in ancient Egyptian scribal schools as the fundamental teaching texts, aimed at instructing young scribes, not only in the ways of writing and getting all those strokes right, but in the values and responsibilities of their future profession. It was kind of a two birds with one stone sort of scenario. Classified as a schoolboy text, it was a core component of the education curriculum, where apprentices were tasked with memorizing and inscribing the passages. This method not only honed their technical ability in writing, but also instilled these hierarchical values of their society, emphasizing their esteemed status of scribes compared to other professions. Evidence of how this education was conducted is found on a surviving ostracon, which exhibits writings from two distinct hands, one skilled and one that is seemingly less proficient, likely belonging to a novice. The educational practice involved the experienced scribe writing a section of the text and starting another, leaving it incomplete. The trainee was then required to continue from where the teacher left off, completing the section. No pressure. This exercise served as a dual test, both to assess the apprentice's memory of the text and, of course, his skill in writing. Now, during the 20th dynasty, which was 1189 to 1077 BC, the Satire of the Trades was one of the most frequently copied texts within the Theban scribal schools. Since Gaston Maspero dubbed it the Satire of the Trades, the text has often been interpreted as satirical. However, this classification is debated among Egyptologists. In fact, Chris Rolson contends that the text serves as scribal propaganda, suggesting it employs an exaggeration and humor, not to critique, but to attract and retain apprentices in the scribal profession. Others certainly concur with Rolson, disputing its satirical nature. Now, one can only understand, if we're going to think about it a little more in a social sense, the apprentice scribes going home from a long day of work and walking past those in less glamorous positions. How would have this text have affected their attitudes towards their fellow man, those who were building the walls or digging the irrigation canals? How indeed would they have treated them after getting these ideas in their heads? Well, on the other hand, some argue that the text's exaggerated tone and lightness suggest that it was indeed satirical, just not meant to be taken seriously. It was a bit of fun. Miriam Lichheim posits that if it were not, it would imply a scribal disdain for laborers, which contradicts the respectful depiction of manual workers found in other ancient Egyptian didactic texts, like the Instruction of Ptah-hotep and the Loyalist teaching. There is also others who add to the discourse by suggesting that while the text contains elements typical of satire, it doesn't fully fit within the tradition of the satire, hinting at a more complex literary purpose beyond mere comedic or critical intent. Now, without any further ado, let's read the actual text, as here I should probably set the timestamp. The beginning of the teaching which the man of Til named Dua-Keti made for his son named Pepi, while he sailed southwards to the residence to place him in the school of writings among the children of the magistrates, the most eminent men of the residence. Thereupon he spoke to him, "Since I have seen those who have been beaten, it is to writings that you must set your mind. See for yourself, it saves one from work. Behold, there is nothing that surpasses writings. They are like a boat upon the water. Read then at the end of the book of Kemyet, and you will find this statement in it, saying, As for a scribe in any office in the residence, he will not suffer want in it. When he fulfills the bidding of another, he does not come forth satisfied. I do not see an office to be compared with it, to which this maxim could relate. I shall make you love books more than your mother, and I shall place their excellence before you. It is indeed greater than any office. There is nothing like it on earth. When he began to become sturdy, but was still a child, he was greeted respectfully. When he was sent out to a task, before he returned, he was dressed in adult garments. I do not see a stone worker on an important errand, or a goldsmith in a place which he has been sent, but I have seen a coppersmith at his work at the mouth of his furnace. His fingers were like claws of the crocodile, and he stank more than fish eggs. Every carpenter who bears the axe is wearier than a laborer. His field is his wood, his hoe is the axe. It is the night that will rescue him, for he must labor excessively in his activity. But at night time he still must light his lamp. The jeweler pierces stone in stringing beads of all kinds of hard stone. When he has completed the inlaying of the eye amulets, his strength vanishes and he is tired out. He sits until the arrival of the sun, his knees and his back bent at the place called Aku-Re. The barber shaves until the end of the evening, but he must be up early, crying out, his bowl upon his arm. He takes himself from street to seek out somebody to shave. He wears out his arms to fill his stomach, like bees who eat only according to their work. The arrow maker goes north to the delta to fetch himself arrows. He must work excessively in his activity. When the gnats sting him, and the sand fleas bite him as well, then he is judged. The potter is covered with earth, although his lifetime is still among the living. He burrows in the field more than swine to bake his cooking vessels, his clothes being stiff with mud. His headcloth consists only of rags, so that the air which comes forth from his burning furnace enters his nose. He operates a pestle with his feet, with which he himself is pounded, penetrating the courtyard of every house and driving earth into every open place. I shall also describe to you the like of the mason bricklayer. His kidneys are painful. His work pains him. When he must be outside in the wind, he lays bricks without a loincloth. His belt is a cord for his back, a string for his buttock. His strength has vanished through fatigue and stiffness, kneading all his excrement. He eats bread with his fingers, although he washes himself but once a day. It is miserable for the carpenter when he planes the roof beam. It is the roof of a chamber 10 by 6 cubits. A month goes by in laying the beams and spreading the matting. All the work is accomplished. But as for the food which should be given to his household while he is away, there is no one who provides for his children. The vintner hauls his shoulder yoke, each of his shoulders burdened with age. A swelling is on his neck, and it festers. He spends the morning in watering leeks, and the evening with corianders, after he has spent the midday in the palm grove. So it happens that he sinks down at last and dies, though his deliveries more than one of any other profession. The field hand cries out forever. His voice is louder than the raven's. His fingers have become ulcerous with an excess of stench. He is tired out in delta labor. He is in tatters. He is well among lions, but his experience is painful. The forced labor then is tripled. If he comes back from the marches there, he reaches his house worn out, for the forced labor has ruined him. The weaver inside the weaving house is more wretched than a woman. His eyes are drawn up against his belly. He cannot breathe the air. If he wastes a single day without weaving, he is beaten with 50 whiplashes. He has to give food to the doorkeeper to allow him to come out to the daylight. The weapon maker, completely worn out, goes into the desert. Greater than his own pay is what he has to spend for his she-ass to work afterwards. Great is also what he has to give the field hand to set him on the right road to the flint source. When he reaches his house in the evening, the journey has ruined him. The courier goes abroad after handing over his property to his children, being fearful of lions and the Asiatics. He only knows himself again when he is back in Egypt. He reaches his household by evening, but the journey has ruined him. But his house by then is only a garment and a paved road. There is no happy homecoming. The furnace tender, his fingers are foul, the smell thereof is of corpses. His eyes are inflamed because of the heaviness of the smoke. He cannot get rid of his dirt, although he spends the day cutting reeds. clothes are an abomination to him. The sandal maker is utterly wretched, carrying his tubs forever. His stores are provided with carcasses, and what he bites is hides. And the washerman launders at the river bank in the vicinity of the crocodile. I shall go away, father, from the flowing water, said his son and daughter, to a more satisfactory profession, one more distinguished than any other profession. His food is mixed with filth, and there is no part of him which is clean. He cleans the clothes of a woman in menstruation. He weeps when he spends all day with a beating stick and a stone there, and says to him, "Dirty laundry, come to me." The brim overflows. The fowler is utterly afflicted while searching out for the denizens of the sky. If the flock passes above him, then he says, "Would that I might have nets." But God will not let this come to pass for him, for he is opposed to his activity. I mentioned to you also the fisherman. He is more miserable than any of the other professions, one who is at work in the river infested with crocodiles. When the totaling of his account is subtracted for him, then he will lament. One did not tell him that a crocodile was standing there, and fear has now blinded him. When he comes to the flowing water, so he falls through the might of God. See, there is no office free from supervisors, except for the scribes. He is the supervisor. But if you understand these writings, then it will be better for you than the professions which I have set before you. Behold, the official and the dependent pertaining to him. The tenant farmer of a man cannot say to him, "Do not keep watching me." What I have done in journeying southward to the residence is what I have done through love of you. A day at school is advantageous to you. Its work of mountains is forever, while the workman I have caused you to know hurry, and I cause the recalcitrant to hasten. I will also tell you another matter to teach you what you should know at the station of your debating. Do not come close to where there is a dispute. If a man reproves you, and you do not know how to oppose his anger, make your reply cautiously in the presence of listeners. If you walk to the rear of officials, approach from a distance behind the last. If you enter while the master of the house is at home, and his hands are extended to another in front of you, sit with your hand to your mouth. Do not ask for anything in his presence, but do as he says to you. Beware of approaching the table. Be serious and great as to your worth. Do not speak secret matters, for he who hides his innermost thoughts is one who makes a shield for himself. Do not utter thoughtless words when you sit down with an angry man. When you come forth from school after midday recess has been announced to you, go into the courtyard and discuss the last part of your lesson book. When an official sends you on a mission, then say what he said, neither take away nor add to it. The impatient man falls into oblivion. His name will not endure. He who is wise in all his ways, nothing will be hidden from him, and he will not be rebuffed from any station of his. Do not say anything false about your mother. This is an abomination to the officials. The offspring who does useful things, his condition is equal to one of yesterday. Do not indulge with an undisciplined man, for it is bad after it is heard about you. When you have eaten 3 loaves of bread and swallowed 2 jugs of beer, and the body has not yet had enough, fight against it. But if another is satiated, do not stand around. Take care not to approach the table. See, it is good if you write frequently. Obey the words of the officials. Then you may assume the characteristics of the children of men, and you may walk in their footsteps. One values a scribe for his understanding, for understanding transforms an eager person. Beware of words against it. Your feet shall not hurry when you walk. Do not approach only a trusted man, but associate with one more distinguished than you. But let your friend be a man of your own generation. See, I have placed you on the path of God. The fate of a man is on his shoulders on the day he is born. He comes to the judgment hall and the court of magistrates made for the people. See, there is no scribe lacking sustenance, the provisions of the royal house, life, prosperity, health. It is Meshkanet who is turned towards the scribe who presents himself before the court of the magistrates. Honor your father and mother who have placed you on the path of the living. Mark this, which I have placed before your eyes, and the children of your children. It has come to an end in peace. End of the Satire of the Trades. Now, as I promised, and just to finish off, that reading of the instructions of Amenemhat. Now, of course, it's not proven to be attributed to the same author as the Satire of the Trades, but we've got a little bit more time, and, hey, it's something nice to read anyway. So, let's do it. The instructions of Amenemhat. Beginning of the instructions made by the majesty of King Sehetipire, son of Re, Amenemhat, the Justified, as he spoke in a revelation of truth to his son, the All-Lord. He said, "Risen as God, hear what I tell you, that you may rule the land, govern the shores, increase well-being. Beware of subjects who are nobodies, of those plotting one is not aware. Trust not a brother, know not a friend, make no intimates. It is worthless. When you lie down, guard your heart yourself, for no man has adherents on the day of woe. I gave to the beggar, I raised the orphan, I gave success to the poor as to the wealthy, but he who ate my food raised opposition. He whom I gave my trust used it to plot. Wearers of my fine linen looked at me as if they were needy. Those perfumed with my myrrh poured water while wearing it. You, my living peers, my partners among men, make for me mourning such as had not been heard, for so great a combat had not yet been seen. If one fights in the arena, forgetful of the past, success will elude him who ignores what he should know. It was after supper. Night had came. I was taking an hour for rest, lying on my bed, for I was weary. As my heart began to follow sleep, weapons for my protection were turned against me, while I was like a snake of the desert. I awoke fighting, alert, and found it was a combat of the guard. Had I quickly seized weapons in my hand, I would have made the cowards retreat in haste. But no one is strong at night. No one can fight alone. No success is achieved without a helper. Thus, bloodshed occurred while I was without you. Before the courtiers had heard, I would hand over to you. Before I had sat with you so as to advise you. For I had not prepared for it, had not expected it, had not foreseen the failing of the servants. Had women ever marshaled troops? Are rebels nurtured in the palace? Does one release water that destroys the soil and deprives people of their crops? No harm had come to me since my birth. No one equaled me as a doer of deeds. I journeyed to Yebu. I returned to the delta. Having stood on the land's borders, I observed its interior. I reached the borders of the strongholds, by my strength and by my feats. I was grain-maker, beloved of Nepri. Happy honored me on every field. None hungered in my years, none thirsted in them. One sat because I acted and spoke of me. I had assigned everything to its place. I subdued lions. I captured crocodiles. I released those of Wawat. I captured the Magi. I made the Asiatics do the dog walk. I built myself a house decked with gold, a ceiling of lapis lazuli, walls of silver, floors of acacia wood, doors of copper, bolts of bronze, made for eternity, prepared for all time. I know, because I am its lord. Behold, much hatred is in the streets. The wise say yes, the fool says no. For no one knows it without your presence, Sesostris, my son. As my feet depart, you are in my heart. My eyes behold you, child of a happy hour, before the people as they hail you. I have made the past and arranged the future. I gave you the contents of my heart. You wear the white crown of a god's son. The seal is in its place, assigned to you by me. Jubilation is in the bark of Re. Kingship is again what it was in the past. Raise your monuments. Establish your strongholds. Fight. And that is the end of the instructions of Amenemhat. Thank you very much for listening. It's a bit of a shorter one today, I know, but hey, they can't all be 9 hours long, can't they? I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons, as being Britt, Charles, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, Wendy, Tim, and James. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank you for joining us today in this video, taking us back to very old times of ancient Egypt. Now, hopefully, by the time that you are watching this video, and maybe we've drawn some more things out of those sands, out of those deserts. Perhaps we'll have more to say on the satire of the trades and the instructions of Amenemhat. Who knows? Perhaps I'll make another video in 10 years' time. Maybe in 50 years' time, when I'm an old man, though some of you are convinced that I am already an old man. I am in my early 30s, just in case you're wondering. But that's got nothing to do with the satire of the trades, so I do apologize. The Epic of Gilgamesh, from the Assyrian International News Agency. Prologue. Gilgamesh, king in Uruk. I will proclaim to the world the deeds of Gilgamesh. This was the man to whom all things were known. This was the king who knew the countries of the world. He was wise. He saw mysteries and knew secret things. He brought us a tale of the days before the flood. He went on a long journey, was weary, worn out with labor. Returning when he rested, he engraved on a stone the whole story. When the gods created Gilgamesh, they gave him a perfect body. Shamash, the glorious sun, endowed him with beauty. Adad, the god of the storm, endowed him with courage. The great gods made his beauty perfect, surpassing all others, terrifying like a great wild bull. 2/3 they made him god, and 1/3 man. In Uruk he built walls, a great rampart, and the temple of blessed Eanna, for the god of the firmament Anu, and for Ishtar, the goddess of love. Look at it still today. The outer wall where the cornice runs, it shines with the brilliance of copper, and the inner wall, it has no equal. Touch the threshold, it is ancient. Approach Eanna, the dwelling of Ishtar, our Lady of Love and War, the like of which no latter-day king, no man alive can equal. Climb upon the wall of Uruk, walk along it. I say, regard the foundation terrace, and examine the masonry. Is it not burnt brick and good? The 7 sages laid the foundations. Section 1. The Coming of Enkidu. Gilgamesh went abroad in the world, but he met with none who could withstand his arms, till he came to Uruk. But the men of Uruk muttered in their houses. Gilgamesh sounds the tocsin for his amusement. His arrogance knows no bounds by day or night. No son is left with his father, for Gilgamesh takes them all, and the children, yet the king should be a shepherd to his people. His lust leaves no virgin to her lover, neither the warrior's daughter nor the wife of the noble. Yet this is the shepherd of the city, wise, comely, and resolute. The gods heard their lament. The gods of heaven cried to Lord of Uruk, to Anu, the god of Uruk. A goddess made him, strong as a savage bull. None can withstand his arms. No son is left with his father, for Gilgamesh takes them all. And this is the king, the shepherd of his people? His lust leaves no virgin to her lover, neither the warrior's daughter nor wife of the noble. When Anu heard their lamentation, the gods cried to Aruru, the goddess of creation. You made him, O Aruru. Now create his equal. Let it be as like him as his own reflection, his second self. Stormy heart for stormy heart. Let them contend together, and leave Uruk in quiet. So, The goddess conceived an image in her mind, and it was of the stuff of Anu and of the firmament. She dipped her hands in water and pinched off clay. She let it fall in the wilderness, and noble Enkidu was created. There was virtue in him of the god of war, of Ninurta himself. His body was rough. He had long hair like a woman's. It waved like the hair of Nisaba, the goddess of corn. His body was covered with matted hair like Samugan's, the god of cattle. He was innocent of mankind. He knew nothing of the cultivated land. Enkidu ate grass in the hills with the gazelle and lurked with wild beasts at the water holes. He had joy of the water with the herds of wild game. But there was a trapper who met him one day face to face at the drinking hole, for the wild game had entered his territory. On 3 days he met him face to face, and the trapper was frozen with fear. He went back to his house with the game that he had caught, and he was dumb, benumbed with terror. His face was altered like that of one who has made a long journey. With o'er his heart he spoke to his father. "Father, there is a man unlike any other, who comes down from the hills. He is the strongest in the world. He is like an immortal from heaven. He ranges over the hills with wild beasts and eats grass. The ranges through your land and comes down to the wells. I am afraid, and dare not go near him. He fills the pits which I dig, and tears up my traps set for game. He helps the beasts to escape, and now they slip through my fingers." His father opened his mouth and said to the trapper, "My son, in Uruk lives Gilgamesh. No one has ever prevailed against him. He is strong as a star from heaven. Go to Uruk, find Gilgamesh, extol the strength of this wild man. Ask him to give you a harlot, a wanton from the temple of love. Return with her and let the woman's power overpower this man. When next he comes down to drink at the wells, she will be there, stripped naked, and when he sees her beckoning, he will embrace her, and then the wild beasts will reject him." So the trapper set out on his journey to Uruk, and addressed himself to Gilgamesh, saying, "A man unlike any other, is roaming now in the pastures. He is as strong as a star from heaven, and I am afraid to approach him. He helps the wild game to escape. He fills in my pits and pulls up my traps." Gilgamesh said to him, "Trapper, go back, take with you a harlot, a child of pleasure. At the drinking hole she will strip, and when he sees her beckoning he will embrace her, and the game of the wilderness will surely reject him." Now the trapper returned, taking the harlot with him. After a 3 days' journey they came to the drinking hole, and there they sat down, the harlot and the trapper sat, facing one another, and waited for the game to come. For the first day, and for the second day, the two sat waiting. But on the 3rd day the herds came. They came down to drink, and Enkidu was with them. The small wild creatures of the plain were glad of the water, and Enkidu with them, who ate grass with the gazelle, and was born in the hills. And she saw him, the savage man, come from far off in the hills. The trapper spoke to her. "There he is. Now, woman, make yourself bare, have no shame. Do not delay, but welcome his love. Let him see you naked. Let him possess your body. When he comes near, uncover yourself and lie with him. Teach him, the savage man, your woman's art. For when he murmurs love to you, the wild beasts that shed his life in the hills will reject him." She was not ashamed to take him. She made herself naked, and welcomed his eagerness. As he lay on her, murmuring love, she taught him the woman's art. For 6 days and 7 nights they lay together, for Enkidu had forgotten his home in the hills. But when he was satisfied, he went back to the wild beasts. Then, when the gazelle saw him, they bolted away. When the wild creatures saw him, they fled. Enkidu would have followed, but his body was bound as though with a cord. His knees gave way when he started to run. His swiftness was gone. And now the wild creatures had all fled away. Enkidu was grown weak, for wisdom was in him, and the thoughts of a man were in his heart. So he returned and sat down at the woman's feet, and listened intently to what she said. "You are wise, Enkidu, and now you have become like a god. Why do you want to run wild with beasts in the hills? Come with me. I will take you to the strong-walled Uruk, to the blessed temple of Ishtar and Anu. Of love and of heaven, there Gilgamesh lives, who is very strong, and like a wild bull he lords it over men." When she had spoken, Enkidu was pleased. He longed for a comrade, for one who would understand his heart. "Come, woman, take me to that holy temple, to the house of Anu and Ishtar, and to the place where Gilgamesh lords it over the people. I will challenge him boldly. I will cry out aloud in Uruk, I am the strongest here. I have come to change the old order. I am he who was born in the hills. I am he who is strongest of all." She said, "Let us go, and let him see your face. I know very well where Gilgamesh is in great Uruk. Oh, Enkidu, there all the people are dressed in their gorgeous robes. Every day is a holiday. The young men and the girls are wonderful to see. Ah, how sweet they smell. All the great ones are roused from their beds. Oh, Enkidu, you who love life, I will show you Gilgamesh, a man of many moods. You shall look at him well in his radiant manhood. His body is perfect, in strength and maturity. He never rests by day or night. He is stronger than you, so leave your boasting. Shamash, the glorious sun, has given favors to Gilgamesh, and Anu of the heavens, and Enlil, and Ea the wise has given him deep understanding. I tell you, before you even have left the wilderness, Gilgamesh will know in his dreams that you are coming." Now Gilgamesh got up to tell his dream to his mother, Ninsun, one of the wise gods. Mother, last night I had a dream. I was full of joy. The young heroes were round me, and I walked through the night under the stars of the firmament. And one, a meteor of the stuff of Anu, fell down from heaven. I tried to lift it, but it proved too heavy. All the people of Uruk came round to see it. The common people jostled, and the nobles thronged to kiss its feet. And to me its attraction was like the love of a woman. They helped me. I braced my forehead, and I raised it with thongs and brought it to you, and you yourself pronounced it my brother. Then Ninsun, who is well beloved and wise, said to Gilgamesh, "This is Star of Heaven, which descended like a meteor from the sky, which you tried to lift but found too heavy. When you tried to move it, it would not budge, and so you brought it to my feet. I made it for you, a goad and spur, and you were drawn as though to a woman. This is the strong comrade, the one who brings help to his friend in his need. He is the strongest of wild creatures, the stuff of Anu, born in the grasslands, and the wild hills reared him. When you see him, you will be glad. You will love him as a woman, and he will never forsake you. This is the meaning of the dream." Gilgamesh said, "Mother, I dreamed a second dream. In the streets of strong-walled Uruk there lay an axe. The shape of it was strange, and the people thronged around. I saw it and was glad. I bent down, deeply drawn towards it. I loved it like a woman, and wore it at my side." Ninsun answered, "That axe which you saw, which drew you so powerfully like the love of a woman, that is the comrade who I give you, and he will come in his strength like one of the host of heaven. He is the brave companion who rescues his friend in necessity." Gilgamesh said to his mother, "A friend, a counselor, has come to me from Enlil, and now I shall befriend and counsel him." So Gilgamesh told his dreams, and the harlot retold them to Enkidu. And now she said to Enkidu, "When I look at you, you have become like a god. Why do you yearn to run wild again with the beasts in the hills? Get up from the ground, the bed of a shepherd." He listened to her words with care. It was good advice that she gave. She divided her clothing in two. With one half she clothed him, and with the other half herself. And holding his hand, she led him like a child to the sheepfolds, and into the shepherd's tent. It was there all the shepherds crowded round to see him. They put down bread in front of him, but Enkidu could only suck the milk of wild animals. He fumbled and gaped, at a loss of what to do or how he should eat the bread and drink the strong wine. Then the woman said, "Enkidu, eat bread, it is the staff of life. Drink the wine, it is the custom of the land." So he ate until he was full, and drank strong wine, 7 goblets. He became merry, his heart exalted, and his face shone. He rubbed down the matted hair of his body, and anointed himself with oil. Enkidu had become a man, but when he had put on man's clothing, he appeared like a bridegroom. He took arms to hunt the lion, so that shepherds could rest at night, He caught wolves and lions, and the herdsmen lay down in peace. For Enkidu was their watchman, that strong man who had no rival. He was merry living with the shepherds, till one day, lifting his eyes, he saw a man approaching. He said to the harlot, "Woman, fetch that man here. Why has he come? I wish to know his name." She went and called the man, saying, "Sir, where are you going on this weary journey?" The man answered, saying to Enkidu, "Gilgamesh has gone into the marriage house and shut out the people. He does strange things in Uruk, the city of great streets. At the roll of the drum, work begins for the men and work for the women. Gilgamesh, the king, is about to celebrate marriage with the queen of love, and he still demands to be first with the bride, the king be first and the husband to follow. For that was ordained by the gods from his birth, from the time the umbilical cord was cut. But now the drums roll for the choice of the bride, and the city groans." At these words Enkidu turned white in the face. "I will go to the place where Gilgamesh lords it over the people. I will challenge him boldly, and I will cry aloud in Uruk, 'I have come to change the old order, for I am the strongest here.'" Now Enkidu strode in front, and the woman followed behind. He entered Uruk, that great market, and all the folk thronged around him where he stood in the street in strong-walled Uruk. The people jostled. Speaking of him, they say, "He is the spit of Gilgamesh. He is shorter. He is bigger of bone. This is the one reared on the milk of wild beasts. His is the greatest strength." The men rejoiced. Now Gilgamesh has met his match, this great one, this hero whose beauty is like a god. He is a match even for Gilgamesh. In Uruk the bridal bed was made, fit for the goddess of love. The bride waited for the bridegroom, but in the night Gilgamesh got up and came to the house. Then Enkidu stepped out. He stood in the street and blocked the way. Mighty Gilgamesh came on, and Enkidu met him at the gate. He put on his foot and prevented Gilgamesh from entering the house. So they grappled, holding each other like bulls. They broke the doorposts, and the walls shook. They snorted like bulls locked together. They shattered the doorposts, and the walls shook. Gilgamesh bent his knee, with his foot planted on the ground, and with a turn Enkidu was thrown. Then immediately his fury died. When Enkidu was thrown, he said to Gilgamesh, "There is not another like you in the world. Ninsun, who is as strong as a wild ox in the byre, she was the mother who bore you. And now you are raised above all men, and Enlil has given you the kingship, for your strength surpasses the strength of men." So Enkidu and Gilgamesh embraced, and their friendship was sealed. Chapter 2. The Forest Journey. Enlil of the mountain, the father of the gods, had decreed the destiny of Gilgamesh. So Gilgamesh dreamed, and Enkidu said, "The meaning of the dream is this. The father of the gods has given you kingship, such is your destiny. Everlasting life is not your destiny." Because of this, do not be sad at heart, do not be grieved or oppressed. He has given you power to bind and to loose, to be the darkness and the light of mankind. He has given you unexampled supremacy over people, victory in battle, from which no fugitive returns, in forays and assaults, from which there is no going back. But do not abuse this power. Deal justly with your servants in the palace. Deal justly before Shamash. The eyes of Enkidu were filled with tears, and his heart was sick. He sighed bitterly, and Gilgamesh met his eye and said, "My friend, why do you sigh so bitterly?" But Enkidu opened his mouth and said, "I am weak. My arms have lost their strength. The cry of sorrow sticks in my throat. I am oppressed by idleness." It was then that Lord Gilgamesh turned his thoughts to the country of the living, on the land of cedars. The Lord Gilgamesh reflected. He said to his servant Enkidu, "I have not established my name stamped on the bricks as my destiny decreed. Therefore I will go up to the country where the cedar is felled. I will set up my name in the place where the names of famous men are written, and where no man's name is written. Yet I will wise a monument to the gods. Because of the evil that is in the land, we will go to the forests and destroy the evil, for in the forest lives Humbaba, whose name is Hugeness, a ferocious giant." But Enkidu sighed bitterly and said, "When I went with the wild beasts ranging through the wilderness, I discovered the forest. Its length is 10,000 leagues in every direction. Enlil has appointed Humbaba to guard it, and armored him 7-fold terrors. Terrible to all flesh is Humbaba. When he roars, it is like the torrent of the storm. His breath is like fire, and his jaws are death itself. He guards the cedars so well that when the wild heifer stirs in the forest, though she is 60 leagues distant, he hears her. What man would willingly walk into that country and explore its depths? I tell you, weakness overpowers whoever goes near it. It is not an equal struggle when one fights with Humbaba. He is a great warrior, a battering ram." Gilgamesh, the watchman of the forest, never sleeps. Gilgamesh replied, "Where is the man who can clamber to heaven? Only the gods live forever with glorious Shamash. But as for us men, our days are numbered. Our occupations are a breath of wind. How is this? Already you are afraid. I will go first, although I am your lord, and you may safely call out, 'Forward, there is nothing to fear.' Then, if I fall behind me a name that endures, men you will say of me, 'Gilgamesh has fallen in fight with ferocious Humbaba.' Long after the child has been bony in my house, they will say, and remember." Enkidu spoke again to Gilgamesh. "Oh, my lord, if you will enter that country, go first to the hero Shamash. Tell the sun god, for the land is his. The country where the cedar is cut belongs to Shamash." Gilgamesh took up a kid, white without spot, and a brown one with it. He held them against his breast, and he carried them into the presence of the sun. He took in his hand a silver scepter, and he said to glorious Shamash, I am going to that country, O Shamash. I am going. My hands supplicate. So let it be well with my soul and bring me back to the key of Uruk. Grant, I beseech your protection, and let the omen be good. Glorious Shamash answered, Gilgamesh, you are strong, but what is the country of the living to you? O Shamash, hear me, Shamash, let my voice be heard. Here in my city man dies oppressed at heart. Man perishes with despair in his heart. I have looked over the wall, and I see bodies floating on the river, and that will be my lot also. Indeed, I know it is so. For whoever is tallest among men cannot reach the heavens, and the greatest cannot encompass the earth. Therefore, I would enter that country, because I have not established my name stamped on brick as if my destiny decreed. I will go to that country where the cedar is cut. I will set up my name where the names of famous men are written, and where no man's name is written, I will raise a monument to the gods. The tears ran down his face, and he said, Alas, it is a long journey that I must take to the land of Humbaba. If this enterprise is not to be accomplished, why did you move me, Shamash, with the restless desire to perform it? How can I succeed if you will not succor me? If I die in that country, I will die without rancor. But if I return, I will make a glorious offering of gifts and of praise to Shamash. So Shamash accepted his sacrifice of his tears. Like the compassionate man, he showed him mercy. He appointed strong allies for Gilgamesh, sons of one mother, and stationed them in mountain caves. The great winds he appointed, the north wind, the whirlwind, the stone and the icy wind, the tempest and the scorching wind. Like vipers, like dragons, like a scorching fire, like a serpent that freezes the heart, a destroying flood and the lightning's fork, such were they, and Gilgamesh rejoiced. He went to the forge and said, I will give orders to the armorers. They shall cast us our weapons while we watch them. So they gave orders to the armorers, and the craftsmen sat down in conference. They went into the groves of the plain, and cut willow and boxwood. They cast them for axes of 90 pounds, and great swords they cast with blades of 60 pounds each one, with pommels and hilts of 30 pounds. They cast for Gilgamesh the axe, might of heroes, and the bow of Anshan. And Gilgamesh was armed, and Enkidu, and the weight of arms they carried was 30 pounds. The people collected, and the councillors in the streets in the marketplace of Uruk. They came through the gate of 7 bolts, and Gilgamesh spoke to them in the marketplace. I, Gilgamesh, go to see that creature of whom such things are spoken, the rumor of whose name fills the world. I will conquer him in his cedar wood, and show the strength of the sons of Uruk. All the world shall know of it. I am committed to this enterprise, to climb the mountain, to cut down the cedar, and leave behind me an enduring name. The councillors of Uruk, the great market, answered him, Gilgamesh, you are young. Your courage carries you too far. You cannot know what this enterprise means which you plan. We have heard that Humbaba is not like men who die. His weapons are such that none can stand against them. The forest stretches for 10,000 leagues in every direction. Who would willingly go down to explore its depths? As for Humbaba, when he roars, it is like the torrent of a storm. His breath is like fire, and his jaws are death itself. Why do you crave to do this thing, Gilgamesh? It is no equal struggle when one fights with Humbaba, that battering ram. When he heard these words of the counselors, Gilgamesh looked at his friend and laughed. How shall I answer them? Shall I say that I'm afraid of Humbaba? I will sit at home and rest all of my days. Then Gilgamesh opened his mouth again and said to Enkidu, My friend, let us go to the great palace, to Egal-Ma, and stand before Ninsun the queen. Ninsun is wise with deep knowledge. She will give us counsel for the road we must go. They took each other by the hand as they went to Egal-Ma, and they went to Ninsun the great queen. Gilgamesh approached. He entered the palace and spoke to Ninsun. Ninsun, will you listen to me? I have a long journey to go to the land of Humbaba. I must travel an unknown road and fight a strange battle. From the day I go until I return, till I reach the cedar forest and destroy the evil which Shamash abhors. Pray for me to Shamash. Ninsun went into her room. She put on a dress becoming to her body. She put on jewels to make her breast beautiful. She placed a tiara on her head, and her skirts swept the ground. Then she went up to the altar of the sun. Standing upon the roof of the palace, she burned incense and lifted her arms to Shamash as the smoke ascended. "O Shamash, why did you give this restless heart to Gilgamesh, my son? Why did you give it? You have moved him, and now he sets out on a long journey to the land of Humbaba, to travel an unknown road and fight a strange battle. Therefore, from the day that he goes till the day that he returns, until he reaches the cedar forest, until he kills Humbaba and destroys the evil thing which you, Shamash, abhor, do not forget him. But let the dawn, Aya, your dear bride, remind you always, and when day is done, give him to the watchman of the night to keep him from harm." Then Ninsun, the mother of Gilgamesh, extinguished the incense, and she called to Enkidu with this exhortation. "Strong Enkidu, you are not the child of my body, but I will receive you as my adopted son. You are my other child, like the foundlings they bring to the temple. Serve Gilgamesh as a foundling serves the temple and the priestess who reared him. In the presence of my women, any votaries and hierophants, I declare it." Then she placed the amulet for a pledge around his neck, and she said to him, "I entrust my son to you. Bring him back to me safely." And now they brought to them the weapons. They put in their hands the great swords in their golden scabbards, and the bow and the quiver. Gilgamesh took the axe. He swung the quiver from his shoulder, and the bow of Anshan, and buckled the sword to his belt. And so they were armed and ready for the journey. Now all the people came and pressed on them and said, "When will you return to the city?" The counselors blessed Gilgamesh and warned him, "Do not trust too much in your own strength. Be watchful. Restrain your blows at first. The one who goes in front protects his companion. The good guide who knows the way guards his friend. Let Enkidu lead the way. He knows the road to the forest. He has seen Humbaba and is experienced in battles. Let him press first into the passes. Let him be the pitfalls of the road. We, the counselors of Uruk, entrust our king to you, O Enkidu. Bring him back safely to us. Again to Gilgamesh they said, May Shamash give you your heart's desire. May he let you see with your eyes the things accomplished which your lips have spoken. May he open a path for you where it is blocked, and a road for your feet to tread. May he open the mountains for your crossing, and may the night time bring you the blessings of night. And Lugalbanda, your guardian god, stand beside you for victory. May you have victory in the battle, as though you fought with a child. Wash your feet in the river of Humbaba, to which you are journeying. In the evening, dig a well, and let there always be pure water in your water skin. Offer cold water to Shamash, and do not forget Lugalbanda. Then Enkidu opened his mouth and said, Forward there is nothing to fear. Follow me, for I know the place where Humbaba lives, and the paths where he walks. Let the counselors go back. Here is no cause for fear. When the counselors heard this, they sped the hero on his way. Go, Gilgamesh. May your guardian god protect you on the road and bring you back safely to the key of Uruk. After 20 leagues they broke their fast. After another 30 leagues they stopped for the night. 50 leagues they walked in one day. In 3 days they had walked as much as a journey of a month and 2 weeks. They crossed 7 mountains before they came to the gate of the forest. Then Enkidu called out to Gilgamesh, Do not go down into the forest. When I opened the gate, my hand lost its strength. Gilgamesh answered him, Dear friend, do not speak like a coward. Have we got the better of so many dangers and travelled so far to turn back at last? You who are tried in wars and battles, hold dose to me now, and you will feel no fear of death. Keep beside me, and your weakness will pass, the trembling will leave your hand. Would my friend rather stay behind? No, we will go down together into the heart of the forest. Let your courage be roused by the battle to come. Forget death and follow me, a man resolute in action, but one who is not foolhardy. When 2 go together, each will protect himself and his shield companion, and if they fail, they leave an enduring name. Together they went down into the forest, and they came to the green mountain. There they stood still. They were struck dumb. They stood still and gazed at the forest. They saw the height of the cedar. They saw the way into the forest and the track where Humbaba was used to walk. The way was broad, and the going was good. They gazed at the mountain of cedars, the dwelling place of the gods and the throne of Ishtar. The hugeness of the cedar rose in front of the mountain. Its shade was beautiful, full of comfort. Mountain and glade were green with brushwood. There Gilgamesh dug a well before the setting sun. He went up the mountain and poured out fine metal on the ground and said, O mountain, dwelling of the gods, bring me a favorable dream. Then they took each other by the hand and lay down to sleep, and sleep that flows from the night lapped over them. Gilgamesh dreamed, and at midnight sleep left him, and he told his dream to his friend. "Enkidu, what was it that woke me if you did not?" "My friend, I have dreamed a dream. Get up, look at the mountain precipice. The sleep that the gods sent me is broken. Ah, my friend, what dreams I have had. Terror and confusion. I seized hold of a wild bull in the wilderness. It bellowed and beat up the dust until the whole sky was dark. My arm was seized and my tongue bitten. I fell back on my knee. Then someone refreshed me with water from his water skin." Enkidu said, "Dear friend, the god to whom we are traveling is no wild bull, though his form is mysterious. That wild bull which you saw is Shamash the Protector. In our moment of peril, he will take our hands. The one who gave water from his water skin. That is your own god who cares for your good name, your Lugalbanda. United with him, together we will accomplish a work, a fame of which we will never die." Gilgamesh said, "I dreamed again. We stood in a deep gorge of the mountain, and beside it we were two like the smallest of swamp flies, and suddenly the mountain fell. It struck me and caught my feet from under me. Then came an intolerable light blazing out, and in it was whose grace and whose beauty were greater than the beauty of this world. He pulled me out from under the mountain. He gave me water to drink, and my heart was comforted, and he set my feet on the ground." Then Enkidu, the child of the plains, said, "Let us go down from the mountain and talk this thing over together." He said to Gilgamesh, "Your dream is good. Your dream is excellent. The mountain which you saw is Humbaba. Now surely we will seize and kill him, and throw his body down the mountain fell on the plain." The next day, after 20 leagues, they broke their fast, and after another 30, they stopped for the night. They dug a well before the sun had set, and Gilgamesh ascended the mountain. He poured out a fine meal on the ground and said, "O mountain, dwelling of the gods, send a dream for Enkidu. Make him a favorable dream." And the mountain fashioned a dream for Enkidu. It came, an ominous dream. A cold shower passed over him. It caused him to cower like the mountain barley under a storm of rain. But Gilgamesh sat with his chin on his knees, till the sleep which flows over all mankind lapped over him. Then, at midnight, sleep left him. He got up and said to his friend, "Did you call me? Or why did I wake? Did you touch me? Or why am I terrified? Did not some god pass by, for my limbs are numb with fear? My friend, I saw a third dream, and this dream was altogether frightful. The heavens roared, and they roared again. Daylight failed, and darkness fell. Lightning flashed. Fire blazed out. The clouds lowered, and they rained down death. Then the brightness departed. The fire went out, and all was turned to ashes fallen about us. Let us go down from the mountain and talk this over, and consider what we should do." When they came down from the mountain, Gilgamesh seized the axe in his hand. He felled the cedar. When Humbaba heard the noise far, far away, he was enraged and cried out, "Who is this who has violated my woods and cut down my cedar?" But glorious Shamash called out to heaven, Go forward, do not be afraid." But now Gilgamesh was overcome by weakness, for sleep had seized him suddenly. A profound sleep held him. He lay on the ground, stretched out speechless, as though in a dream. When Enkidu touched him, he did not rise. When he spoke to him, he did not reply. "O Gilgamesh, lord of the plain of the Kulab, the world grows dark. The shadows have spread over it. Now is the glimmer of dusk. Shamash has departed. His bright head is quenched in the bosom of his mother Ningal. O Gilgamesh, how long will you lie like this asleep? Never let the mother who gave you birth be forced into mourning in the city square." At length Gilgamesh heard him. Lai put on his breastplate, the voice of heroes, of 30 shekels weight. He put it on, as though it had been a light garment that he carried, and it covered him altogether. He straddled the earth like a bull that snuffs the ground, and his teeth were clenched. "By the life of my mother Ninsun, who gave birth to me, and the life of my father, divine Lugalbanda, let me live to be the wonder of my mother, as when she nursed me on her lap." A second time he said to him, "By the life of Ninsun, my mother, who gave my birth, and by the life of my father, divine Lugalbanda, until we have fought thus man, if man he is, this God, if God he is, the way I took to the country of the living will not turn back to the city." Then Enkidu, the faithful companion, pleaded, answering, "O my lord, you do not know this monster, and that is the reason you are afraid. I, who know him, am terrified. His teeth are dragon's fangs. His countenance is like a lion. His charge is the rushing of a flood. With his look he crushes like trees of the forest and reeds in the swamp. Oh, my lord, you may go on if you choose into this land, but I will go back to the city. I will tell the lady, your mother, all your glorious deeds till she shouts for joy, and then I will tell the death that follows until she weeps for bitterness." But Gilgamesh said, "Immolation and sacrifice are not yet for me. The boat of the dead shall not go down, nor the 3-ply cloth be cut for my shrouding. Not yet will my people be desolate, nor the pyre be lit in my house, and my dwelling burnt on the fire. Today give me your aid, and you shall have mine. What then can go amiss with us two? All living creatures born in the flesh shall sit at last in the boat of the west, and when it sinks, when the boat of Magillum sinks, they are gone. But we shall go forward and fix our eyes on this monster. If your heart is fearful, throw away fear. If there is terror, throw away terror. Take your axe in your hand and attack. He who leaves the fight unfinished is not at peace." Humbaba came out from his strong house of cedar, and Enkidu called out, "O Gilgamesh, remember now your boasts in Uruk. Forward, attack, son of Uruk, there is nothing to fear." When he heard these words, his courage rallied, and he answered, "Make haste, close in. If the watchman is there, do not let him escape to the woods where he will vanish. He has put on the first of his 7 splendors, but not yet the other 6. Let us trap him before he is armed." Like a raging wild bull he snuffed the ground. The watchman of the woods turned full of threatenings. He cried out. Humbaba came from his strong house of cedar. He nodded his head and shook it, menacing Gilgamesh. and on him he fastened his eye, the eye of death. Then Gilgamesh called out to Shamash, and his tears were flowing. "O glorious Shamash, I have followed the road you commanded. But now if you send no succor, how shall I escape?" Glorious Shamash heard his prayer, and summoned the great wind, the north wind, the whirlwind, the storm, and the icy wind, the tempest, and the scorching wind. They came like dragons, like a scorching fire, like a serpent that freezes the heart, a destroying flood and the lightning's fork. The 8 winds rose up against Humbaba. They beat against his eyes. He was gripped, unable to go forward or back. Gilgamesh shouted, "By the life of Ninsun, my mother, and divine Lugalbanda, my father, in the country of the living, in this land I have discovered your dwelling. My weak arms and small weapons I have brought to this land against you, and now I will enter your house." So he felled the first cedar, and they cut the branches and laid them at the foot of the mountain. At the first stroke Humbaba blazed out, but they still advanced. They felled 7 cedars and cut the bound branches and laid them at the foot of the mountain, and 7 times Humbaba loosed his glory upon them. As the 7th blaze died out, they reached his lair. He slapped his thigh in scorn. He approached like a noble wild bull roped on the mountain, a warrior whose elbows are bound together. The tears started to his eyes, and he was pale. "Gilgamesh, let me speak. I have never known a mother, no, nor a father who reared me. I was born of the mountain. He reared me, and Enlil made me the keeper of this forest. Oh, let me go free, Gilgamesh, and I will be your servant. You shall be my lord. All the trees of the forest that I tended on the mountain shall be yours. I will cut them down and build you a palace." He took him by the hand and led him to his house, so that the heart of Gilgamesh was so moved with compassion. He swore by the heavenly life, by the earthly life, by the underworld itself. Oh, Enkidu should not have snared. Bird returned to its nest, and the captive man returned to its mother's arms. Enkidu answered, "The strongest of men will fall to fate if he has no judgment. Namtar, the evil fate that knows no distinction between men, will devour him. If the snared bird returns to his nest, if the captive man returns to his mother's arms, then you, my friend, will never return to the city where the mother is waiting who gave you birth. He will bar the mountain road against you, and make pathways impassable." Humbaba said, "Enkidu, what you have spoken is evil. You, a hireling, dependent for your bread. In envy and for fear of a rival you have spoken evil words." Enkidu said, "Do not listen, Gilgamesh. This Humbaba must die. Kill Humbaba first, and his servants after." But Gilgamesh said, "If we touch him, the blaze and the glory of the light will be put out in confusion. The glory and glamour will vanish. Its rays will be quenched." Enkidu said to Gilgamesh, "Not so, my friend. First entrap the bird, and where shall the chicks run then? Afterwards we can search out the glory and the glamour, when the chicks run distracted through the grass." Gilgamesh listened to the word of his companion. He took the axe in his hand. He drew the sword from his belt, and he struck Humbaba with the thrust of the sword to the neck. and Enkidu his comrade struck the second blow. At the third blow, Humbaba fell. Then there followed confusion, for this was the guardian of the forest, whom they had felled to the ground. For as far as 2 leagues the cedars shivered when Enkidu felled the watcher of the forest, he at whose voice Hermon and Lebanon used to tremble. Now the mountains were moved, and all the hills, for the guardian of the forest was killed. They attacked the cedars, the 7 splendors of Humbaba were extinguished. So they pressed on into the forest, bearing the sword of 8 talents. They uncovered the sacred dwellings of the Anunnaki, and while Gilgamesh felled the first of the trees of the forest, Enkidu cleared their roots as far as the banks of the Euphrates. They set Humbaba before the gods, before Enlil. They kissed the ground, and dropped the shroud and set the head before him. When he saw the head of Humbaba, Enlil raged at them. "Why did you do this thing? From henceforth may the fire be on your faces. May it eat the bread that you eat. May it drink where you drink." Then Enlil took again the blaze of the 7 splendors that had been Humbaba's. He gave the first to the river. He gave to the lion, to the stone of execration, to the mountain, and to the dreaded daughter of the queen of hell. O Gilgamesh, king and conqueror of the dreadful blaze, wild bull who plunders the mountain, who crosses the sea, glory to him, and from the brave the greater glory is Enki's. Chapter 3. Ishtar and Gilgamesh and the death of Enkidu. Gilgamesh washed out his long locks and cleaned his weapons. He flung back his hair from his shoulders. He threw off his stained clothes and changed them for new. He put on his royal robes and made them fast. When Gilgamesh had put on the crown, glorious Ishtar lifted her eyes, seeing the beauty of Gilgamesh. She said, "Come to me, Gilgamesh, and be my bridegroom. Grant me seed of your body. Let me be your bride, and you shall be my husband. I will harness for you a chariot of lapis lazuli and of gold, with wheels of gold and horns of copper, and you shall have mighty demons of the storm for draft mules. When you enter our house, in the fragrance of cedar wood, threshold and throne will kiss your feet. Kings, rulers, and princes will bow down before you. They shall bring you tribute from the mountains and the plain. Your ewes shall drop twins, and your goats triplets. Your pack donkey shall outrun mules. Your oxen shall have no rivals, and your chariot horses shall be famous far off for their swiftness." Gilgamesh opened his mouth and answered glorious Ishtar, "If I take your hand in marriage, what gifts can I give in return? What ointments and clothing for your body? I would gladly give you bread and all sorts of food fit for a god. I would give you wine and drink fit for a queen. I would pour out barley to stuff your granary. But as for making you my wife, that I will not. How would it go with me? Your lovers have found you like a brazier which smoulders in the cold, a back door which keeps out neither squall of wind nor storm, a castle which crushes the garrison, a pitch that blackens the bearer, a water skin that chafes the carrier. a stone which falls from the parapet, a battering ram turned back from the enemy, a sandal that trips the wearer. Which of your lovers did you ever love forever? What shepherd of yours has pleased you for all time? Listen to me while I tell you the tale of your lovers. There was Tammuz, the lover of your youth. From him you decreed wailing year after year. You loved the many-colored roller, but still you struck and broke his wing. Now in the grove he sits and cries, "My wing, my wing." You have loved the lion, tremendous in strength. 7 pits you dug for him, and 7. You have loved the stallion, magnificent in battle, and for him you decreed whip and spur and a thong, to gallop 7 leagues by force and to muddy the water before he drinks. And for his mother, silly lamentations. You have loved the shepherd of the flock. He made meal cake for you day after day. He killed kids for your sake. You struck and turned him into a wolf. Now his own herd boys chase him away. His own hounds worry his flanks. And did you not love Ishulanu, the gardener of your father's palm grove? He brought you baskets filled with dates without end. Every day he loaded your table. Then you turned your eyes on him and said, "Dearest Ishulanu, come here to me, let us enjoy your manhood. Come forward and take me, I am yours." Ishulanu answered, "What are you asking from me? My mother has baked, and I have eaten. Why should I come to such as you for food which is tainted and rotten? For when was a screen of rushes sufficient protection from frosts?" But when you had bared his answer, you struck him. He was changed to a blind mole, deep in the earth, one whose desire is always beyond his reach. And if you and I should be lovers, should not I be served in the same fashion as all those others whom you once loved? When Ishtar heard this, she fell into a bitter rage. She went up to high heaven. Her tears poured down in front of her father Anu and Antum, her mother. She said, "My father Gilgamesh has heaped insults onto me. He has told me over all my abominable behavior, my foul and hideous acts." Anu opened his mouth and said, "Are you a father of the gods? Did you not quarrel with Gilgamesh the king? So now he has related your abominable behavior, your foul and hideous acts." Ishtar opened her mouth and said again, "My father, give me the bull of heaven to destroy Gilgamesh. Fill Gilgamesh, I say, with arrogance to his destruction. But if you refuse to give me the bull of heaven, I will break in the doors of hell and smash the bolts. There will be a confusion of people, those above with those from the lower depths. I shall bring up the dead to eat food like the living, and the hosts of the dead will outnumber the living." Anu said to great Ishtar, "If I do what you desire, there will be 7 years of drought throughout Uruk, when corn will be seedless husks. Have you saved grain enough for the people and grass for the cattle?" Ishtar replied, "I have saved grain for the people, grass for the cattle, and 7 years of seedless husks. There is grain, and there is grass enough." When Anu heard what Ishtar had said, he gave her the bull of heaven to lead by the halter down to Uruk. When they reached the gates of Uruk, the bull went to the river. With his first snort, cracks open into the earth, and 100 young men fell down. With his second snort, cracks open, and 200 men fell down to their deaths. With his third snort, cracked open, Enkidu doubled over, but instantly recovered. He dodged aside and leapt on the bull and seized it by the horns. The bull of heaven foamed in his face. It brushed him with the thick of its tail. Enkidu cried out to Gilgamesh, "My friend, we boasted that we would leave enduring names behind us. Now thrust your sword between the nape and the horns." So Gilgamesh followed the bull. He seized the thick of its tail. He thrust the sword between the nape and the horns and slew the bull. When they had killed the bull of heaven, they cut out its heart and gave it to Shamash. And then the brothers rested. But Ishtar rose tip and mounted the great wall of Uruk. She sprung on the tower and uttered a curse. "Woe to Gilgamesh, for he has scorned me in the killing of the bull of heaven." When Enkidu heard these words, he tore out the bull's right thigh and tossed it in her face, saying to her, "If I could lay my hands on you, it is this I should do to you, and lash the entrails to your side." Then Ishtar called together her people, the dancing and singing girls, the temple courtesans. Over the thigh of the bull of heaven she set up lamentation. But Gilgamesh called the smiths and the armorers, all of them together. They admired the immensity of the horns. They were plated with lapis lazuli 2 fingers thick. They were 30 pounds each in weight, and their capacity in oil was 6 measures, which he gave to his guardian god Luglabanda. But he carried the horns into the palace and hung them on the wall. Then they washed their hands in the Euphrates. They embraced each other and went away. They drove through the streets of Uruk where heroes were gathered to see them, and Gilgamesh called to the singing girls, "Who is the most glorious of heroes? Who is the most eminent among men?" "Gilgamesh is the most glorious of heroes. Gilgamesh is the most eminent among men." And now there was feasting, and celebrations and joy in the palace, till the heroes lay down, saying, "Now we will rest for the night." When the daylight came, Enkidu got up, and he cried to Gilgamesh, "Oh, my brother, such a dream I had last night. Anu, Enlil, Ea, and the heavenly Shamash took counsel together, and Anu said to Enlil, 'Because they have killed the bull of heaven, and because they have killed Humbaba who guarded the cedar mountain, one of the 2 must die.' Then glorious Shamash answered the hero Enlil, 'It was by your command that they killed the bull of heaven, and killed Humbaba. And must Enkidu die, although innocent?' Enlil flung round in a rage at glorious Shamash. 'You dare to say this? You who went about with them every day, like one of themselves.' So Enkidu stretched out before Gilgamesh. His tears ran down in streams, and he said to him, 'Oh, my brother, so dear as you are to me, brother, yet they will take me from you.' Again he said, 'I must sit down on the threshold of the dead, and never again will I see my dear brother with my eyes.' While Enkidu lay down in his sickness, he cursed the gate as though it was living flesh. 'You there, wood of the gate, dull and insensible, witless. I searched for you over 20 leagues until I saw the towering cedar. There is no wood for you like in our land. 72 cubits high and 24 wide, the pivot and the ferrule of the jambs are perfect. A master craftsman from Nippur has made you, but oh, if I had have known the conclusion. If I had have known that this was all the good that would come of it, I would have raised the axe and split you into pieces, and set up here a gate of wattle instead. If only some future king had brought you here, or some god had fashioned you. Let him obliterate my name and write his own, and the curse fall on him instead of on Enkidu. With the first brightening of the dawn, Enkidu raised his head and wept before the sun god. In the brilliance of the sunlight, his tears streamed down. Sun god, I beseech you, about that vile trapper, that trapper of nothing, because whom I was to catch less than my comrade, let him catch least. Make his game scarce, make him feeble. Taking the smaller of every share, let his quarry escape from his nets. When he had cursed the trapper to his heart's content, he turned on the harlot. He was roused to curse her also. As for you, woman, with a great curse I shall curse you. I will promise you a destiny to all eternity. My curse shall come on to you soon and sudden. You shall be without roof for your commerce, for you shall not keep the house with other girls in the tavern, but do your business in places fouled by the vomit of the drunkard. Your hire will be the potter's earth. Your thievings will be flung into the hovel. You will sit at the crossroads in the desert of the potter's quarter. You will make your bed on the dunghill at night, and by the day take your stand in the wall's shadow. Brambles and thorns will tear your feet. The drunk and the dry will strike your cheek, and your mouth will ache. Let you be stripped of your purple dyes, for I too, once in the wilderness with my wife, had all the treasure that I wished. When Shamash heard the words of Enkidu, he called to him from heaven. Enkidu, why are you cursing the woman, the mistress who taught you to eat bread fit for the gods and drink the wine of kings? She put you upon a magnificent garment. Did she not give you the glorious Gilgamesh for your companion? And has not Gilgamesh, your own brother, made you rest on a royal bed and recline on a couch at his left hand? He has made the princes of the earth kiss your feet, and now all the people of Uruk lament and wail over you. When you are dead, he will let his hair grow long for your sake. He will wear a lion's pelt and wander through the desert. When Enkidu heard glorious Shamash, his angry heart grew quiet. He called back the curse and said, Woman, I promise you another destiny. The mouth which cursed you shall bless you. Kings, princes, and nobles shall adore you. On your account, a man, though 12 miles off, will clap his hand to his thigh, and his hair will twitch. For you he will undo his belt and open his treasure, and you shall have your desire. Lapis lazuli, gold, and carnelian from the heap in the treasury. A ring for your hand, and a robe shall be yours. The priest will lead you into the presence of the gods, and your account, a wife, a mother of 7, was forsaken. As Enkidu slept alone in his sickness, in bitterness of spirit, he poured out his heart to his friend. It was I who cut down the cedar. I who levelled the forest, I who slayed Humbaba, and now see what has become of me. Listen, my friend. This is the dream I dreamed last night. The heavens roared. The earth rumbled back an answer. Between them stood I before an awful being, the sombre-faced man-bird. He had directed me on his purpose. He was a vampire face. His foot was a lion's foot, his hand was an eagle's talon. He fell on me, and his claws were in my hair. He held me fast, and I smouldered. Then he transformed me, so that my arms became wings covered with feathers. He turned his stare towards me, and he led me away from the palace of Irkala, the Queen of Darkness, to the house from which none who enters ever returns, down the road from which there is no coming back. There is the house whose people sit in darkness. Dust is their food, and clay their meat. They are clothed like birds, with wings for covering. They see no light. They sit in darkness. I entered the house of dust, and I saw the kings of the earth with their crowns put away forever. Rulers and princes, all those who once wore kingly crowns and ruled the world in the days of old. They who had stood in the palace of gods like An and Enlil stood now like servants to fetch baked meats in the house of dust, to carry cooked meat and cold water from the water skin. In the house of dust from which I entered were high priests and acolytes, priests of incantation and of ecstasy. There were the servers of the temple, and there was Etana, that king of Dish, whom the eagle carried to heaven in the days of old. I saw also Samarkand, the god of cattle, and there was Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, and Befit Sheri, squatted in front of her, she who is the recorder of the gods and keeps the book of death. She held a tablet from which she read. She raised her head. She saw me and spoke. "Who has brought this one here?" Then I awoke like a man drained of blood, who wanders alone in the waste of rashes, like one whom the bailiff has seized. His heart pounds with terror. Gilgamesh had peeled off his clothes. He listened to his words and wept quick tears. Gilgamesh listened, and his tears flowed. He opened his mouth and spoke to Enkidu. "Who is there in strong-walled Uruk who has wisdom like this? Strange things have been spoken. Why does your heart speak strangely?" The dream was marvelous, but the terror was great. We must treasure the dream, whatever the terror, for the dream has shown that misery comes at last to the healthy man. The end of life is sorrow. And Gilgamesh lamented. Now I will pray to the great gods, for my friend had an ominous dream. This day on which Enkidu dreamed came to an end, and he lay stricken with sickness. One whole day he laid on his bed, and his suffering increased. He said to Gilgamesh, the friend on whose account he had left the wilderness, "Once I ran for you, for the water of life, and now I have nothing." A second day he lay on his bed, and Gilgamesh watched over him, but the sickness increased. A third day he laid on his bed. He called out to Gilgamesh, rousing him up. Now he was weak, and his eyes were blind with weeping. 10 days he lay, and his suffering increased. 11 and 12 days he lay on his bed of pain. Then he called to Gilgamesh, "My friend, the great goddess has cursed me, and I must die in shame. I shall not die like a man fallen in battle. I feared to fall, but happy is the man who falls in battle, for I must die in shame." And Gilgamesh wept over Enkidu. With the first light of dawn, he raised his voice and said to the counselors of Uruk, "Hear me, great ones of Uruk, I weep for Enkidu my friend. Bitterly moaning like a woman mourning, I weep for my brother. Oh, Enkidu, my brother, you were the axe at my side, my hand's strength, the sword in my belt, the shield before me, a glorious robe, my fairest ornament. An evil fate has robbed me, a wild ass and a gazelle, that were father and mother, all long-tailed creatures that nourished you, weep for you. All the wild things of the plain and pastures, the paths that you loved in the forest of cedars, night and day murmur. Let the great ones of strong-walled Uruk weep for you. Let the finger of blessing be stretched out in mourning, Enkidu, young brother. There is an echo through all the country, like a mother warning. Weep all the paths where we walked together, and the beasts we hunted, the bear, the hyena, tiger and panther, leopard and lion, the stag and the ibex, the bull and the doe. The river along whose banks we used to walk, it weeps for you. Ula of Elam, and dear Euphrates, where once we drew water for the water skins, the mountain we climbed where we slew the watchmen, weeps for you. The warriors of strong-walled Uruk, where the bull of heaven was killed, weep for you. All of the people of Eridu weep for you, Enkidu. Those who brought grain for your eating mourn for you now. Who rubbed oil on your back mourn for you now. Who poured beer for your drinking mourn for you now. The harlot who adjoined you in fragrant ointment laments for you now. The women of the palace who bought you a wife, a chosen ring of good advice, lament for you now. And the young men, your brothers, as though they were women, go long-haired in mourning. What is this sleep which holds you now? You are lost in the dark, and cannot hear me. He touched his heart, but it did not beat, nor did he lift his eyes again. When Gilgamesh touched its heart, it did not beat. So Gilgamesh laid a veil, as one veils the bride over his friend. He began to rage like a lioness robbed of her whelps. This way and that he paced round the bed. He tore out his hair and strewed it around. He dragged of his splendid robes and flung them down as though they were abominations. In the first light of dawn, Gilgamesh cried out, "I made you rest on a royal bed. You reclined on a couch at my left hand. The princes of the earth kissed your feet. I will cause all people of Uruk to weep over you, and raise the dirge of the dead. The joyful people will stoop with sorrow, and when you have gone to the earth, I will let my hair grow long for your sake. I will wander through the wilderness in the skin of a lion." The next day also, in the first light, Gilgamesh lamented. 7 days and 7 nights he wept for Enkidu, until the worm fastened upon him. Only then he gave him up to the earth, for the Anunnaki, the judges, had seized him. Then Gilgamesh issued a proclamation through the land. He summoned them all, the coppersmiths, the goldsmiths, the stone workers, and commanded them, "Make a statue of my friend." The statue was fashioned with a great weight of lapis lazuli for the breast and of gold for the body. A table of hard wood was set out, and on it a bowl of carnelian filled with honey, and a bowl of lapis lazuli filled with butter. These he exposed and offered to the sun, and weeping, he went away. Chapter 4. The Search for Everlasting Life. Bitterly Gilgamesh wept for his friend Enkidu. He wandered over the wilderness as a hunter. He roamed over the plains. In his bitterness he cried, "How can I rest? How can I be at peace? Despair is in my heart. What my brother is now, that shall I be when I am dead. Because I am afraid of death, I will go as best as I can to find Utnapishtim, whom they call the Far Away, for he has entered the assembly of the gods." So Gilgamesh travelled over the wilderness. He wandered over the grasslands, a long journey, in search of Utnapishtim, whom the gods took after the deluge, and they set him in to live in the land of Dilmum, in the garden of the sun, and to him alone of men they gave everlasting life. At night, when he came to the mountain passes, Gilgamesh prayed. "In these mountain passes long ago I saw lions. I was afraid, and I lifted my eyes to the moon. I prayed, and my prayers went up to the gods. So now, O moon god Sin, protect me." When he had prayed, and he lay down to sleep, until he was woken from out of a dream, he saw the lions round him glorying in life. Then he took his axe in his hand, he drew his sword from his belt, and he fell upon them like an arrow from the string, and struck and destroyed and scattered them. So at length Gilgamesh came to Mashu, the great mountains about which he had heard many things, which guard the rising and setting suns. Its twin peaks are as high as the wall of heaven, and its paps reach down to the underworld. At its gate the scorpions stand guard, half man and half dragon. Their glory is terrifying. Their stare strikes death into men. Their shimmering halo sweeps the mountains that guard the setting and rising sun. When Gilgamesh saw them, he shielded his eyes for the length of a moment only. Then he took courage and approached. When they saw him so undismayed, the man-scorpion called to his mate, "This one who comes to us is now flesh of the gods." The mate of the man-scorpion answered, "2/3 is God, but 1/3 is man." Then he called to the man Gilgamesh. He called to the child of the gods. "Why have you come so great a journey? For what have you travelled so far, crossing those dangerous waters? Tell me the reason for your coming." Gilgamesh answered, "For Enkidu. I loved him dearly. Together we endured all kinds of hardships. On his account I have come, for the common lot of man has taken him. I have wept for him day, and I have wept for him night. I will not give up his body for burial. I thought my friend would come back because of my weeping. Since he went, my life is nothing. That is why I have travelled here. in search of Utnapishtim, my father, for men say he has entered the assembly of the gods, and has found everlasting life. I have a desire to question him concerning the living and the dead." The man-scorpion opened his mouth and said, speaking to Gilgamesh, "No man born of woman has done what you have asked. No mortal man has gone into the mountain. The length of it is 12 leagues of darkness. In it there is no light, but the heart is oppressed with darkness. From the rising of the sun to the setting of the sun, there is no light." Gilgamesh said to him, "Although I should go into sorrow and pain, with sighing and with weeping, still I must go. Open the gate of the mountain." And the man-scorpion said, "Go, Gilgamesh. I permit you to pass through the mountain of Marshu, and through the high ranges. May your feet carry you safely home. The gate of the mountain is open." When Gilgamesh heard this, he did as the man-scorpion had said. He followed the sun's road to his rising through the mountain. When he had gone 1 league, the darkness became thick around him, for there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. After 2 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. After 3 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. After 4 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. At the end of 5 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. When he had gone 7 leagues, the darkness was thick. There was no light. When he had gone 8 leagues, Gilgamesh gave a great cry, for the darkness was thick, and he could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. After 11 leagues, the dawn light appeared. At the end of 12 leagues, the sun streamed out. There was the garden of the gods. All round him stood bushes bearing gems. Seeing it, he went down at once, for there was fruit of carnelian, with the vine hanging from it, beautiful to look at. Lapis lazuli leaves hung thick with fruit, sweet to see. For thorns and thistles there were hematite and rare stones, agate and pearls from out of the sea. While Gilgamesh walked in the garden by the edge of the sea, Shamash saw him, and he saw that he was dressed in the skins of animals and ate their flesh. He was distressed, and he spoke and said, "No mortal man has gone this way before, nor will, as long as the winds drive over the sea." And to Gilgamesh he said, "You will never find the life for which you are searching." Gilgamesh said to the glorious Shamash, "Now that I have toiled and strayed so far over the wilderness, am I to sleep and let the earth cover my head forever? Let my eyes see the sun until they are dazzled with looking. Although I am no better than a dead man, still let me see the light of the sun. Besides the sea she lives, the woman of the vine, the maker of wine. Siduri sits in the garden at the edge of the sea with the golden bowl and the golden vats that the gods gave her. She is covered with a veil, and where she sits, she sees Gilgamesh coming towards her, wearing skins, the flesh of the gods in his body, but despair in his heart. and his face like the face of one who has made a long journey. She looked, and she scanned the distance. She said in her own heart, "Surely this is some felon. Where is he going now?" And she barred her gate against him with the crossbar and shot home the bolt. But Gilgamesh, hearing the sound of the bolt, threw up his head and lodged his foot in the gate. He called to her, "Young woman, maker of wine, why do you bolt the door? What did you see that made you bar your gate? I will break in your door and burst in your gate, for I am Gilgamesh, who seized and killed the bull of heaven. I killed the watchman of the cedar forest. I overthrew Humbaba, who lived in the forest, and I killed the lions in the passes of the mountain." Then Siduri said to him, "If you are that Gilgamesh who seized and killed the bull of heaven, who killed the watchman of the cedar forest, who overthrew Humbaba that lived in the forest and killed the lions in the passes of the mountain, why are your cheeks so starved? And why is your face so drawn? Why is despair in your heart and your face like the face of one who has made a long journey? Yes, why is your face burned from heat and cold? And why do you come here, wandering over the pastures in search of the wind?" Gilgamesh answered her, "And why should not my cheeks be starved and my face drawn? Despair is in my heart, and my face is the face of one who has made a long journey. It was burned with heat and cold. Why should I not wander over the pastures in search of the wind? My friend, you see, my younger brother, he who hunted the wild ass of the wilderness and the panther of the plains, nay, friend, my younger brother, who seized and killed the bull of heaven and overthrew Humbaba in the cedar forest, my friend who was very dear to me, and who endures dangers beside me. Enkidu, my brother, whom I loved. The end of mortality has overtaken him. I wept for him 7 days and nights till the worm fastened upon him. Because of my brother, I am afraid of death. Because of my brother, I stray through the wilderness, and I know no rest. But now, young woman, maker of wine, since I have seen your face, do not let me see the face of death which I dread so much." She answered, "Gilgamesh, where are you hurrying to? You will never find that life for which you are looking. When the gods created man, they allotted him to death, but life they retained in their own keeping. As for you, Gilgamesh, fill your belly with good things, day and night, night and day. Dance and be merry, feast and rejoice. Let your clothes be fresh, bathe yourself in water, cherish the little child that holds your hand, and make your wife happy in your embrace. For this, too, is the lot of man." But Gilgamesh said to Siduri, the young woman, "How can I be silent? How can I rest, when Enkidu, whom I love, is dust, and I too shall die and be laid in the earth? You live by the seashore and look into the heart of it, young woman. Tell me now, which is the way to Utnapishtim, the son of Ubarututu? What directions are there for the passage? Give me the directions. I will cross the ocean if it's possible. If it is not, I will wander still farther in the wilderness." The winemaker said to him, "Gilgamesh, there is no crossing the ocean. Whoever has come since the days of old has not been able to pass that sea. The sun in his glory crosses the ocean, But who besides Shamash has ever crossed it? The place and the passage are difficult, and the waters of death are deep which flow between. Gilgamesh, how will you cross the ocean? When you come to the waters of death, what will you do? But, Gilgamesh, down in the woods you will find Urshanabi, the ferryman of Utnapishtim. With him are the holy things, the things of stone. He is fashioning the serpent prow of the boat. Look at him well, and if it is possible, perhaps you will cross the waters with him. But if it is not possible, then you must go back. When Gilgamesh heard this, he was seized with anger. He took his axe in his hand, and his dagger from his belt. He crept forward, and he fell on them like a javelin. Then he went into the forest and sat down. Urshanabi saw the dagger flash, and heard the axe, and he beat his head, for Gilgamesh had shattered the tackle of the boat in his rage. Urshanabi said to him, "Tell me, what is your name?" "I am Urshanabi, the ferryman of Utnapishtim, the far away." He replied to him, "Gilgamesh is my name. I am from Uruk, from the house of Anu." Then Urshanabi said to him, "Why are your cheeks so starved and your face so drawn? Why is despair in your heart, and your face like the face of one who has made a long journey? Yes, why is your face burned with heat and cold? And why do you come here wandering over the pastures in the search of the wind?" Gilgamesh said to him, "Why should my cheeks not be starved, and my face not drawn? Despair is in my heart, and my face is the face of one who has indeed made a long journey. I was burned with the heat and the cold. Why should I not wander over the pastures? My friend, my younger brother, who seized and killed the bull of heaven, and overthrew Humbaba in the cedar forest, that friend who was very dear to me and who endured dangers beside me. Enkidu, my brother, whom I loved. The end of mortality has taken him. I wept for him 7 days and nights till the worm fastened upon him. Because of my brother I am afraid of death. Because of my brother I stray through the wilderness. His fate lies heavily upon me. How can I be silent? How can I rest? He is dust, and I too shall die, and be laid in the earth forever. I am afraid of death. Therefore, Urshanabi, tell me which is the road to Utnapishtim. If it is possible, I will cross the waters of death. If not, I will still wander farther through the wilderness." Urshanabi said to him, "Gilgamesh, your own hands have prevented you from crossing the ocean. When you destroyed the tackle of your boat, you destroyed its safety." Then the two of them talked it over, and Gilgamesh said, "Why are you so angry with me, Urshanabi? For you yourself cross the sea day and night. At all seasons you cross it." "Gilgamesh, those things you destroyed, their property is to carry me over the water to prevent the waters of death from touching me. It was for this reason that I preserved them. But you have destroyed them, and the Urnu snakes with them. But now, go into the forest, Gilgamesh. With your axe cut poles, 120. Cut them 60 cubits long, paint them with bitumen, set them on ferules, and bring them back." When Gilgamesh heard this, he went into the forest. He cut the poles 120. He cut them 60 cubits long and painted them with bitumen. he set them on the ferrules, and he brought them to Urshanabi. Then they boarded the boat, Gilgamesh and Urshanabi together, launching it out to the waves of the ocean. For 3 days they ran on it, as it were a journey of a month and 15 days. And at last Urshanabi brought the boat to the waters of death. Then Urshanabi said to Gilgamesh, "Press on, take a pole and thrust it in, but do not let your hands touch the waters." Gilgamesh took a second pole, and a third. He took a fourth pole. "Now, Gilgamesh, take a fifth, take a sixth, and seventh pole. Gilgamesh, take an eighth and ninth and 10th pole, an 11th and 12th pole." After 120 thrusts, Gilgamesh had used the last pole. Then he stripped himself. He held up his arms for a mast, and his covering for a sail. So Urshanabi the ferryman brought Gilgamesh to Utnapishtim, whom they call the Far Away, who lives in Ti-Nun, at the place of the sun's transit, eastward of the mountain. To him alone of men and gods have given everlasting life. Now, Utnapishtim, where he lay at ease, looked into the distance and said in his heart, musing to himself, "Why does the boat sail here without tackle and a mast? Why are their sacred stones destroyed? Why does the master not sail the boat? That man who comes is none of mine. Where I look, I see a man whose body is covered with skins of beasts. Who is this who walks up upon the shore behind Urshanabi? For surely he is no man of mine." So Utnapishtim looked at him and said, "What is your name, you who have come here wearing the skins of beasts, with your cheeks starved and your face drawn? Where are you hurrying to now? For what reason have you made this great journey, crossing the seas whose passage is difficult? Tell me the reason for your coming." He replied, "Gilgamesh is my name. I am from Uruk, from the house of Anu." Then Utnapishtim said to him, "If you are Gilgamesh, why are your cheeks so starved and your face so drawn? Why is despair in your heart and your face like the face of that who has made a long journey? And why is your face so burned with the heat and the cold? And why do you come here, wandering over the wilderness in search of the wind?" Gilgamesh said to him, "Why should not my cheeks be starved and my face not drawn? Despair is in my heart, and my face is the face of one who has made a long journey. It was burned with heat and cold. Why should I not wander over the pastures? My friend, my younger brother, who seized and killed the bull of heaven, and overthrew Umbaba in the cedar forest, my friend who was very endeared to me, and endured dangers beside me. Enkidu, my brother who I loved, the end of mortality has overtaken him. I wept for him 7 days and 7 nights, till the worm fastened upon him. Because of my brother I am afraid of death. Because of my brother I stray through the wilderness. His fate lies heavily upon me. How can I be silent? How can I rest? He is dust, and I shall die also and be laid in the earth forever." Again Gilgamesh said, speaking to Utnapishtim, "It is to see Utnapishtim, whom we call the Far Away, that I have come to this journey. For this I have wandered over the world. I have crossed many difficult ranges. I have crossed the seas. I have wearied myself with the traveling. My joints are aching, and I have lost acquaintance with sleep which is sweet. My clothes were worn out when I came to the house of Siduri. I have killed the bear and the hyena, the lion, the panther, the tiger, the stag, the ibex, all sorts of wild game and small creatures in the pastures. I ate their flesh and wore their skins, and that was how I came to the gate of the young woman, the maker of wine, who barred her gate of pitch and bitumen against me. From her I had the news of the journey, so then I came to Ushanabi, the ferryman, and with him I crossed over the waters of death. Oh, Father Utnapishtim, you who have entered the assembly of the gods, I wish to question you concerning the living and the dead. How shall I find the life for which I am searching? Utnapishtim said to Gilgamesh, "There is no permanence. Do we build a house to stand forever? Do we seal a contract to hold for all time? Do brothers divide an inheritance to keep forever? Does the flood time of rivers endure? It is only the nymph of the dragonfly who sheds her larva and sees the sun in his glory. From the days of old there is no permanence. The sleeping and the dead, how alike they are. They are like a painted death. What is there between the master and the servant when both have fulfilled their doom? When the Anunnaki, the judges, come together, and the Mametun, the mother of destinies, together they decree the fates of men. Life and death they allot, but the day of death they do not disclose." Then Gilgamesh said to Utnapishtim the faraway, "I look at you now, Utnapishtim, and your appearance is no different from mine. There is nothing strange in your features. I thought I should find you like a hero prepared for battle, but you be here taking your ease on your back. Tell me truly, how was it that you came to enter the company of the gods and to possess everlasting life?" Utnapishtim said to Gilgamesh, "I will reveal you a mystery. I will tell you a secret of the gods." Chapter 5. The Story of the Flood. You know the city Shuruppak. It stands on the banks of the Euphrates. That city grew old, and the gods that were in it were old. There was Anu, lord of the firmament, their father, and warrior Enlil, their counselor, Ninurta, the helper, and Ennugi, watcher over canals, and with them also was A. In those days the world teemed, the people multiplied, the world bellowed like a wild bull, and the great god was aroused by the clamour. Enlil heard this clamour, and he said to the god's council, "The uproar of mankind is intolerable, and sleep is no longer possible by any reason of the babel." So the gods agreed to exterminate mankind. Enlil did this, but because of his oath, warned me in a dream. He whispered their words to my house of reeds. "Reed house, wall, O wall, hearken, reed house, wall, reflect, O man of Shuruppak, son of Ubaru Tutu, tear down your house and build a boat, abandon possessions and look for life, despise worldly goods and save your soul alive. Tear down your house, I say, and build a boat. These are the measurements of the bark as you shall build her. Let hex beam equal her length. Let her deck be roofed like the vault that covers the abyss. Then take up into the boat the seed of all living creatures. When I had understood, I said to my lord, Behold, what you have commanded I will honor and perform. But how shall I answer the people, the city, the elders? Then opened his mouth and said to me, his servant, Tell them this, I have learned that Enlil is wrathful against me. I dare no longer walk in his land nor live in his city. I will go down to the gulf to dwell with my lord. But on you he will rain down abundance, rare fish and shy wild fowl, a rich harvest tide. In the evening the rider of the storm will bring you wheat in torrents. In the light of the first dawn, all my household gathered round me. The children brought pitch, and the men whatever was necessary. On the 5th day, I laid the keel and the ribs. Then I made fast the planking. The ground space was 1 acre. Each side of the deck measured 120 cubits, marking a square. I built 6 decks below, 7 in all. I divided them into 9 sections with bulkheads between. I drove in wedges where needed. I saw to punt poles and laid in supplies. The carriers brought oil in baskets. I poured pitch into the furnace and asphalt and oil. More oil was consumed in the caulking, and more again the master of the boat took into his stores. I slaughtered bulls for the people, and every day I killed sheep. I gave the shipwrights wine to drink, as though it were river water, raw wine, and red wine, and oil, and white wine. There was feasting then, as there is at the time of the New Year's festival. I myself anointed my head. On the 7th day, the boat was complete. Then was the launching full of difficulty. There was shifting of ballast above and below, till 2/3 was submerged. I loaded into her all that I had of gold, and of all living things, my family, my kin, the beast of the field, both wild and tame, and all the craftsmen. I sent them on board, for the time that Shamash had ordained was already fulfilled, when he said, In the evening, when the rider of the storm sends down the destroying rain, enter the boat and batten her down. The time was fulfilled. The evening came. The rider of the storm sent down the rain. I looked out at the weather, and it was terrible. So I too boarded the boat and battened her down. All was now complete, the battening and the caulking. So I handed the tiller to Puzur Umuri the steersman, with the navigation and the care of the whole boat. With the first light of dawn a black cloud came from the horizon. It thundered within where Adad, the lord of the storm, was rising. In front over the hill and the plain Shulat and Hanish, heralds of the storm, both led on. The gods of the abyss rose up. Nergal pulled out the dams of the nether waters, Ninurta the warlord threw down dikes, and the 7 judges of hell, the Anunnaki, raised their torches, lighting the land with their living flame. A stupor of despair went up to heaven when the god of the storm turned daylight to darkness, when he smashed the land like a cup. 1 whole day the tempest raged, gathering fury as it went. It poured over the people like the tides of battle. A imam could not see his brother, nor the people be seen from heaven. Even the gods were terrified of the flood. They fled to the highest heaven, the firmament of An. They crouched against the walls, cowering like curs. Then Ishtar, the sweet-voiced queen of heaven, cried out like a woman in travail. Alas, the days of old are turned to dust because I commanded evil. Why did I command thus evil in the council of all gods? I commanded wars to destroy the people, but they are not my people, for I brought them forth. Now, like the spawn of fish, they float in the ocean. The great gods of heaven and the hell wept. They covered their mouths. For 6 days and 6 nights, the winds blew. Torrent and tempest and flood overwhelmed the world. Tempest and flood raged together like warring hosts. When the 7th day dawned, the storm from the south subsided. The sea grew calm, and the flood was stilled. I looked at the face of the world, and there was silence. All mankind was turned to clay. The surface of the sea stretched as flat as a rooftop. I opened a hatch, and the light fell upon my face. Then I bowed low. I sat down and I wept. The tears streamed down my face, for on every side was the waste of water. I looked for land in vain, but 14 leagues distant there appeared a mountain, and there a boat grounded. On the mountain of Nisir, the boat held fast. She held fast and did not budge. On the day she held, and a 2nd day on the mountain of Nisir, she held fast and did not budge. A 3rd day and a 4th day she held fast on the mountain and did not budge, a 5th and a 6th day. When the 7th day dawned, I loosed a dove and let her go. She flew away, but finding no resting place she returned. Then I loosed a swallow, and she flew away, but finding no resting place, she returned. I loosed a raven, and she saw that the waters had retreated. She ate, she flew around, she cawed, and she did not come back. Then I threw everything open to the 4 winds. I made a sacrifice and poured out a libation on the mountain top. 7 and again 7 cauldrons I set up in their stands. I heaped up wood and cane and cedar and myrtle. When the gods smelled the sweet savor, they gathered like flies over the sacrifice. Then, at last, Ishtar also came. She lifted her necklace with the jewels of heaven that once the Anu had made to please her. "O you gods here present, by the lapis lazuli round my neck I shall remember these days as I remember the jewels of my throat. These last days I shall not forget. Let all the gods gather round the sacrifice, except Enlil. He shall not approach this offering, for without reflection he brought the flood. He consigned my people to destruction." When Enlil had come, he saw the boat. He was wrath and swelled with anger. "Has any of these mortals escaped? Not one was to have survived the destruction." Then the god of the wells and canals, Ninurta, opened his mouth and said to the warrior Enlil, "Who is there of the gods that can devise without A? It is A alone who knows all things." And then A opened his mouth and spoke to the warrior Enlil. "Wisest of the gods, hero Enlil, how can you so senselessly bring down the flood? Lay upon the sinner his sin, lay upon the transgressor his transgression. Punish him a little when he breaks loose. Do not drive him too hard, or he perishes. Would that a lion had ravaged mankind, rather than he the loud. Would that a wolf had ravaged mankind, rather than the flood. Would the famine had wasted the world rather than the flood. Would that pestilence had wasted mankind rather than the flood. It was not I that revealed the secret of the gods. The wise man learned it in a dream. Now take your counsel. What shall be done with him? Then Enlil went up to the boat. He took me by the hand and my wife and made us enter the boat, and kneel down on either side, he standing between us. He touched our foreheads to bless us, saying, In time past, Utnapishtim was a mortal man. Henceforth he and his wife shall live in the distance at the mouth of the rivers. Thus it was that the gods took me and placed me here to live in the distance, at the mouth of the rivers. Chapter 6. The Return. Utnapishtim said, As for you, Gilgamesh, who will assemble the gods for your sake, so that you may find that life from which you are searching? But if you wish, come and put into the test. Only prevail against sleep 6 days and 7 nights. But when Gilgamesh sat there resting on his haunches, a mist of sleep like soft wool teased from the fleece drifted over him. And Utnapishtim said to his wife, Look at him now, the strong man who would have everlasting life. Even now the mists of sleep are drifting over him. His wife replied, Touch the man to wake him, so that he may return to his own land in peace, going back through the gate by which he came. Utnapishtim said to his wife, All men are deceivers. Even you he will attempt to deceive. Therefore, bake loaves of bread, each day 1 loaf, and put it beside his head, and make a mark on the wall to number the days he has slept. So she baked loaves of bread, each day 1 loaf, and put it beside his head, and she marked the wall the days that he slept. And there came a day when the first loaf was hard, the second was like leather, the third was soggy, the crust on the fourth had mold, and the fifth was mildewed, the sixth was fresh, and the 7th was still in the embers. Then Utnapishtim touched him, and he woke. Gilgamesh said to Utnapishtim the far away, I hardly slept when you touched and roused me. But Utnapishtim said, Count those loaves and learn how many days you slept. For your first is hard, your second is like leather, your third is soggy, the crust of the fourth has mold, the fifth is mildewed, the sixth is fresh, and your 7th was still over the glowing embers when I touched and woke you. Gilgamesh said, What shall I do, Utnapishtim? Where shall I go? Already in the thief of the night has hold of my limbs. Death inhabits my room. Wherever my foot rests, it's there I find death. Then Utnapishtim spoke to Urshanabi the ferryman. Woe to you, Urshanabi! Now and forevermore you have become hateful to this harborage. It is not for you, nor for you are the crossings of this sea. Go now, banished from the shore. But this man before you, whom you walked, bringing him here, whose body is covered with foulness and the grace of whose limbs has been spoiled by wild skins, take him to the washing place. There he shall wash his long hair clean as snow in the water. He shall throw his skins and let the sea carry them away. And the beauty of his body shall be shown. The fillet on his forehead shall be renewed, and he shall be given clothes to cover his nakedness. Till he reaches his own city and his journey is accomplished, these clothes will show no sign of age. They will wear like a new garment. So Urshanabi took Gilgamesh and led him to the washing place. He washed his long hair as clean as the snow in the water. He threw off his skins which the sea carried away, and showed the beauty of his body. He renewed the fillet on his forehead, and to cover his nakedness gave him clothes which would show no sign of age, but would wear like a new garment until he reached his own city, and his journey was finally accomplished. Then Gilgamesh and Urshanabi launched the boat on the water and boarded it, and they made ready to sail away. But the wife of Utnapishtim the far-away said to him, "Gilgamesh came here wearied out. He is worn out. What will you give him to carry him back to his own country?" So Utnapishtim spoke, and Gilgamesh took a pole and brought the boat to the bank. "Gilgamesh, you came here a man wearied out. You have worn yourself out. What shall I give you to carry you back to your own country?" "Gilgamesh, I shall reveal a secret thing. It is a mystery of the gods that I am telling you. There is a plant that grows underwater. It has a prickle like a thorn, like a rose. It will wound your hands, but if you succeed in taking it, then your hands will hold that which restores his lost youth to a man." When Gilgamesh heard this, he opened the sluices, so the sweet water current may carry him out to the deepest channel. He tied heavy stones to his feet, and they dragged him down to the waterbed. There he saw the plant growing. Although he pricked him, he took it in his own hands. Then he cut away the heavy stones from his feet, and the sea carried him, threw him out onto the shore. Gilgamesh said to Urshanabi the ferryman, "Come here and see this marvelous plant. By its virtue a man may win back all his former strength. I will take it to Uruk of the strong walls. There I will give it to the old men to eat. Its name shall be, 'The Old Men Are Young Again.' And at last I shall eat it myself, and have back all my lost youth." So Gilgamesh returned by the gate through they had come. Gilgamesh and Urshanabi went together. They travelled their 20 leagues, and then they broke their fast. After 30 leagues, they stopped for the night. Gilgamesh saw a well of cool water, and he went down and bathed. But deep down in the pool there was lying a serpent, and the serpent sensed the sweetness of the flower. It rose out of the water and snatched it away, and immediately it sloughed its skin and returned to the well. Then Gilgamesh sat down and wept, his tears running down his face. And he took the hands of Urshanabi. "Oh, Urshanabi, was it for this that I toiled with my hands? Is it for this that I have wrung out my heart's blood? For myself I have gained nothing, not I, but the beast of the earth has joy of it now. Already the stream has carried it 20 leagues back to the channels where I found it. I found a sign, and now I have lost it. Let us leave the boat on the bank and go." After 20 leagues, they broke their fast. 30 leagues they stopped for the night. In 3 days they had walked as far as a journey of a month and 15 days. When the journey was accomplished, they arrived at Uruk, the strong walled city. Gilgamesh spoke to him, to Urshanabi the ferryman. Urshanabi, climb up on the wall of Uruk, inspect its foundation terrace, and examine well the brickwork. See if it is not of burnt bricks. And did not the 7 wise men lay these foundations? 1/3 of the whole is city, 1/3 is garden, 1/3 is field. With the precinct of the goddess Ishtar, these parts and the precinct are all Uruk. This too was the work of Gilgamesh, the king, who knew the countries of the world. He was wise. He saw mysteries and knew secret things. He brought us a tale of the days before the flood. He went on a long journey, was weary, worn out with labor, and returning, engraved on a stone the whole story. Chapter 7. The Death of Gilgamesh. The destiny was fulfilled which the father of the gods Enlil of the mountain had decreed for Gilgamesh. In nether earth the darkness will show him a light. Of mankind, all that are known, none will leave a monument for generations to come to compare with his. The heroes, the wise men, like the new moon, have their waxing and waning. Men will say, who has ever ruled with might and with power like him? As in the dark month, the month of shadows, so without him there is no light. O Gilgamesh, this was the meaning of your dream. You were given the kingship, such was your destiny. Everlasting life was not your destiny. Because of this, do not be sad at heart. Do not be grieved or oppressed. He has given you power to bind and to loose, and to be the darkness and the light of mankind. He has given you unexampled supremacy over people, victory in battle from which no fugitive returns, in forays and assaults from which there is no going back. But do not abuse this power. Deal justly with your servants in the palace. Deal justly before the face of the sun. The king has laid himself down, and will not rise again. The Lord of Kulab will not rise again. He overcame evil. He will not come again. Though he was strong of arm, he will not rise again. He had wisdom and a comely face. He will not come again. He has gone into the mountain. He will not come again. On the bed of fate he lies. He will not rise again. From the couch of many colors, he will not come again. The people of the city, great and small, are not silent. They lift up the lament. All men of flesh and blood lift up the lament. Fate has spoken. Like a hooked fish, he lies stretched on the bed, like a gazelle that is caught in a noose. Inhuman Namtar is heavy upon him, Namtar that has neither hand nor foot, that drinks no water and eats no meat. For Gilgamesh, son of Ninsun, they weighed out their offerings. His dear wife, his son, his concubine, his musicians, jester, household, servants, stewards, all who lived in the palace, weighed out their offerings for Gilgamesh, the son of Ninsun, the heart of Uruk. They weighed out their offerings to Ereshkigal, the queen of death, and to all the gods of the dead. To Namtar, who is fate, they weighed out the offering. Bread for Ned, the keeper of the gate, bread for Ningizida, the god of the serpent, the lord of the tree of life. For Dumuzi also, the young shepherd. For Enki and Ninki, for Endukuga and Nindukuga, for Enmul and Ninmul, all the ancestral gods, forebears of Enlil. A feast for Shulpe, the god of feasting, for Samukan, the god of the herds, for thy mother Ninhursag, and the gods of creation in the place of creation, for the host of heaven, priest and priestess, weighed out the offering of the dead. Gilgamesh, the son of Ninsun, lies in the tomb. At the place of offerings, he weighed the bread offering. At the place of libation, he poured out the wine. In those days, Lord Gilgamesh departed, the son of Ninsun, the king, peerless, without an equal among men, who did not neglect Enlil his master. O Gilgamesh, lord of Kulab, great is thy praise. Babylonian Law, a significant branch of cuneiform legal tradition, is well documented through extensive arrays of archaeological findings, including thousands of contracts such as deeds, legal decisions, and various administrative records. You may have heard of the Code of Hammurabi, of course, one of the foundational legal documents in the world. This wealth of material, complemented by historical inscriptions, private letters, and even grammatical texts, offers a comprehensive view of ancient legal practices. And that is exactly what we are here to discuss today: the laws of ancient Babylonia. Hello everyone and welcome. I'm the ASMR historian. You may have watched some of my other videos, but if you're a new viewer, welcome. It's good to have you on the team. Well, without further ado, let us begin today's video. The legal systems of ancient Mesopotamia, including those of cultures intertwined with it, shared many common laws and contractual forms. This similarly extends to biblical contracts examined by archaeologists, which notably include sequences of blessings and curses akin to those found in ancient Mesopotamian agreements. Comparable approaches to professional accountability, prescribing penalties for malpractice, can be seen in the maxims of Ptah-hotep, Sharia law, and the Code of Hammurabi, underscoring a widespread concern for professional standards within the ancient world. The discovery of the Code of Hammurabi has significantly advanced the study of ancient law, providing a structured framework for understanding the development of legal systems over time. Despite the existence of fragments from other codes, the Code of Hammurabi remains a central reference point for reconstructing ancient legal principles, thanks to its preservation and study over a millennia, including copies from Assurbanipal's personal library, and even later Babylonian reproductions. Babylonian legal precedents proved resilient, enduring through various conquests, including the Persian, Greek, and the later Parthian empires, with minimal impact on the private lives of Babylonians. This continuity allowed Babylonian law to influence even Roman legal traditions. That's right, a little bit of copying of the homework, but changing it up a little bit. After all, who's going to know? Now, Assyrian law, while derived from Babylonian sources, maintained early features long after they had vanished in other regions, highlighting the dynamic evolution of legal practices in ancient Mesopotamia. Of course, you had the cities like Uruk, Nippur, all of these different kingdoms in different parts of the area between the two rivers, let us say. I almost said country. Cue the angry comments. Of course, everybody had their own take on how to run a successful society. Some being a little bit more lenient, and others being markedly more strict. But we'll get to that later. By the time of Hammurabi, ancient tribal customs had largely been replaced by solid state laws, signifying a shift to a more structured and centralized legal system. The Code of Hammurabi eliminated practices such as self-help, blood feud, and marriage by capture, which is exactly what it sounds like. Yet it did retain some primitive aspects, like family solidarity, district responsibility, ordeal trials, and the principle of lex talionis. That means an eye for an eye. Of course, they had a different term for it, but we go by the Latin legal term, lex talionis. The king emerged as a benevolent autocrat, accessible and protective of his subjects against oppression, with a legal system that allowed for appeals and closely supervised judges. Pretty ahead of its time. Feudal holdings covered the land, indicating a developed system of governance. They even had a regular postal service and a decent level of safety. We can perhaps refer to it as a pax Babylonica. Pax, of course, meaning peace. We can talk about Pax Romana, the Roman peace, or even the Pax Britannia from later eras. Well, you see, this Pax Babylonica enabled safe travel across vast distances. You could go all the way from one river to the other, all the way from north to south, well, exercising normal safety precautions. It wasn't perfect, but at least there was some kind of repercussions for people who wanted to do the wrong thing and make their living through, let's say, more time-efficient means. Now, the Code of Hammurabi itself was not just a preservation of ancient law or contemporary customs. It was a result of centuries of legal tradition and the widespread practice of writing, which influenced contracts and legal proceedings. It wasn't like Hammurabi just sat down one afternoon and came up with the concept of laws. No, this was a very long process that involved many people before him and many trailblazers whose names are now lost to the sands of time. Now, in terms of contracts, they were freely made if parties agreed. They were also formalized in temples and could be appealed to the king, reflecting a blend of autonomy and central oversight in legal matters. Well, if you signed a contract and something went wrong afterwards, that was when you called the higher-ups to act as a third party. The code's organization by subject matter, though not aligned with modern scientific categorization, provided a comprehensive legal framework guiding judicial decisions and appeals, thereby illustrating the sophisticated legal culture of Babylon under Hammurabi's reign. Now, the Code of Hammurabi delineated society into three main classes. First being the Avilum, the Mushkenu, and the Ardu, a proper caste system, each with different rights, responsibilities, and of course, a standing within the larger society. So let's talk about which ones were which, and how they fit into the Babylonian structure. First up, Avilum. Originally patricians or members of the elite, possessing full civil rights and responsibilities, including the registration of birth, marriage, and death. They enjoyed aristocratic privileges, such as the right to exact retaliation for injuries, but they also faced heavier penalties for offenses, higher taxes, and higher fines. Over time, the word Avilum actually became a courtesy title for anyone, irrespective of property or race, including the king, court officials, craftsmen, and professionals. It was a nice thing to call somebody. Now, the next one, Mushkenu. This term eventually evolved to mean beggar in modern languages. However, in the Code of Hammurabi, Mushkenus were not necessarily impoverished, but they were possibly landless. They were free individuals entitled to monetary compensation for injuries, subject to lower fees and fines than the Avilum were, and they were also required to make less extravagant offerings to the gods. They lived in separate city quarters, and their exact role or prevalence in society, well, it remains a little less defined. Unfortunately, we just don't really have the references. Yet, there's still plenty more tablets to find underground. Let's get digging. Well, the next one, Ardu. Obviously the final caste. They were effectively slaves, considered the property of their masters, masters most likely being Avilum. They formed a significant part of the population. Now, it wasn't all bad. They could own property. They could even buy slaves of their own. and they were provided with necessities by their masters. Slaves could even marry, with children's status depending on the spouse's freedom, and could even be freed or adopted, transitioning all the way up to the Avalon class. Now, of course, not all of the slaves wanted to take the long way out of slavery. Escaped slaves, if they were caught, were to be immediately returned to their masters. And if you captured an escaped slave, you would even get a reward. Not bad. You must feel sorry for the slave, though. Slaves were marked for easy identification, practice that included branding or perhaps tattooing the owner's name on the slave. Where this was tattooed, well, that would depend on the owner's discretion. In Assyria, the presence of serfs, essentially tied to the land they cultivated and sold with it, yet able to own land and property, contrasted with the less evident traces of serfs in Babylonia, suggesting a complex social hierarchy, always influenced by economical, legal, and cultural factors under the prevalent Code of Hammurabi. Now, in ancient Mesopotamia, city gods, and every city had one, were considered landowners, and the citizens were considered their tenants, contributing dues in various forms. The rent had to be paid. Kings, acting as divine vice-regents, eventually accepted fixed dues without altering tenancy agreements. Early records mention kings in Babylonia purchasing land for their sons, compensating previous owners generously, indicating the recognition of private land ownership. However, all sold land remained subject to fixed charges. Through the king, well, he could exempt land from those as a reward for service, just like the Romans did many years later. Service guarantees citizenship. Would you like to know more? Land obligations included military service and dues in kind, with specific areas responsible for providing soldiers and supplies. This system, established as early as the 8th century BC, often relied on slaves and serfs for military duties, although free citizens also served when required. The state also demanded a share of agricultural produce and could commandeer goods. However, they always compensated the owner of those goods after, at least if they were a good king. Cities imposed their own duties and tariffs according to their own whims, while the king profited from royal estates, personal property, and dues from his subjects. The Code of Hammurabi outlined the feudal responsibilities of certain classes, who received estates in exchange for service. These estates could not be freely traded or passed on, except under rather specific conditions, ensuring the land remained within the family, or at least under state control. All sounds pretty complex, doesn't it? Well, of course, it was all written down, clear as day, at least for those who could read the cuneiform. Well, if you couldn't, there would definitely be somebody there who could advise you, and just hope that their interpretation of the law was in your favor. The temple was central to economic and social life in ancient Mesopotamia, serving not only as a place of worship, but also as a major financial institution. It benefited from estates, tithes, fixed dues, sacrifices, and offerings from the faithful, accumulating vast resources in natural products, money, and permanent gifts. Large temples operated with numerous officials and servants, becoming key granaries, storehouses, and sometimes archives for the city. In the early stages of urban developments, towns would likely have formed around temples, with each family head entitled to minister and share in the temple's income. This right evolved into a form of property that could be pledged or rented, but never sold. What does that mean? Well, that means that this right, this property within the temple, was something that was seen as sacred and of an inalienable nature. Of course, it wasn't all just about collecting the money. It's not like our temples in the modern day, no. The temples also had broad societal obligations, such as ransoming citizens captured in war and providing loans of seeds, or perhaps supplies to farmers, without interest, by the way. They weren't allowed to charge interest on these loans from the temple. Of course, this highlights a great role in community support and welfare. If you got yourself into trouble, well, you would go knocking on the doors of the temple, and they were pretty much obliged to help you, within reason. The king's interaction with the temple was administrative rather than proprietary. He could borrow resources from the temple, but repayment was always expected, just as it would be for any other debtor. In the temple's eyes, well, when the king came asking for money, he was no different to the farmer, just two people down on their luck. The tithe, a significant temple revenue, was viewed as rent for land owned by a deity, although it is unclear if all lands were subject to this duty. The code also addresses individuals dedicated to divine service, like vestals, for example, and hierodules, who lived under vows of chastity and were granted many privileges. Well, it's a very intertwining of the religion, economy, and law in ancient Babylonian society, isn't it? There was not a facet of this society that was not untouched by the code. The Code of Hammurabi detailed various legal transactions for property, including sale, lease, barter, gift, dedication, deposit, pledge, or loan. That's a lot of ways to deal with getting a new house. Transactions, however, required evidence, such as receipts or witnesses' oaths to avoid severe penalties for unlawful possession or theft. The code allowed for the return of property in cases of defective titles or undisclosed liabilities, and set out specific conditions for the leasing and cultivation of land, including fixed rents, profit-sharing agreements, alongside stipulations for the reclamation of wasteland and the leasing of gardens or plantations. The code also outlines the Meteor system, particularly on temple lands, detailing the responsibilities and penalties for tenants or stewards in cases of theft or perhaps misuse of property. Irrigation laws were strict, holding individuals accountable for flood damages caused by negligence. Of course, irrigation, also immigration, but irrigation was of course a very serious business. If you didn't get it right, well, you could cause trouble for everybody. Now, for housing in particular, leases could be for 1 year or longer, with conditions on maintenance and repair. The code even protected tenants' rights, including stipulations for early re-entry by landlords and the construction of buildings on leased land with rent-free periods before ownership reverted back to the landlord. Isn't that interesting? Sounds like our modern day. We just hope that the landlords in Babylonia were doing the right things by their tenants. Hired labor was common for tasks like harvesting, with contracts often securing advanced payment and collateral. The code also set wages for various labors and rental rates for animals. It also regulated the responsibility of shepherds for the herds and flocks under their care, including compensation for losses and penalties for negligence and dishonesty, illustrating a comprehensive legal framework for property and labor management in ancient Babylonia. Now, in Babylonian commerce, while payment in kind was prevalent, contracts increasingly specified cash payments in various currencies, such as those of Babylon, Larsa, Gilgamesh, and Assyria. The code allowed the debtors to flexibly pay in produce at a statutory scale if they lacked money or other crops, emphasizing a fairness and flexibility in financial dealings. If it was agreed upon in the contract, well, no problem, but a contract had to be made. Now, of course, when there is money and people using it, there of course is debt. Debt security was stringent, with the debtor's person potentially held as collateral. That's right, get yourself into debt and, well, your life could be changed in ways that you never imagined. The code protected debtors by prohibiting the seizure of grain for debt repayment and penalizing illegal restraints. A debtor could nominate a family member or slave as mancipium, or hostage, to work off the debt, with specific protections and limitations to prevent abuse of this system. Imagine one of your family members gets involved with the wrong people, and all of a sudden, well, your work becomes a lot more difficult. Property, including fields, houses, or crops, could also serve as collateral. The code required debtors to manage and benefit from their pledged property directly, ensuring that they had the means to repay their debts from the proceeds. It instituted protections against interest accumulation in the event of crop failure, promoting leniency and preventing further financial hardship for the debtor. Pledges and anticritic pledges, where the profit from the pledged item offset the debt's interest, were common, allowing for a practical approach to securing loans without transferring property ownership. Personal guarantees further reinforce the system, holding guarantors accountable if debtors failed to fulfill their obligations. This underscores another sophisticated and regulated nature of not only Babylonian laws, but their economic practices. The Code of Hammurabi provided detailed regulations for family matters, including marriage, divorce, widowhood, childbearing, and they even had adoption back then. That's pretty structured, don't you think? Marriage, of course, just like in our modern day, was a contractual thing, and it involved a bride price and dowry, symbolizing a union beyond a mere purchase. The contract actually ensured protection for the bride, specifying penalties for breach and conditions for the marriage's dissolution. It facilitated property transfer and outlined the mutual responsibilities of the husband and the wife, including debt liability and property management. Well, if you have marriage, of course you have divorce, which was initiated by the husband. Women were not really initiating divorces. But while divorce was initiated by the husband, it necessitated the return of the dowry and provision for the wife and children. This law balanced the husband's unilateral right to divorce with financial obligations to ensure the wife and child or children's welfare post-divorce. In cases of mistreatment, however, or neglect, the wife could seek a judicial separation. Of course, this would have to go up against the courts. I do wonder if the people from those times, thousands and thousands of years ago, would argue about the same things. The husband and wife bickering over money, or perhaps they didn't want their children to play with the Assyrian kids, or the kids from Akkad. Who knows? I'm sure that arguments between couples are a tale as old as time. Now, widowhood, never a good thing. They also had laws about that, and these laws were put into place to protect a widow's status and her financial security. Certain Things were in place that detailed the widow's rights to her husband's estate, but also conditions for remarriage. You had to, of course, go through the customary mourning period. Getting remarried a little bit too early would no doubt, just in our modern era as well, raise more than a few eyebrows, don't you think? Childbearing regulations emphasized legitimate heirs, allowing childless wives to provide a maid for childbearing, with specific rules governing the status of children born to either concubines or slaves. Of course, if you couldn't get your own children, you could get somebody else's. Adoption was common for various reasons, including childlessness or labor needs. Of course, people would often think of ways of making this system work to their advantage, especially on the labor needs part. Perhaps you couldn't afford a slave, but you could adopt a young lad of good strength. Well, the Babylonians figured this one out pretty quickly, and there were strict rules to ensure the adopted child's welfare. And the other way, it was also the filial responsibilities of the child towards his adoptive parents. Adoption contracts could be annulled if the child failed in their duties or if they were proven to have been mistreated. Inheritance laws aimed at equitable distribution among the legitimate children, with provisions for disinheritance in cases of unfilial conduct. The code sought to protect family assets and ensure a proper succession of property. Of course, the boys would always come first. The girls would very rarely get anything. Well, after all, they had husbands of their own, you would hope. So that's them sorted. It's just the way it is, or rather, the way it was. The Code of Hammurabi emphasized the lex talionis, or the law of retaliation, encapsulating the principle of an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, as a core tenet for addressing assaults, particularly against the Amelu class. This principle extended to symbolic punishments for various offenses, such as cutting off the hand for theft, or even striking a parent, and removing the breast of a wet nurse who substituted the child in her care. Perjury, causing death through medical malpractice, and other severe offenses resulted in stringent penalties, including the loss of a limb, or perhaps 2 limbs, or indeed the loss of life entirely. So be good. Punishments under the code were meticulously tailored to fit the crime, and every crime you could think of had a specific punishment, although most of them were just being put to death. Of course, this was all aimed to deter wrongdoing, albeit through direct consequences. The idea was that if people were too scared to commit crimes, they would just not commit crimes. Sounds pretty simple, right? Didn't always work that way, though. For example, a skilled surgeon for a case would not do the job to the correct specifications of the one under his knife. Of course, surgery back in those days was a little touch and go. Well, if the surgeon was to make an error that made the recipient of the operation take the self-checkout line, well, he would have his hand cut off. Very difficult to do surgery after that. And what happened if you were hungry, or you were starving? Well, you had no choice but to steal, didn't you? Go ahead. But if you get caught, you can say goodbye to that hand of yours. I hope you've enjoyed it. And what about a false accuser? If you pointed the finger at somebody, he stole my bread, he stole my cows or my livestock. You just wanted to get back at him. You just didn't like the guy, didn't you? Well, if you were found to be lying, you would face the death penalty. False accusations were taken very seriously. This mirrored punishment extended to the branding or mutilation of individuals for other specific transgressions, such as a slave who struck a freedman, or perhaps those most vicious of crimes that males can commit towards women. Well, you can imagine the kind of mutilation that they would receive. Death penalties were pronounced for a range of crimes, from theft, especially involving sacred or royal properties that would really get you in trouble, all the way to kidnapping, banditry, and fraud. Methods of execution varied, including drowning for adulterers, burning for incest, and gibbeting for burglary. Look that one up. The code also specified death for endangering another's life through false accusations. In certain instances, the lex talionis was applied to family members of the offender, such as the execution of a creditor's son, if his father caused the death of a debtor's son. You killed my son, I get to kill your son. Imagine coming home from school one day and your dad sitting at the kitchen table, having to give you the bad news on that one. Not a good day for anybody. The code also addressed lesser crimes, with fines, compensation, or perhaps just physical punishments like being whipped a few times. Well, if it was a little bit more serious, you could even be exiled. They would kick you out into the great wild expanses. Or it would just be a sentence of slavery. That being said, if you found yourself wandering out in the wilds, eventually someone would come across you and most likely sell you into slavery anyway. So you may as well just take the slavery. This intricate system of punishment under the Code of Hammurabi reveals a deeply ingrained belief in the moral and social order, where penalties were not only meant to punish, but they were also meant to restore a balance of justice within the community, make people feel safe. Of course, if you had nothing to hide, if you were doing nothing wrong, well, you had nothing to fear. So why would a death penalty for theft be a problem? Why would a death penalty for fraud be a problem unless you yourself were fearing this punishment? Well, of course, the laws have developed quite a bit since these ancient times. And while the old times were not perfect, we have to realize that in another 1,000 years, 2,000 years, perhaps 10,000, 100,000 years, if we are still around, we'll most likely look at our legal systems of today, in our year of 2024, and view them as archaic, in ways that we've not yet even imagined. Who knows how our ancestors will look upon our ways of dealing with things such as theft. Perhaps the whole system of a prison will be looked at as barbaric. Perhaps in the future they will take an even more barbaric approach and just directly lobotomize people, Clockwork Orange style. Please help me, brothers. But the Achaemenid Empire, also known as the First Persian Empire, was one of the most significant civilizations of the ancient world. Founded by Cyrus the Great, and spanning from approximately 550 BC to 330 BC, the empire reached its peak under rulers like Darius the Great and Xerxes. At its height, it encompassed vast territories across 3 continents, including present-day Iran, Iraq, Egypt, Turkey, and even as far as parts of the Indian subcontinent. But it wasn't all a conquest. They were known for their administrative innovations, extensive road networks, and tolerance of diverse cultures and religions. And that's the topic for the day. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to see you again for another video. If you'd like to support the channel, perhaps head over to my Patreon. Otherwise, if you feel inclined to like, comment, and subscribe, that goes a long, long way. Now, without further ado, let's get on with our video today. A short history of the Achaemenid Empire. Let's start from the beginning. The Achaemenid Empire, a formidable ancient civilization, traces its origins to the Persian people, who migrated to the region of modern-day Iran around 1000 BC. Initially nomadic pastoralists, the Persians settled in northwestern Iran, the Zagros Mountains, the Persis, alongside the indigenous Elamites. While the Achaemenids were not the first Iranian empire, their rise to power was significant. They originally ruled from the Elamite city of Anshan, present-day Marvdasht, with titles such as King of Anshan inherited from the Elamite predecessors. The lineage of the earliest kings of Anshan is still a subject of debate, with conflicting accounts in historical records, of which there are many. Well, according to the Cyrus cylinder, key figures include Thespes, Cyrus I, Cambyses I, and Cyrus II, famously known as Cyrus the Great, who established the empire. However, later inscriptions like the Behistun inscription present differing genealogies, with Thespes being attributed as the son of Achaemenes. Herodotus's histories introduce Cyrus the Great as the son of Cambyses I and Mandane of Media, highlighting the empire's intricate familial and historical complexities. Well, however it is, we'll do our best to work it out. Now in the 550s BC, Cyrus initiated a revolt against the Median Empire, culminating in a decisive victory in 550, which saw him overthrow Astyages, the Median king, and seize control of the capital city of Ecbatana. Asserting himself as Astyages' successor, Cyrus assumed dominion over the entire empire. However, this acquisition of power came with inherited problems, such as territorial disputes with the neighboring powers, notably Lydia and the formidable Neo-Babylonian Empire. Remember, we inherit a world out of the Bronze Age. Characters such as Sargon of Akkad and great rulers such as these had already forged the landscape by the sword. And the Neo-Babylonian Empire, well, they were certainly a tough cookie. Now, during the 540s BC, King Croesus of Lydia saw an opportunity to expand into former Median territories in Asia Minor. In response to this, Cyrus quickly launched a successful counterattack, resulting in the capture of Sardis and the downfall of the Lydian kingdom in 546. Despite initially appointing Bactrias to oversee Lydia, a rebellion erupted in his absence. Cyrus swiftly dispatched the Median generals Mazares and later Harpagus to quell the uprising, leading to the subjugation of Lydia over a 4-year period. Now the transition of power from the Medes to the Persians prompted various revolts among the tributaries of the Median Empire, compelling Cyrus to confront rebellions in regions such as Bactria and Central Asia against the Saka nomads. To consolidate control, Cyrus established garrison towns, including the notable Syropolis, across Central Asia during these campaigns. Now that leads us to the period between 547 and 539, where the details of the Persia-Babylon relations remain a little unclear, although it is probable that tensions had simmered down somewhat between the two empires in the years leading up to the conflict of 540 to 539, culminating in the eventual fall of Babylon. Now in October 539, Cyrus achieved a significant victory against the Babylonians at Opis, before swiftly taking control of Sippar and eventually capturing Babylon completely on October the 12th. Nabonidus, the Babylonian king, was subsequently slapped in irons and taken captive. Talk about a fall from grace. Well, upon seizing Babylon, and this was a big deal, Cyrus embarked on a propaganda campaign portraying himself as a restorer of divine order disrupted by Nabonidus, who had favored the cult of sin over Marduk. Now, when I say cult of sin, don't think sin as in our Christian or Judeo-Semitic sort of wording. Sin was just the name of another god in their pantheon. Although the cult of sin sounds like a pretty good name for a metal band, doesn't it? Although Marduk is the name of a metal band, so, well, that's where they got their ideas. Anyway, I digress. He also sought to revive the legacy of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, drawing parallels with the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal. The Hebrew Bible also commends Cyrus for his conquest of Babylon, hailing him as chosen by Yahweh. Why is this? Well, you see, Cyrus is credited with liberating the people of Judah from exile and sanctioning the reconstruction of Jerusalem, including the Second Temple. But that was destroyed again some 800 years later by the Romans. But that's a different video. Now in 530 BC, Cyrus passed away, likely during a military campaign against the Massagetae in Central Asia. He was succeeded by his eldest son, Cambyses II, who swiftly expanded Persian territory, subduing Phoenicia and Cyprus by 525 BC. Cambyses then set his sights on Egypt, with plans for invasion aided by the Persian navy. And Egypt was a big one, because they were one of the main players in the Bronze Age, and actually one of the few kingdoms that had survived the collapse. The rest of them tended to go out like a spent candle, almost. Now, the death of Pharaoh Ramesses II in 526 led to defections to the Persian side, culminating in the Battle of Pelusium, where Psamtik III was defeated, and once again, as was a custom of the Achaemenids, slapped in irons and captured. Now Herodotus, the Greek historian, portrays Cambyses as openly hostile towards Egyptian culture and religion, emphasizing his desecration of sacred symbols and temples, and notably the murder of the sacred Apis bull. Allegations of Cambyses' descent into madness, leading to fratricide and other atrocities, are widely documented in classical sources, although some historical evidence contradicts these accounts, suggesting participation in religious rites associated with the Apis funeral in 524. But the general consensus is Cambyses went a little bit off the rails. Now, after consolidating his control over Egypt, Cambyses II turned his attention to further expansion, encountering relatively little resistance from the Libyans and Greeks of Cyrene and Barca, who submitted and paid tribute without any significant conflict. Intent on extending Persian influence in Africa, Cambyses planned invasions of Carthage, the oasis of Ammon, and Ethiopia. While the naval assault on Carthage was purportedly aborted due to reluctance from Phoenician sailors, historians question the veracity of this claim. Nevertheless, Cambyses focused his efforts on campaigns against Ammon and Ethiopia, seeking to fortify Persian positions in the region. Cambyses established a garrison at Elephantine, manned primarily by Jewish soldiers, to secure strategic points in the western oases and consolidate Persian control. Although Herodotus attributes the failure of the Ethiopian campaign to Cambyses' alleged madness and logistical issues, archaeological evidence suggests a continued Persian presence in the region. Just quickly about Herodotus. It's best that whenever you read something from Herodotus, you take it with a substantial grain of salt, especially when he's talking about the numbers of battles and things like this. Often you will hear him making these big exaggerations, such as, a million Persians held off by 10,000 Greeks, something like this. So it's best that we take that source with a little bit of peer review. Now, the circumstances surrounding Cambyses' demise and the ascension of his brother Bardia, also known as Smerdis, are also a subject of debate. According to Herodotus, notoriously reliable, two magi seized power by exploiting Bardia's resemblance to the deceased prince. Alternatively, Ctesias suggests that Cambyses appointed a magus named Svendatades as a satrap of Bactria after Bardia's demise, leading to a conspiracy to replace Cambyses with the impostor Bardia. Well, the Behistun inscription, authored by Darius the Great, presents yet another version of events, implicating a magus named Gaumata in inciting revolution in Persia. Regardless of the differing accounts, Cambyses received word of the revolt in 522 and commenced a journey back to Persia, only to perish from an injury sustained in Syria. This paved the way for Bardia's impostor to assume the throne, although doubts persist regarding the authenticity of the accounts surrounding these events. Regardless, it makes for a rather interesting story, I'm sure you agree. Now, according to the Behistun inscription, Gaumata's reign lasted for about 7 months, until he was deposed in 522 by Darius the Great, also known as Dara Yarahush. Despite the persecution of the Magi, they also persisted, leading to another attempt at usurpation by the second pseudo-Smerdis named Vayasdatta a year after Gautama's death. Ultimately, it was unsuccessful. And just quickly, the Magi, while the name does, yes, invoke the reference to the word magic, they were effectively astronomers and astrologers, that sort of thing, with quite an understanding of the heavens. In fact, the 3 wise men that visit Jesus in the Old Testament, New Testament rather, they were reportedly magi from the East who had came to give gifts. Whether you believe that or not, well, let's continue. Now, Herodotus also elaborates on the aftermath of these events, stating that the indigenous leadership engaged in debates regarding the optimal form of governance for the empire and ultimately decided a few different courses of action. Well, after all, it is all down to the king, and we'll get to him soon. Well, since the surrender of Macedon to the Persians, around 512 to 511 by King Amyntas I, Macedonians and Persians actually became intertwined in various ways. This marked the beginning of a period of interaction and collaboration between the two cultures, under the initiative of Darius the Great, who lived from 521 to 486 BC. Persian military operations expanded into the Balkans in 513, with a massive army invading the region. This campaign aimed to conquer European Scythians north of the Danube River, leading to the subjugation of several Thracian peoples and other territories along the European Black Sea coast. Darius appointed Megabazus to oversee further conquests in the Balkans, resulting in the subjugation of gold-rich Thrace, coastal Greek cities, and the powerful Paeonians. Macedon, too, fell under Persian domination after King Amyntas submitted to Persian authority. This period saw extensive intermarriage between Macedonian and Persian elites, fostering strong familial ties between the two powers. The Persian invasion contributed to Macedonia's rise in power, as the Macedonians became willing allies of the Persians, aiding them in conflicts against Athens and Sparta. Persians often referred to both Greeks and Macedonians as Yauna, with the Macedonians specifically identified as Greeks with hats that look like shields. Okay then. By the 5th century BC, the Persian Empire expanded to encompass vast territories, including the Persian Plateau, Mesopotamia, the Levant, Egypt, Armenia, parts of the Caucasus, and Central Asia, with regions as far as Afghanistan, Pakistan, and even parts of North Africa. Very impressive for the time. The Ionian Revolt, which spanned from 499 to 493 BC, was a pivotal event in ancient history, marking the first major conflict between Greece, as we know it, and the Achaemenid Empire, also known as this Persian Empire as well, so don't get those two confused thinking they're different things. Now this revolt arose from dissatisfaction of Greek cities in Asia Minor, present-day Turkey, with the tyrants that were appointed by Darius. The catalyst was the failed expedition led by Aristogoras, the tyrant of Miletus, who sought to conquer the island of Naxos to bolster his position both financially and in terms of prestige, which was indeed an extremely common and rather acceptable war justification. However, the mission ended in disaster, prompting Aristogoras to incite all of Ionia into rebellion against Persian rule. The time was right. Well, the Persians responded by systematically subduing the rebellious cities along the coast of Asia Minor, eventually imposing a peace settlement in 493. However, Darius had a rather bad taste in his mouth from all this, and he vowed to punish Athens and Eretria for their support of the Ionian Revolt, viewing the political situation in Greece as a threat to the stability of his own empire. In 492, the Persian general Mardonius re-subjugated Thrace and fully incorporated Macedonia as a part of the Achaemenid Empire. The following year, Darius launched an invasion of Greece to assert Persian dominance in the region. Despite initial successes, very many initial successes, including the sacking of Athens, the Persians faced a fierce resistance from the Greek forces, notably at the Battle of Marathon in 490. While 4 years later, Darius's death led the invasion unfinished, but his successor, Xerxes, resolved to fulfill his father's ambition. No doubt you're familiar with him. Well, in 480 BC, Xerxes launched a massive invasion of Greece, and they were doing very well, until they got to the Battle of Thermopylae, where they faced the 300 Spartans, and around 7,000 other Greeks. But of course, saying that they faced the 300 Spartans, well, that sells a few more movies and books, doesn't it? But it wasn't just that defeat. It was also Artemisium and the naval battle of Salamis that really put the nail in the coffin for them. Now, they were initially successful, but this defeat at Salamis forced Xerxes to retreat. The Greeks had effectively won, at least for now. The following year, the Greek forces, led by the Spartan general Pausanias, achieved another resounding victory over the Persians at the Battle of Plataea, effectively ending the Persian invasion of Greece for good. The Battle of Plataea, coupled with the concurrent Greek victory at Mycenae, led to the liberation of Greek cities in Asia Minor and the loss of Persian territories in Europe. And the Greeks were very happy because they could go back to fighting each other again. And very soon after that, Athens and Sparta began a war over territory and resources and all the rest. If there's anything the Greeks hate more than the Persians, it's each other. What a shame. Now old Xerxes, he wasn't around for much longer, because he was assassinated by Artabanus, the commander of the royal bodyguard, ironically. Marked the end of his reign, though the exact circumstances surrounding his death, well, that's another topic of debate. Either way, it's somewhat reminiscent of the Praetorian Guard situation over in Rome. Be very careful who you choose for your bodyguards. Now, following this assassination, Artaxerxes I, his son, ascended to the Persian throne. And during his reign he made some significant changes. Notably, Elamite ceased to be the language of government, with Aramaic gaining importance. And it's also speculated that the solar calendar was introduced as the national calendar during this time. Additionally, under Artaxerxes, Zoroastrianism became the de facto religion of the empire. The period saw a shift in Persian strategy towards Greece. After Persia's defeat at the Battle of Eurymedon, Artaxerxes pursued a policy of weakening the Athenians by supporting their adversaries in Greece. This led to the relocation of the treasury of the Delian League from Delos to the Athenian Acropolis. Consequently, tensions between Persia and Greece reignited again, culminating in renewed hostilities, notably in the Battle of Cyprus in 450. Well, despite all these conflicts, Artaxerxes I demonstrated diplomatic skill by offering asylum to Themistocles, the one who wiped the floor with them at the Battle of Salamis, who had been ostracized from Athens. Well, you see, Themistocles was granted various cities and provisions, including Magnesia, Myus, Percote, and Lampsacus, underscoring Artaxerxes' willingness to extend the hand of protection to influential figures from rival states, and no doubt the Athenians were certainly raising a few eyebrows, if not shaking a few fists, at his defection. Well, upon Artaxerxes' death in 424 at Susa, his body was interred in the tomb that had been prepared for him at Nash-e-Rustam necropolis, in accordance with Persian tradition, where kings would begin construction of their own tombs while still alive. Dig your own grave and save. He was succeeded by his eldest legitimate son, Xerxes II. However, Xerxes II's reign was also short-lived, as he was assassinated while he was off his head drunk by Pharnakias of Menostanis, on the orders of his illegitimate brother Sogdianus, who swiftly ascended to the throne. Of course, coming to power this way implies that your rule is not going to be very stable. Sogdianus only lasted for 6 months and 15 days before he was overthrown and executed by his half-brother Ochus, who subsequently took the royal name Darius II, and his ascension ended the brief power vacuum, managing to restore a much-needed stability to the empire. During Darius II's reign, Persia's foreign policy oscillated, with shifting alliances between Athens and Sparta. Ultimately, Sparta emerged victorious over Athens in 404, and they actually had a lot of help from Persia. Old enemies into friends, it seems. However, Darius II's reign was marked by internal strife as well. It wasn't easy, including the rise of his son Cyrus the Younger, who attempted to seize the throne but was thwarted by Artaxerxes II, his elder brother. Now, Artaxerxes II's reign was quite lengthy, 45 years, pretty good in contrast to 6 months and 15 days, and it brought relative peace and stability to the Achaemenid Empire. It was during this period that many monumental constructions were undertaken, including the extension of the capital at Persepolis and the lavish expansion of the summer capital at Ecbatana. Additionally, Zoroastrian shrines proliferated under his reign, spreading throughout Asia Minor and the Levant. These constructions, while serving religious purposes, also generated significant income for the empire through mandatory temple taxes, a concept adopted from the rather clever Babylonian kings of former times. Artaxerxes II's reign was also marked by significant military and diplomatic maneuvers, particularly in relation to Greece and Egypt, the two big players. He became embroiled in the Corinthian War, siding with Sparta against Athens and its allies. However, he later betrayed Sparta and brokered the Treaty of Antalcidas, which restored Persian control over Greek cities in Ionia and Aeolus, while granting Sparta dominance of the Greek mainland. In addition to his conflicts in Greece, Artaxerxes faced challenges from the Egyptians, who had revolted against Persian rule at the start of his reign. Despite an unsuccessful attempt to reconquer Egypt in 373, the Persians eventually defeated a joint Egyptian-Spartan effort to conquer Phoenicia. Artaxerxes II also suppressed the revolt of the satraps from 372 to 362, asserting his authority over the provinces of the empire. His reign was characterized by a complex family life, with numerous wives and a vast number of sons. Do you want to take a guess how many? Well, apparently, he had over 115 sons from around 350 wives. Call Maury Povich, you are the father. Well, upon his death in 358 BC, and certainly a very large funeral, I'm sure, Artaxerxes II was succeeded by his son Artaxerxes III, who continued his father's policies. Now, he compelled Athens to conclude a peace agreement, forcing the city's forces to withdraw from Asia Minor and recognize the independence of its rebellious allies. Additionally, he embarked on a campaign against the rebellious Kassudians, successfully managing to pacify them and laying the groundwork for the rise of Darius Cudamanus, who would later ascend to the Persian throne as Darius III. Artaxerxes III's reign was marked by significant military campaigns and political upheavals, particularly in Asia Minor and Egypt. He ordered the disbandment of satrapal armies in Asia Minor, fearing that they could spark revolts against him. However, this decree was deified by Artabazos II of Phrygia, leading to a rebellion supported by Athens. Despite initial victories by the rebels, they were defeated by Artaxerxes' forces in 353. In 351 BC, Artaxerxes III launched a campaign to reconquer Egypt, which had revolted during the reign of his father. Simultaneously, a rebellion erupted in Asia Minor, supported by Thebes, posing a serious threat to Persian control. Artaxerxes led a vast army into Egypt, but suffered a decisive defeat at the hands of the Egyptian pharaoh Nectanebo II. Forced to retreat, Artaxerxes postponed his plans to reclaim Egypt. Rebellions also erupted in other places: Cyprus, Asia Minor, Phoenicia. They all did their part to destabilize the Persian control in the region. In 343, Artaxerxes entrusted the suppression of the Cyprian rebels to Idreus of Caria, who employed Greek mercenaries led by Phocion the Athenian. Despite initial successes in Cyprus, the Persian forces suffered defeats in Phoenicia at the hands of Tennes, aided by Greek mercenaries sent by Nectanebo II. Now, undeterred, Artaxerxes personally was at the helm of a massive army against Sidon, seeking Greek assistance. Although refused aid by Athens and Sparta, he managed to secure support from Thebes, Argos, and various Greek cities in Asia Minor. With his coalition, Artaxerxes besieged Sidon, and upon its fall, subjected its inhabitants to brutal reprisals, resulting in the death of thousands and the city's complete destruction. Artaxerxes' ruthlessness extended to his treatment of Jews who supported the revolt, whom he sent into exile at Hyrcania. His reign was characterized by this relentless pursuit of centralization and control, marked by military campaigns and harsh reprisals against those who dared to challenge Persian authority. Well, following the reduction and liquefaction of Sidon, Artaxerxes III turned his attention to the invasion of Egypt, the big one, in 343 BC. Alongside his formidable Persian army of 330,000 soldiers, he enlisted the support of 14,000 Greek mercenaries supplied by various Greek cities of Asia Minor. These Greek forces were divided into 3 groups, each led by a Persian and Greek commander. The Greek commanders included Lacrates of Thebes, Mentor of Rhodes, Nicostratus of Argos, while the Persian leaders were Rosakes, Aristazanes, and Bagaos. Now facing Artaxerxes III was the Egyptian pharaoh Nectanebo, who commanded an army of 100,000 troops, and that included 20,000 Greek mercenaries. Nectanebo II strategically utilized the Nile River and its tributaries, which they knew a lot better than the Persians did, as well as his powerful navy, to defend Egypt's territory. The terrain, crisscrossed by canals and fortified towns, initially favored Nectanebo's defensive strategy. However, he wasn't so smart after all. His overconfidence in his own leadership abilities, and rather a lack of competent generals, led to tactical errors that allowed the combined Persian forces to outmaneuver and ultimately defeat the Egyptian army. Despite initial resistance, Nectanebo's forces were overwhelmed by the superior tactics and coordination of the Persians and Greeks. As Persians' victories mounted, Egyptian defenses crumbled, leading to the rapid conquest of numerous towns across Lower Egypt. Now, facing the imminent fall of Memphis, Nectanebo II made the fateful decision to just abandon Egypt and flee southward to Ethiopia, where he could be safe and sound. While with Nectanebo's flight, the Persian army achieved complete victory, occupying the lower delta of the Nile. The remaining Egyptian garrisons, composed of both Greek and Egyptian troops, were simply unable to withstand the Persian onslaught, leading to the swift submission of all of Egypt to the rule of Artaxerxes III. Oh, and what about the Jews residing in Egypt? Well, they were either deported to Babylon or relocated to the south coast of the Caspian Sea, mirroring the fate of their counterparts from Phoenicia. Now, in the aftermath of this conquest, Artaxerxes implemented harsh measures to solidify Persian control over Egypt. He ordered the destruction of city walls, initiated a reign of terror, and looted temples to accumulate wealth for Persia. It didn't help that high taxes were imposed to weaken Egypt's ability to revolt, and to raise money, of course. Believers in the native religion were also persecuted at every level, and sacred texts, well, they were stolen and hidden away. Now, before departing for Persia, Artaxerxes appointed Pharandares as the satrap of Egypt, ensuring continued Persian administration of the conquered territory. This successful invasion of Egypt further enriched Artaxerxes III, allowing him to generously reward his mercenaries upon his return to the Persian capital. After consolidating all of his control over Egypt, he turned his attention to quelling insurrections and rebellions across the Persian Empire, internal issues that were plaguing the Persian Empire for quite some time. Over the next few years, he effectively suppressed any and all challenges to his rule, and he had the power to do so, ensuring that the empire was firmly under his control. Egypt remained a part of the Persian Empire until its conquest by Alexander the Great. Now, following all of these successes, Artaxerxes faced no further revolts or rebellions within his empire. Mentor and Bagos, two generals who had distinguished themselves in the Egyptian campaign, were awarded with high-ranking positions. Mentor, appointed governor of the entire Asiatic seaboard, played a crucial role in pacifying regions that had rebelled against Persian rule, and under his leadership, the Asian Mediterranean coast was brought into complete submission and dependence. Meanwhile, Bagos returned to the Persian capital and became instrumental in the internal administration of the empire, ensuring stability throughout all of its territories. During the final years of Artaxerxes III's reign, the Persian Empire experienced a period of vigorous, successful, and stable governance. While in the Mediterranean region, Persian forces regained control of Ionia and Lycia, asserting dominance over the Aegean and Mediterranean seas. They also expanded into territories formerly held by Athens, consolidating Persian influence in the region. Despite calls from figures like Isocrates for a crusade, to use those terms, against the Persians, Greek city-states, well, they simply lacked the strength and the unity and the money to mount a significant resistance, if a resistance at all. They all agreed the game was simply not worth the candle. Well, Artaxerxes recognized the growing power of Philip II of Macedon at this time and sought to contain Macedonian influence. And if you don't recognize the name, that's Alexander the Great's dad. Well, he ordered Persian forces to assist the Thracian prince Cersobleptes in maintaining his independence and aiding the city of Perinthus against Philip's siege. However, by the end of Artaxerxes' reign, Philip II had already formulated plans for an invasion of the Persian Empire, but he didn't get the support from the rest of the Greeks. Well, Artaxerxes, as formidable as he was, he couldn't live forever, right? He was actually poisoned by Bagaus, that general whom he gave so much to, with the assistance of a physician. And this marked the end of his reign. What a way to go. After his death, Artaxerxes IV briefly ascended to the throne, only to be poisoned by Bagaus again. Well, after that, they orchestrated the massacre of Arce's children and many other princes. Bagaus himself installed Darius III, a nephew of Artaxerxes IV, as the new ruler. However, the tables turn, and somebody pulled the Uno reverse card, because Darius III later forced Bagaus to consume the same poison himself. Have a taste of your own medicine, Bagaus. Well, he ended up deep underground. In 334, as Darius III was attempting to subdue Egypt, which had kicked off again, Alexander the Great invaded Asia Minor with his battle-hardened troops, in their battle-hardened phalanx nonetheless. Well, Alexander's conquest of Persia just had victory after victory. First it was the Battle of Granicus in 334, then the Battle of Issus in 333, and then Gaugamela, the big one, in 331 BC. Subsequently, he captured Susa and Persepolis, both of which surrendered in the early of 330 BC. He then marched north to Pasargadae, where he visited the tomb of Cyrus the Great. Upon reaching Cyrus's tomb, Alexander was reportedly dismayed by its desecration and questioned the magi responsible. He ordered Aristobulus to restore the tomb's interior, showing respect for Cyrus's memory. From there, he proceeded to Ecbatana, where Darius III, the ruler of the Persian Empire, or at least what was left of it, had sought refuge. Darius was eventually betrayed by his Bactrian satrap Bessus, who murdered him and declared himself Darius' successor, Artaxerxes V. While Bessus attempted to rally forces against Alexander, but he was apprehended and executed in a very cruel manner by Alexander, who feared the threat of Bessus gaining control. Well, following Alexander's death in 323, his empire was divided among his generals, resulting in the establishment of smaller states. The old territories of the Achaemenid Empire, the places that the Persians ruled, were divided among different Macedonians. The new Seleucid Empire, ruled by Alexander's general Seleucus I Nicator, held sway over the Iranian plateau. However, native Iranian rule was later restored by the Parthians, who founded the Parthian Empire in the northeastern area of Iran during the 2nd century BC. Well, that is another video entirely. I think there we can conclude our video on the Achaemenids. Did you learn something? I'm sure you did. Some very interesting characters there. And quite a lot of poisoning in this video, I must say. The Achaemenid Empire, founded by Cyrus the Great in the mid-6th century BC, was the first Persian empire, and is renowned for its monumental architecture, advanced bureaucracy, and the creation of the royal road for efficient communication across its vast territories. The Achaemenids were notable for their tolerance and respect for the diverse cultures that were within their empire, allowing conquered peoples to maintain their own customs and beliefs. It was this approach that fostered a sense of unity and relative stability throughout the empire, at least in the good times. Regardless, their contributions to art, governance, and engineering left a lasting legacy that influenced subsequent empires in the region and overall laid a foundation to the acts of Persian culture that persisted long after the empire's fall to Alexander the Great. Hi, how are you? And welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's great to have you with me again. And if you're new here, well, you're in the right place. That is, if you want to relax and learn something new. Well, if you'd like to support the channel, as always, links to Patreon are in the description. And to help YouTube push my video out to more people, it's probably a good idea to click that like button. Did you do it? Thanks in advance. And now, without any further ado, let's talk about the culture and some of the more specific aspects of the Achaemenid culture that was not covered in my chronological video. Indeed, that's what you get when you have a strictly chronological form. Some things are talked about in more detail than others. We've talked about in our Achaemenids video the rulers and the wars, the rise and fall. But what happened in between? What about the day-to-day life of someone in the Achaemenid Empire? Well, that's what it's all about today. So, in no particular order, I'm going to go through some cultural aspects of what it would have been like to be in the First Persian Empire. Get relaxed. Let's start. The Achaemenid Empire, known for its expansive governance and cultural achievements, significantly shaped the structures of subsequent empires across Asia and the Middle East. Its methodologies in administration were highly influential and set precedents that were emulated even by the Greeks and the Romans. This Persian model was notably pivotal for the Abbasid Caliphate of later times, and heralded in the Islamic Golden Age, with its epicenter right back in the heartland of Mesopotamia, close to ancient Babylon. The Abbasids drew heavily from Persian aristocracy for support, incorporating Persian linguistic, architectural, and cultural elements into Islamic society. In fact, a lot of the things that you see in Islamic art are borrowed from the earlier Persian empires. The Achaemenid legacy, as great as it is also recognized for its role as being a key player in the Greco-Persian Wars, and its benevolent act of emancipating Jewish exiles in Babylon. Well, this indicates its broad cultural and social impact, along with, of course, religious implications. Take a look in the Old Testament. You'll find the Achaemenids there too. The exchange between Achaemenid Persia and the Athenian Greeks highlights another significant aspect of cultural reciprocity. Moreover, the empire contributed to the dissemination of the great philosophy and religion, Zoroastrianism. Still around today, by the way. It's a religion that has deeply influenced the cultural and historical identity of Iran. It might surprise you that in modern-day Iran there are still many Zoroastrians who are free to practice their religion as they see fit. They even have their own temples, fire temples to be specific, dotted all over Iran, especially in Tehran and Isfahan. Now, many historians have highlighted the lasting influence of Achaemenid governance practices on Abbasid society and beyond, characterizing it as a reintegration of Achaemenid systems within Islamic governance. So, let's talk about that for a moment. The Persianate culture, through the Abbasid period carried forward by Turkic origin empires, for example, the Seljuk Turks, Ottomans, Safavid, and even the Mughal empires, have left their own great mark on the vast region, extending Iranian civilization to the fringes of Europe and even throughout Southeast Asia. It's of particular note that the second advent of Islam, through Iranian Islam, which played a dominant role in shaping the Islamic world and spreading Persianate culture, establishing it as a cornerstone of Islamic civilization across Central Asia, Turkey, and even India. The traditions of the Achaemenid dynasty amalgamated together to set a precedent in the ancient world for its unique model of governance, which allowed for the integration of diverse cultures, languages, and traditions within a single system. This empire, likened to the vast realms of Germany and the dominions under Napoleon, was not just a collection of conquered lands, but it became a sophisticated federation of states, each with its own distinct identity and autonomy. Now, let's be fair. The central authority did have to enforce its own general laws across the empire. But it did, credit where it's due, preserve and, in some cases, foster the individual characteristics of each nation, from their legal systems all the way up to their social customs, regardless of what the Persian upper classes thought of them. Now, one thing we may say, and once again credit where it's due, my aforementioned fire temples in modern-day Iran, the tolerance of allowing these practices to continue are something that it is a extension of the older Achaemenid tolerance culture. Indeed, it's rather surprising to hear that Iran is allowing what definitely looks from the outside to be a pagan religion to operate so freely within its country. But then again, if we want to ask what the situation is, perhaps we should ask the Iranians themselves, as they would probably know a lot more than our Western media organizations would like to tell us. Now, this method of rule, this blanket tolerance, was emblematic of the empire's ethos, comparable to light that simultaneously illuminates and gives life, allowing each subject nation to flourish under their own terms, of course beneath the benevolent oversight of the Persian kings. And such an approach not only maintained peace and order across the vast distances in the empire, but it also enriched a group of empire that was most of a mosaic of cultures, languages, and traditions. All in all, a vibrant and dynamic civilization that does not get the credit it deserves. The Achaemenid era, in particular, certainly marked a golden age of Persian influence, setting its cultural, artistic, religious, and administrative innovations far beyond its own borders, eastward and westward. The achievements in creating an efficient administrative system, a network of roads, and a sense of security, prosperity, and even belonging for its own people, were something unparalleled, and not seen, or at least attempted to be replicated, until the height of the Roman Empire. Now, with the introduction out of the way, let's talk a little more about the culture of the Achaemenids. First, let's take a look at the language and writing. For if we want to understand how our people were, we should perhaps try and hear it in their own tongue. Of course, I'm not going to be speaking any Achaemenid language, so I'm sorry if you're looking forward to that. But we will talk a little bit about their script and their language in general. Now, during Cyrus II and Darius I's rule, with the political center in Susa, Elamite was actually predominant as the chancellery's language, and we know this by the administrative documents from the Persepolis, fortification and treasury, and there's plenty of them. Of course, it's very easy to preserve cuneiform records because they were all written on clay tablets, so we're still pulling them out of the ground. These documents, though, in particular, shed light on the empire's operational aspects, and it suggests that while Elamite was pivotal in Susa, for example, one of the largest cities, its application as a governmental standard across the empire was not universal. Think about how Latin was the standard in the early church days and within administration for government, same as Greek in certain parts, but people still spoke their own languages. So, in many inscriptions, Elamite translations actually sat next to the Old Persian and Akkadian versions, which indicate its secondary role. And as a matter of fact, as far as we know now through the records we've found, post 458 BC, the use of Elamite pretty much fades away. You just don't see it anymore. Now, the empire's expansion into Mesopotamia, that's the land between the two rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates, brought Aramaic to the forefront as the medium for interregional written communication, addressing the linguistic diversity within the empire's territories. The adoption of official Aramaic, as it was called, or imperial Aramaic, played another critical role in the Achaemenids' ability to maintain cohesion across their expansive realm. Although the exact status as Aramaic as an official language, well, that's still up for debate. All in all, Aramaic's influence did persist long after the empire's decline. Spoiler alert, I know. But its script and vocabulary was foundational to the Pahlavi writing system of later times. Now, Old Persian, featured on certain seals and artistic artifacts, is predominantly seen in western Iran's Achaemenid inscriptions, indicating its usage in that region. Nonetheless, by Artaxerxes II's era, the imperfect grammar and orthography in inscriptions suggest scribes were somewhat distanced from the language, relying heavily on older texts for reproductions. Additionally, Greek actually served as a significant bureaucratic tool within the Achaemenid administration, highlighting its widespread use despite the empire's extensive Greek interactions and conquests. Remarkably, despite all of these interactions, old Iranian sources do not reflect Greek linguistic influence. But, there is evidence that we've found of Greeks that were living and working in Iran, or Persia, sure. And they participated in projects, for example, Darius's palace at Susa is one example I can think of off the top of my head, and they left behind a lot of Greek inscriptions and documents to prove this. So there is that. Now, moving on from written language, let's get into some of the more day-to-day culture. Get out of the office, so as it seems. And we'll start with a little bit on religion. I mean, it's a cultural cornerstone, right? So let's start from there. Worship of Mithra was widespread across the Achaemenid Empire. His temples and symbols were ubiquitous, influencing personal names and dedications of numerous festivals to him, which were, of course, big events that everybody showed up to. This devotion shows the profound integration of that Mithraic worship within the general fabric of society, influencing all of those little parts. Now, the Achaemenid Empire was indeed, as aforementioned, noted for its religious tolerance, an attribute considered very exceptional for its time. And this tolerance was exemplified by Cyrus the Great's release of the Jewish people from Babylonian captivity, allowing them to simply return home, and he even facilitated the restoration of their sacred sites. So Cyrus the Great is seen as a little bit of a saint to the Jewish people. But it was Zoroastrianism. That was the big one. Its expansion into southwestern Iran during this era of the Achaemenid Empire marked a massive cultural development, with the religion being embraced by even the ruling class, all the way down to the humble farmer. And it effectively is synonymous with this Persian identity. The formalization of the traditional Iranian pantheon, alongside the introduction of Zoroastrian free will concepts, underscored the religion's influence. Now, if you want to learn more about that, I do have a full video on Zoroastrianism, and I talked a little bit about it in my general video on the Achaemenid Empire. So, take your pick. Now, Herodotus, observing during Artaxerxes and Darius II's reign, highlighted the Persians' very distinct religious practices, which included sacrifices to natural elements without the use of idols, altars, or even temples. And all of this leads us to the conclusion that their gods were rather transcendent in nature and omnipresent. You didn't just have to show up to the temple to see the god. They were everywhere. This practice, of course, diverged from Greek customs, which that's a long word, anthropomorphized deities. Excuse me. Of course, it's all a little difficult for the Greeks to understand, but they got their head around it eventually. Now, the latter adoption of Urania worship from Arabian and Assyrian cultures indicated another openness to religious influences, and the syncretic nature of Persian religious practices in general. Now, despite Herodotus's account indicating an absence of divine images, Berosus, writing later, credits Artaxerxes II with introducing cult statues across the empire. And this suggests another evolution, perhaps not in the religion itself, as the gods were omnipresent, but there was a change in the expression, a change in the art that surrounded religion. And dare I say that art coming out of religion is probably the best looking art. But, of course, everything is subjective. But of course, it couldn't all be religious ceremony, right? The Persians enjoyed a bit of a party as well, and quite often. Now, as noted by Herodotus, the Persians celebrated significant banquets for birthdays that concluded reportedly with numerous desserts, a custom that differed from the Greek dining traditions, of course. Additionally, Herodotus recorded that Persians consumed abundant amounts of wine, copious even, and uniquely incorporated it into their decision-making process thusly. They would discuss vital matters while completely intoxicated, and then, the following day, when they were in somewhat a better mental state, they would determine the viability of the decisions that are made. Now, let's talk about the role of women and where they fit into this. After all, they're half the population. In the Achaemenid Empire, the societal status and roles of women of course varied across the different cultures and regions, which is just another way of emphasizing this vast diversity of the empire. There wasn't a single Achaemenid people. Therefore, everyone's positions are going to be different. Now, this portrayal of Persian women, particularly those from Persia proper, has often been shaped by a lot of biblical and mythological references, as well as descriptions from ancient Greek sources, which may or may not fully capture the complexities and nuances of their lives. However, the archaeological Persepolis fortification tablets offer a more direct glimpse into the lives of women connected to the royal court in Persepolis, ranging from royal figures all the way down to female laborers. Within the Persian court, there was a clear hierarchy among the royal women, and this hierarchy, of course, placed the king's mother at the pinnacle. Not a new idea. followed in descending order by the queen, the king's daughters, his concubines, and finally the other royal women of the household. Marriages for the king typically involved a female from the royal family or a noble woman closely related to a satrap or another prominent Persian figure. While marriages between relatives were permitted, there isn't much substantial evidence supporting the practice of close familial marriages. For example, between full siblings, brother and sister. Now, contrary to the Greek accounts depicting the king surrounded by hundreds of concubines in a secluded harem, archaeological findings do not corroborate the existence of a harem, or even the practice at all of isolating women from male company at the Persian court. In fact, what we do know is that royal women not only shared meals with the king, but they also accompanied him on travels, and even possibly participated in royal hunts and banquets. The queen, in particular, is known to have held her own audiences, and managed her personal affairs independently. Of course, that suggests a level of autonomy and public presence that isn't really associated with the seclusion implied by the concept of a harem. So I think that we can perhaps chalk that up to a bit of imagination on Herodotus's part, as he's often keen to do. Now, the women in the Achaemenid Empire, especially those of royal and aristocratic status, were educated in skills such as archery and horsemanship, indicating that they were really not confined to these private spaces. These women often managed vast estates, and even their own businesses, employing numerous servants and professionals, and appeared in public alongside their husbands. This visibility often extended to social events like hunting expeditions and feasts, where the presence of women was customary until certain points in the festivals where it was the boys' time. Now, while no woman, that we know of at least, ever assumed the role of monarch or regent in the Achaemenid Empire, queens consort like Atossa and Parysatis wielded significant influence over state affairs. Now, the reason why I say that we know of is because a lot of the times when we look at Egyptian and other Bronze Age cultures, when there was a ruler that people didn't like, they would simply do their best to erase them from the pages of history. So, perhaps there may have been, but it seems terribly unlikely. Well, the formal administration and religious services do appear to have excluded women entirely from the official positions. Nevertheless, archaeological evidence from Persepolis reveals that some women were actively employed as free laborers working side by side with men. Some even led their own work gangs and received higher wages than their male counterparts. Although generally, 99% of the cases, women's wages were lower, unless they were exceptionally skilled craft workers, and even in that case, it was most likely then just equal pay to their male counterparts. Now, what about art and architecture? Well, there's plenty of that left over. It was emblematic of an empire that spanned 3 continents, and it stands out for its synthesis of diverse cultural elements amalgamated into a distinctive Persian ethos. The empire's builders and artisans drew from a broad palette that included Median, Assyrian, and even Asiatic Greek influences, all molding together into something that was uniquely and recognizably Persian. This rather eclectic approach is evident across the vast territories that were once under Achaemenid sway, all the way from the Mediterranean, reaching to the Indus River. It manifests in the monumental stone structures and paradisiacal gardens segmented by flowing water. Of course, the Achaemenids were certainly known for their ambitious architectural projects, which included their sprawling cities, majestic temples and palaces, and of course solemn mausoleums, like the tomb of Cyrus the Great. The essence of their architectural innovation lay not just in the scale and grandeur, but in the harmonious integration of varied elements that still allowed for a Persian identity to shine through. Achaemenid art, likewise, demonstrated its own profound capacity for integration and innovation. It's seen in the intricate frieze reliefs, the exquisite metalwork of items like the Oxus treasure, the ornate decoration of palaces, the use of glazed brick masonry, and the perfection of crafts such as carpentry and masonry itself. Persian art was categorized by its ability to absorb and transform artistic styles and techniques from across the empire's vast territory, and really make something from all the best parts of them. Definitely unique. Of course, all of this amalgamates in the Palace of Persepolis, which stands out as that quintessential testament to Achaemenid architectural and artistic achievement. Its grandeur and detailed craftsmanship underscore the empire's architectural ambition, along with its artistic finesse. Darius I's account of constructing his palace at Susa reveals the global scale of resources and craftsmanship that went into the Achaemenid projects. Materials and artisans were sourced from across the wide ranges of the empire. Timbers from Gandhara and Carmania, gold from Bactria and Sardis, precious stones like lapis lazuli and carnelian from Sogdiana, silver and ebony from Egypt, turquoise from Chorosmia, and decorations from Ionia, with ivory sourced from Ethiopia, Sind, and Arachosia. The workforce, well, they were just as diverse as the materials, with stone cutters coming all the way from Ionia and Sardis, goldsmiths coming from Media and Egypt, and woodworkers from Sardinian and Egypt, Babylonians for brickwork, and Medes and Egyptians for all those little wall adornments that just made it that extra bit special. That little mint leaf on the side, the sprinkle of basil on top of the spaghetti. Okay, stop being silly. Now, the tradition of monumental tomb construction, that was another significant aspect of Achaemenid architectural practice, rather, and it reflects both the grandeur but also personalized aspects of imperial ideology. The most iconic of these sepulchral monuments are found at Nash el-Rustam, an ancient necropolis, which is located roughly 12 kilometers northwest of the ceremonial capital, Persepolis. The site is renowned for hosting the rock-cut tombs of 4 Achaemenid sovereigns, that being Darius I, Xerxes I, Artaxerxes I, and Darius II. Each tomb carved into the face of a limestone cliff stands as an example to the might, piety, and enduring legacy of the kings intended leave behind, and a legacy left behind they certainly did. Now, beyond Nashk-e-Rustam, other Achaemenid monarchs chose somewhat different locations for their resting places, demonstrating a diversity in burial practices within the dynasty. Wasn't like in Egypt how everyone was just crammed into the Valley of the Kings, depending on the dynasty, of course. Notably, Artaxerxes II and Artaxerxes III commissioned their tombs adjacent to Persepolis, closer to the empire's spring capital. These tombs, while following the architectural tradition of their predecessors, signify a fairly obvious continuation, but also an evolution of the royal sepulchral tradition, with each monarch making a personal mark through their choice of location and even design. Which brings us to the very notable tomb of Cyrus the Great, that founder of the Achaemenid Empire, which occupies a unique place within the Persian necropolis tradition. Located in Pasargadae, Cyrus's tomb is distinguished by its simplicity and solemnity. At least, it certainly does in contrast to those elaborate rock-carved facades of Nasht-el-Rustam. Now this monument, you may have seen it before. It's actually recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Yeah, you can go there. And it not only marks the resting place of the empire's founder, but it also symbolizes the inception of the Achaemenid architectural and cultural legacy. It's through these diverse burial sites that the Achaemenid rulers sought to immortalize their reigns and ideologies. Now, a little bit on Cyrus the Great, because if you want to understand Achaemenid culture, you better understand Cyrus the Great. The foundation of the empire by Cyrus marked the beginning of a new era in the Near East. His establishment of a multi-state empire governed from the four major capitals of Pasargadae, Babylon, Susa, and Ecbatana was a testament to the empire's vastness and diversity. This innovative system of governance allowed for the integration of various cultures and regions into a broad, cohesive imperial structure, while also granting a degree of regional autonomy through the satrapy system. Each satrapy served as an administrative unit, typically organized and based on geographical boundaries, and was overseen by its own satrap, or governor. Now this structure was complemented by a general who oversaw military recruitment and maintained order, and also a state secretary who was responsible for keeping official records. These positions created a direct line of communication and accountability to both the satrap and the central government, ensuring efficient administration and control across the empire's extensive territory. The military and administrative innovations of Cyrus were instrumental in the empire's expansion and consolidation, especially the notable creation of the Immortals. You may have heard of them, an elite unit of 10,000 highly trained soldiers. This exemplified the empire's military and strategic capabilities. And don't believe the movies. They were actually a lot better at fighting than Is it Frank Hubert who did the 300 film? I can't quite recall. Either way, they were a lot better than the comic books will tell you. Additionally, the establishment of an extensive postal system. That's right, the post system. Based on a network of relay stations known as Chapar Kane, facilitated rapid and reliable communication. The discovery of the Persepolis Administrative Archives in the 1930s provided unprecedented insights into Achaemenid administrative and governmental systems. With a smaller portion in Aramaic and a singular tablet identified written in Old Persian, shed light on the inner workings of the Achaemenid administration. The presence of numerous seals and seal impressions among these documents shows the bureaucratic process and data flow within Persepolis, and it gives us a pretty good glimpse into the daily management of the empire's affairs over a period of around 50 consecutive years from 509 to 457 BC. The introduction of the Persian darik, a gold coin, alongside its silver counterpart of lesser value, the siklos, by Darius I, marked a significant milestone in the economic history of the Achaemenid Persians, and, frankly, the world. This bimetallic monetary standard, a pioneering concept at the time, laid the foundation for economic systems that would persist well into the modern era. Darius's reign was characterized by far-reaching economic reforms, including the establishment of a standardized coinage system that facilitated trade and economic integration within the vast empire. The darik, in particular, became a symbol of Persian wealth and economic power, playing a critical role in the empire's commercial activities. Darius had also revolutionized the empire's economic structure through the implementation of a regulated and sustainable tax system. I'm sure that made him popular. This system was meticulously designed to reflect the economic potential and productivity of each satrapy, ensuring a fair and balanced contribution from each region. The tax assessments varied significantly, with Babylon, for instance, being required to contribute a substantial amount in both silver talents and provision for the army. India's tribute highlighted its renown for gold, while Egypt, with its abundant crops, was tasked with becoming the granary of the empire, contributing both grain and silver. So really, it wasn't that bad. I mean, if you had an abundance of a certain thing in your lands, well, why not use your tax that thing to pay your taxes, rather? It wasn't just give us money. It was basically give us what you can. But then again, if you didn't give enough, perhaps the taxman would come to your door. While the taxation on subject peoples was not merely a means of filling the empire's coffers, but it was also a method of integrating the diverse regions under Persian rule through a single, unified economic policy. The evidence suggests that the empire also regulated the slave trade. Well, unfortunately, they had that as well. So they imposed taxes on private slave sales, indicating another advanced level of administrative control and an early form of sales tax. Now, beyond the economic reforms, and just before we finish up, Darius's reign was notable for the codification of the data, a comprehensive legal system that laid the groundwork for future Iranian laws, reflecting the emperor's commitment to justice and order throughout his domain. Moreover, the construction of Persepolis as the new ceremonial capital embodied the empire's glory and sophistication, serving as just one more testament to why Persia is an unforgettable empire. Well, thank you very much for listening today, and I must apologize because I perhaps have been doing too many videos and my voice is going a little bit hoarse. There's only so many butter menthols that I can eat. The Neo-Assyrian Empire, emerging in the 10th century BC and becoming the dominant power in the ancient Near East, reached its height through aggressive expansion and cultural achievements under kings like Tiglath-Pileser and Ashurbanipal. It boasted unprecedented territorial gains, administrative sophistication, and left us with notable contributions to art and science, most notably the Library of Ashurbanipal. However, by late 7th century BC, a combination of internal discord, economic challenges, and external pressures from emerging powers like the Babylonians and the Medes spelled its decline. So, if you want to learn all about the Neo-Assyrian Empire, you're in the right place. Welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and for those who are returning viewers, it's great to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, the links to Patreon are in the description and comments. Otherwise, if you really want to help me out, like and subscribe. That helps YouTube push me out to a broader audience. Thank you in advance. Now, without further ado, let's begin. Make yourself comfortable, will you? Imperialism and the aspiration to establish a universal empire were fundamental aspects of ancient Near Eastern royal ideology long before the emergence of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. In the early dynastic period, around 2900 to 2350 BC, Sumerian rulers engaged in conflicts to create small hegemonic empires and gain dominance over neighboring city-states. Over time, these conflicts evolved into a broader ambition for universal rule, fueled by the belief that Mesopotamia represented the entire known world. One of the earliest world conquerors, as they were called, was Lugal-Zaggisi, the king of Uruk, who conquered Lower Mesopotamia in the 24th century BC. The Achaemenid Empire, founded around 2334 BC by Sargon of Akkad, is considered the first great Mesopotamian empire. Following the Achaemenid Empire, various imperial estates emerged and declined in Mesopotamia and the Near East. Although most early empires and kingdoms controlled core territories, the desire for universal rule persisted in the royal ideologies of Mesopotamian kings for centuries, inspired by the memory of that great lost Akkadian empire. Grand titles, such as King of the Universe or King of the Four Corners of the World, exemplified this ambition, evident also in the rulers of Assyria. The Middle Assyrian Empire, rising in the 14th century BC, transformed from a city-state centered around Assur into one of the dominant powers of the Middle East, Near East, rather. Under rulers like Adad-nirari I and Tukulti-Ninurta I, Assyria reached its zenith, subjugating Babylonia and extending its influence. However, the empire later experienced decline, despite brief revivals under kings like Tiglath-Pileser I. The decline was reversed in the reign of Ashur-dan II, marking a resurgence in Assyrian power through campaigns in the northeast and northwest. Over an extensive period, characterized by relentless military expeditions, the early Neo-Assyrian monarchs dedicated themselves to reversing this protracted decline that had befallen their realm, and reclaiming the territories that once constituted their empire. While some historical interpretations have posited the Neo-Assyrian Empire as a distinct entity, separate from earlier Assyrian epics, a re-evaluation of royal inscriptions alongside the nature and scope of military campaigns brings us to a more nuanced perspective. It appears that the Neo-Assyrian kings were primarily driven by a desire to restore Assyria's preeminence, echoing the zenith of the Middle Assyrian Empire. This continuity is further reinforced by the unbroken lineage of the ruling dynasty. Moreover, the impulse for expansion was often framed as a liberation, underpinned by the notion of freeing Assyrian populations residing beyond traditional borders from foreign dominion. Material evidence gleaned from reconquered sites during the waning years of the Middle Assyrian Empire corroborates the enduring influence of Assyrian culture and territories, even beyond its immediate control. Initially, the efforts in the early stages of the Neo-Assyrian rulers were concentrated on consolidating authority within the region stretching up to the Kabul River in the western reaches. The conquest of Katmahu by Ashur-dan II, which was subsequently incorporated as a vassal kingdom, shows the resource constraints faced by the nascent empire, necessitating a virtual restart of the imperial reconquest initiative. Building upon that foundation laid by Ashur-dan II, Adad-nirari and Tukulti-Ninurta II pursued an aggressive agenda of territorial expansion. Adad-nirari II's strategic campaigns targeted territories southeast of the Little Zab River, which had hitherto been under Babylonian hegemony. These military endeavors yielded substantial gains, with the acquisition of key cities such as Arapa, thereby establishing pivotal launching points for subsequent Assyrian campaigns in the east. In addition to his eastern exploits, Adad-nirari II extended Assyrian influence to the west, subjugating numerous small kingdoms and forging alliances with local rulers to solidify Assyrian power. Tukulti-Ninurta II, during his brief reign, continued the ambitious agenda of his predecessors. His expeditions mirrored those of his father, with a notable march along the Euphrates and Kabul rivers, where he extracted tribute from cities historically aligned with Babylon. Militarily, Tukulti-Ninurta II further bolstered Assyrian hegemony in the east, engaging in campaigns against regional powers such as Kiruri, Habushkia, and Gilzanu. The latter, renowned for its equine resources, would later become a vital asset in sustaining Assyrian military power. The commencement of the second phase of the Assyrian reconquest occurred during the reign of Tiglath-Ninurta's successor, Ashur-Nasirpal II, who ruled from 883 to 859 BC. Under his leadership, Assyria ascended to a position of preeminence in the Near East, though it did not yet attain the pinnacle of power it would achieve in subsequent centuries. Ashur-Nasirpal possessed a multifaceted personality. While renowned as a formidable warrior, he also displayed concern for the welfare of his subjects, undertaking initiatives to enhance their prosperity and comfort, especially during times of crisis. Inheriting a substantial reservoir of resources from his predecessor's successful campaigns, Ashur-Nasirpal embarked on a series of military expeditions aimed at reasserting the Assyrian dominance. His initial campaign in 883 targeted the rebellious cities of Suru and Tela along the northern banks of the Tigris River. At Tela, he employed brutal tactics to quell dissent, inflicting severe punishments such as disfigurement, mutilation, and execution upon the uncooperative populace. Subsequent campaigns under Ashur-Nasirpal's reign encompassed conflicts with the kingdom of Zamua in the eastern Zagros Mountains, repeated engagements with Nairi and Urartu in the north, and protracted hostilities with Aramaean and Neo-Hittite kingdoms in the west. These western adversaries, having evolved into well-organized entities, posed a significant challenge to the Assyrian hegemony. Notably, Ashur-Nasirpal confronted fierce resistance from the Aramaean king Ahuni, whose forces repeatedly breached Assyrian territory across the Kabur and Euphrates rivers. After many years of warfare, Ahuni eventually capitulated to Ashur-Nasirpal's suzerainty, excuse me, marking a pivotal victory for Assyria and granting access to territories beyond the Euphrates for the first time in 2 centuries. So you can see how Ashur-Nasirpal is one of those very well-respected conquerors. Now, exploiting this newfound opportunity, Ashur-Nasirpal conducted a campaign that extended to Lebanon and the Mediterranean coast. Although formal incorporation into the Assyrian Empire was limited at this juncture, many kingdoms along the route paid tribute simply to avoid conflict. This included Carchemish, Patina, and even several Phoenician cities, who thought that fighting the Assyrians was simply not worth the trouble. Ashur-Nasirpal's triumphant inscriptions proudly attest to this symbolic act of cleansing his weapons in the waters of the Mediterranean, symbolizing Assyrian dominance over these territories. Utilizing the wealth amassed from tribute and spoils acquired through previous campaigns, as well as his own military conquest, Ashur-Nasirpal embarked on extensive construction projects across key Assyrian cities, such as Nineveh, Assur, and Balawat. However, the most ambitious undertaking was the revitalization of the ancient town of Nimrud, situated on the eastern bank of the Tigris River, within the very heartland of Assyria. In 879, He designated Nimrud as the new imperial capital, initiating a monumental effort involving thousands of laborers to erect new fortifications, palatial structures, and temples within the city. The decision to relocate the capital left Assur, the long-standing religious center of the empire, as more of a ceremonial city. Nimrud, adorned with colossal walls stretching over 7.5 kilometers, now boasted grand palaces, temples, administrative buildings, and swaths of residential quarters. Ashurnasirpal also introduced botanical gardens, showcasing exotic plants acquired during his extensive military campaigns, alongside what is believed to be one of the earliest large-scale zoos in history. While scholars have proposed various theories to explain the shift in capital, ranging from Ashurnasirpal's desire to leave a lasting legacy to Nimrod's strategic position within local trade networks or its certain location within the empire. To commemorate the completion of Nimrod's construction in 864 BC, Ashurnasirpal hosted a lavish celebration, purportedly one of the biggest parties in history. This event, spanning 10 days, was attended by over 69,000 guests, and it featured extravagant feasting and revelry, including vast quantities of food and drink. Under the reign of Ashurnasirpal's successor, Shalmaneser III, Assyria's aggressive expansionist policies continued unabated. Shalmaneser oversaw the consolidation of Assyrian control over territories along the Kabul and Euphrates rivers in the west, subjugating resistant kingdoms such as Beit Adine. The defeat of Ahuni, remember him, led to the establishment of Kar Salmanu, Ashared, as a new administrative center, which further strengthened Assyrian authority in that region. Despite formidable adversaries, such as Urartu in the north, whose kings emulated Assyrian autocracy and military prowess, Shalmaneser expanded Assyrian influence through bold military campaigns, often against the wishes of his advisors. Notably, in 856, he launched a daring expedition deep into Urartian territory, which culminated in the sack of Arzakashtun, the Urartian capital, and the complete devastation of its heartland. Despite Shalmaneser's notable successes in compelling tribute from small states in northern Syria after his campaign against Urartu, his attempts to fully exploit the situation faced challenges. In 853, a formidable coalition of western states convened at Tel Karkur in Syria, led by Hadadezer, the king of Aram Damascus, with the sole aim of countering Assyrian expansion. The coalition included various kings from different ethnic groups, including the earliest historically Israelite and Arab rulers. Shalmaneser confronted the coalition in the same year, purportedly receiving a significant victory at the Battle of Karkar, according to Assyrian records at least. Either way, the battle's outcome remains a little ambiguous, with no substantial political or territorial gains secured. Following the engagement at Karkar, Shalmaneser shifted his focus to the south. In 1851 or 1850, he intervened in Babylonian affairs, aiding King Marduk-Zakir-Shumi in suppressing a revolt led by his brother, Marduk-bel-Ushadi. Subsequently, Shalmaneser provided further assistance to Marduk-Zakir-Shumi in quelling Chaldean unrest in southern Mesopotamia. The alliance between Assyria and Babylon was celebrated, with surviving artwork depicting the two rulers engaging in a handshake. Not bad. Now, in the 840s and 830s BC, Shalmaneser resumed campaigns in Syria, exploiting and capitalizing on the collapse of the coalition against him following Hadadezer's demise in 841. Although Assyrian forces repeatedly attempted to capture Damascus, their efforts proved to be futile. Shalmaneser's ambitious military endeavors, extending into Cilicia and Anatolia and reaching Hubushna, near modern-day Erigli, in 836, showcased Assyria's expansive reach. However, despite instilling fear among neighboring kings, Shalmaneser struggled to stabilize and consolidate Assyrian control over the newly acquired territories, leading to somewhat tenuous imperial authority in many regions. In the later years of Shalmaneser III's reign, Urartu resurged as a formidable adversary, posing a significant threat to the stability of Assyria. Despite campaigns against Urartu in 830, the restored kingdom remained a rather annoying challenge. Notably, the 830 campaign against Urartu was not led by the king himself, but by the influential Dayan-Assur, indicating potential challenges to Shalmaneser's leadership. The shift suggests Shalmaneser's possible advanced age, or perhaps simply waning authority, with Dayan-Assur emerging as a prominent figure in Assyrian politics, which was a notable departure from the usual hierarchical structure. Moreover, Shalmaneser faced internal troubles as his son, Ashur-danin-pal, rebelled in a bid for the throne, possibly due to resentment over his younger brother Shamshi-Adad being designated heir. Shalmaneser's death in 824 occurred amidst all of this unrest, leaving Ashur-danin-pal in rebellion, supported by a substantial portion of the country, including the former capital Assur. Shamshi-Adad V then ascended to the throne, initially perhaps a figurehead under Dayan-Assur's influence. Despite Dayan-Assur's demise in the early civil conflict, Shamshi-Adad ultimately prevailed, possibly with support from the Babylonian king Marduk-Shakir-Shumi, or perhaps his successor, Marduk-Balassu-Ikbi. The reign of Shamshi-Adad V marked the onset of a new phase in Neo-Assyrian history, known as the Age of the Magnates. During this period, Assyrian magnates wielded considerable political influence, and even overshadowed the kings, whose power diminished notably. Although the exact implications of this power shift are debatable, it is often regarded as a period of general decline for Assyria, characterized by limited territorial expansion and weakened central authority. But regardless, many magnates capitalized on this era to fortify military and economic structures across the empire, which, did enhance its resilience in general, so it wasn't all bad. Shamshi-Adad's early campaigns focused primarily on Urartian fortresses in western Iran, but with limited success. Several campaigns were led by officials rather than the king himself, suggesting challenges in consolidating authority. Despite initial setbacks, Shamshi-Adad's fortunes shifted from 815 BC onwards, as he redirected efforts towards Babylonia. In 813, he defeated Marduk-Balassu-Ikbi, capturing him and annexing northern Babylonian territories. However, Assyria's weakened state hindered full exploitation of these victories, leaving southern Mesopotamia unsettled and the Babylonian throne vacant for several years. Upon the death of Shamshi-Adad V in 811 BC, his son Adad-Ninari III ascended to the throne, though he was likely very young at the time. During the early years of his reign, real political power was probably held by the Turtanu, Nergal-Ila'i, and Adad-Ninari's mother, Shamuramat, one of the most influential women in Assyrian history. Shamuramat's remarkable authority extended to military campaigns, as she participated in a campaign against Kumu in Syria, a very rare feat for ancient Assyrian women, so credit for that. And together with her son, she's credited for expanding Assyrian territory, a task that was typically reserved for kings alone. While following Shamuramat's death, Adad-Nirari's authority remained limited, with figures like the eunuch Nergal-Eresh exerting significant influence. Despite his constrained authority, Adad-Ninari III's reign witnessed some military successes, with Assyrian armies conducting numerous campaigns in western Iran. Although the western territories had gained autonomy, Adad-Nirari managed to defeat Aram Damascus in 790. Additionally, he launched the first Assyrian campaign against the Aramaic tribes along the Assyro-Babylonian border around 787. During his reign, Adad-Nirari appointed Shamshi-Ilu as the new Turtanu, a position that would see him as one of the most influential political figures in Assyria for approximately 40 years. After Adad-Ninari's death in 783, his sons ruled successively, that being Shalmaneser IV, Ashur-Dan III, and Ashur-Nirari V. This period marked a decline in Assyrian royal power, evident in the scarcity of royal inscriptions from their reigns. Under Shalmaneser IV, Shamshi-Ilu's influence grew to the extent that he ceased crediting the king in his inscriptions. That's one way to assert your autonomy. Assyrian military efforts, mainly directed against Urartu, intensified during this period. Shamshi-Ilu achieved a notable victory against Argishti I of Urartu in 774. However, he failed to decisively defeat Urartu. In 773, Damascus was captured under Shamshi-Ilu's leadership, further showcasing Assyrian dominance in the region. Ashur-Dan III's reign was marked by significant challenges, including widespread revolts, which were possibly triggered by plague epidemics, and a solar eclipse in 763, interpreted as signs of divine disfavor. This wasn't unique to the Assyrians, by the way. Pretty much everybody thought that back then. Though Assyria stabilized under Ashur-dan III's brother, Ashur-ninari V, his reign was characterized by a relative inactivity. He didn't really do much. Well, despite a successful campaign against Arpad in northwestern Syria in 754, Assyrian forces suffered a crucial defeat against Sarduri II of Urartu, underscoring the waning strength of Assyria during this period of internal and external troubles. Which leads us to 745 BC, when Tiglath-Pileser III ascended to the throne. Things were about to change up a little bit. He likely succeeded his father, Ashur-ninari V. The circumstances of his rise are unclear, with evidence suggesting that he may have actually usurped the throne from Ashur-ninari. But nevertheless, Tiglath-Pileser's ascension marked a pivotal moment in Neo-Assyrian history, initiating a new era characterized by significant military conquests and administrative reforms. He implemented reforms aimed at consolidating royal authority and centralizing the administration. He curtailed the influence of powerful magnates, dividing their territories into smaller provinces governed by royally appointed officials. Additionally, he withdrew their privileges, such as the right to commission building inscriptions. Notably, Tiglath-Pileser also erased all the names and titles of Shamshi-Ilu, a prominent figure from the preceding era, from some inscriptions, suggesting a deliberate effort to diminish the influence of former power brokers. During his 18-year reign, Tiglath-Pileser conducted extensive military campaigns in all directions. He conquered territories east of the Tigris River, expanded Assyrian influence in the Zagros Mountains, and dealt decisive blows to Urartu and northern Syria. Notably, he captured the strategically significant city of Arpad after a 3-year siege in 740. Tiglath-Pileser's conquests extended as far as the Levant and the Egyptian border, where he forced several states to become Assyrian vassals. Tiglath-Pileser's conquests were accompanied by large-scale resettlement policies, whereby tens of thousands of foreigners were relocated to various parts of the empire. In his later years, he turned his attention to Babylonia, and he captured Babylon in 729, assuming the title King of Babylon, alongside King of Assyria. His direct rule brought significant changes to the Assyrian state, transitioning from reliance on tribute to taxation collected by provincial governors. Upon his death in 727, he was succeeded by his son, Ululayu, who assumed the regnal name Shalmaneser V. Despite a lack of surviving inscriptions and sources from his reign, Shalmaneser V managed to maintain stability in the empire. He is credited with conquering Samaria, thereby ending the ancient kingdom of Israel, and annexing territories in northern Syria and Cilicia. Sargon II ascended to the throne in 722, likely through a palace coup, marking the beginning of the Sargonid dynasty. While claiming divine selection for his ascension, Sargon's rise led to more than a little internal unrest. with revolts and challenges to his authority across the breadth of the empire. Notably, the Chaldean warlord Marduk-apla-iddina II seized control of Babylon, allying with the Elamite king Huban-Nekas I. Initially, Sargon attempted to suppress the revolts, but he faced setbacks, particularly against Marduk-apla-iddina and the Elamites. However, his early reign saw successes in the west, where he quelled movements seeking independence from Assyrian rule, because we just can't have that, can't we? Sargon waged campaigns both east and west, securing victories against all adversaries, including Sinitu in Anatolia and Manaya in western Iran. And in 717 he captured Carchemish and initiated the construction of Dur-Sharukin, a new capital for the empire. As construction progressed, Sargon continued his military campaigns, expanding Assyria's influence significantly. Notable victories include the defeat of Urartu in 714, leading to the plunder of its heartland. One of Sargon's significant conquests was the absorption of Cyprus into the Assyrian Empire in 709, commemorated with a stele near present-day Larnaca. Later in his reign, Sargon turned his attention back to Babylon, where he encountered little resistance upon marching south in 710. After negotiations, Sargon made peace with Marduk-apla-iddina II, allowing him to dismantle the walls of Dur-Yakin. Sargon resided in Babylon between 710 and 707, participating in local traditions and receiving foreign delegations. However, some Assyrian kings, including his own son Sennacherib and grandson Esarhaddon, questioned his pro-Babylonian leanings. Sargon inaugurated Dur-Sharukin as the new capital in 706, but he met his demise in 705 during a campaign against Tabal in Anatolia, where he was killed in battle, providing quite a shock to the Assyrian army. After the shocking and traumatizing death of his dad, Sargon II, in battle, Sennacherib ascended to the Assyrian throne with a daunting array of challenges. His father's demise prompted theological concerns and internal unrest, leading some vassal states to assert their independence, notably the ones in the Levant, where several had simply stopped paying tribute. Additionally, Marduk-apla-iddina II, remember him? He managed to reclaim Babylon with the support of the Elamites behind him. Sennacherib faced immediate threats upon his accession, necessitating military campaigns to stabilize the empire. He sent forces to Anatolia to avenge Sargon's death and waged war against Marduk-apla-iddina II in Babylonia. Despite years of conflict, Sennacherib eventually recaptured Babylon, installing his son Ashur-nadin-shumi as a vassal king. The most famous campaign of Sennacherib's reign occurred in 701, when he invaded the Levant, aiming to re-establish Assyrian dominance and extract tribute. While Assyrian accounts depict victory, biblical narratives suggest a different outcome, albeit with Judah eventually paying tribute to Assyria. Sennacherib's efforts to maintain control over Babylonia also faced challenges, including invasions by Elam and internal strife. Despite capturing Babylon in 689, resistance continued, culminating in the destruction of the city and suppression of its political identity. Towards the end of Sennacherib's reign, succession disputes also emerged. His eldest son, Arda-Malusu, vied for the throne against Esarhaddon, leading to a regicidal plot. Arda-Malusu murdered Sennacherib in 681 BC, but his rule was short-lived as Esarhaddon swiftly seized power, solidifying his authority over the empire. I suppose Sennacherib probably should have just murdered Esarhaddon. But don't take that advice if you're out there, Sennacherib. Now, Esarhaddon's reign was characterized by a very delicate balance of power between the northern and southern regions of the empire. He undertook the ambitious task of rebuilding Babylon, while ensuring the preservation of the Assyrian temples and cults, of course. However, his personal struggles, including deep distrust of his officials and his own family, I wonder why, and also his frequent bouts of illness and depression, certainly made his rule a little bit difficult. Despite all the personal challenges, he led numerous successful military campaigns, expanding the empire's borders further than any previous ruler did. He conquered territories in Anatolia, Phoenicia, and the Arabian Peninsula. He even had a significant victory in Egypt in 671, and that brought the empire to its greatest extent ever. But he faced those internal threats, with several conspiracies emerging against his rule. People wanted him out, and they were willing to do anything to get him out of there. The challenges stemmed partly from the perception of his illness as a sign of divine disfavor, like God was striking him down. Yet, Esarhaddon effectively countered these threats through surveillance and punitive measures, and managed to maintain his authority. In a bid to secure the succession, Esarhaddon designated his sons, Ashurbanipal and Shamash-shum-ukin, as heirs to the Assyrian and Babylonian thrones respectively. He enforced oaths of allegiance across the empire to ensure a smooth transition of power. Upon his death in 669 BC, Ashurbanipal ascended to the Assyrian throne, followed by Shamash-shum-ukin as the king of Babylon, marking the culmination of Esarhaddon's efforts to stabilize the empire's leadership. Ashurbanipal's reign marked the culmination of Assyrian military expansion and imperial power in the Near East. He led successful campaigns in Egypt, defeating pharaohs Taharka and Tandamani, and he even captured Thebes, amassing significant wealth for Assyria. In Babylonia, he faced challenges from his brother Shamash-shum-ukin, culminating in a devastating revolt in 652, which led to the destruction of Babylon and the death of Shamash-shum-ukin. The conflict with Elam also marred Ashurbanipal's rule. Despite defeating the Elamite king Teoman in 653, Elam remained a persistent adversary. They were not going away. Well, Ashurbanipal's decision not to annex Elam, leaving it vulnerable to Persian incursions, foreshadowed a few future conflicts in the region. While Ashurbanipal's inscriptions portrayed Assyria as an unassailable hegemon, internal fissures had begun to emerge. Loss of control over Egypt and failure to subdue Arab tribes significantly weakened the Assyrian authority. Furthermore, the brutal treatment of Babylon fueled anti-Assyrian sentiments in Mesopotamia. Ashurbanipal's reign witnessed the rise of the eunuchs to power as well, highlighting a growing disconnect between the king and traditional elites. Despite his military successes, these internal challenges contributed to the gradual decline of Assyrian power, foreshadowing the empire's eventual collapse after Ashurbanipal's death. The reigns of Ashur-etil-ilani and Sin-Sharishkun marked a tumultuous period in Assyrian history. Did I say remains? I meant the reigns. Well, either way, the reigns of these two were certainly characterized by a lot of external threats and internal troubles, particularly from Babylon. Now, Ashur-etil-ilani's rule was overshadowed by the influence of the chief eunuch, Sin-Shumu-Lishir, suggesting a lack of assertiveness on the part of the king. His reign was relatively inactive, and there was actually no recorded military campaigns, and a smaller palace at Nimrud compared to his predecessors was his main residence. After just 4 years, Ashur-etil-ilani's death in 627 paved the way for his brother Sin-Sharishkun to ascend the throne. And ascend he did, facing immediate challenges to his rule, including a rebellion led by Sin-Shumu-Lishir. Despite successfully quelling the rebellion, he struggled to maintain control, especially in Babylonia. The death of the long-reigning Babylonian vassal king Kandalanu further destabilized the region, leading to the emergence of Nabopolassar as a prominent figure advocating for Babylonian independence. Nabopolassar's rise marked a turning point in the struggle for Babylonia's sovereignty. Despite initial setbacks, including the recapture of Sippar and Uruk by Sin-Sharishkun's forces, Nabopolassar's determination and the opportunity presented by the internal turmoil within Assyria allowed him to consolidate his power. The rebellion of a usurper in the empire's western territories further weakened Sin-Sharishkun, enabling Nabopolassar to finally take control of Babylon in 620. Of course, the loss of Babylonia dealt a significant blow to the Assyrian authority. Yet, initially, there was little indication of the long-term consequences. Assyrian rulers had previously quelled Babylonian uprisings, and the loss was perceived as just another one of those little setbacks. However, this time was different. Nabopolassar's consolidation of power really did signal the beginning of the end for Assyrian dominance in the region, and it set the stage for the eventual fall, the complete collapse. The events following Nabopolassar's incursions into the Assyrian heartland marked the rapid decline of the once mighty empire. His assaults on Assyrian border cities in 615 showed a significant shift of power. The involvement of Psamtik I of Egypt on Assyria's side highlighted the strategic importance of Assyria as a buffer state between Egypt and the rising Babylonian threat. However, the real turning point came with the intervention of the Median power under King Cyaxares. United under Cyaxares' leadership, the Medes launched a devastating campaign against Assyria, capturing key cities and preparing for a final assault on Sinsharishkun's forces. In a swift and brutal series of attacks in 614, the Medes seized Ashur, leading to its sack and the complete massacre of its inhabitants. This marked, of course, a pretty severe blow to Assyrian morale, and it paved the way for the eventual fall of Nineveh, the capital of the Assyrian Empire. In 612, after a 2-month-long siege, a desperate, starving people, those of Nineveh, fell to the combined forces of the Babylonians and the Medes. Sinsharishkun perished in the defense of the city. Following this fall of Nineveh, remnants of the Assyrian army rallied under the leadership of a prince who established himself at Haran. However, despite efforts to revive Assyrian rule, Haran also fell to the Babylonian Median forces in 610. The final defeat of Ashur-uballit II at the Battle of Carchemish in 605 marked the definitive end of the ancient line of Assyrian kings, and the collapse of the final remnants of Assyria as a state. Though Assyrian culture persisted beyond its mere imperial era, the fall of Haran marked the conclusion of Assyria's political and military influence in the region. But if you look pretty hard, you can still find traces of it around. Just ask those successor kingdoms, whose artwork and architecture looks eerily familiar. Mycenaean Greece represents the final stage of the Bronze Age in ancient Greece, spanning from approximately 1600 to 1100 BC. It's named after the archaeological site of Mycenae, one of the major centers of Greek civilization during this period. The Mycenaeans are renowned for their advanced engineering, sophisticated palatial architecture, and the development of linear B script, which was an early form of Greek recorded on clay tablets. Their society was a warrior aristocracy, and they made significant achievements in art, as evidenced by the richly decorated pottery, frescoes, and goldwork they left behind. And of course, we can't forget about their epics and mythology, particularly tales involving the Trojan War, which were immortalized by later Greek poets like Homer. And if you want to learn about them, you're certainly in the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, then it's good to have you again. And if you're new here, it's good to meet you. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in description. And if you want to tell YouTube to push my video out to a broader audience, clicking the like button will nudge them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, please make yourself relaxed, and we can begin our History of Mycenaean Greece. The origins of the Mycenaeans are still a subject of various scholarly theories and debates. One theory suggests that the Mycenaean civilization was influenced by archaic Indo-Europeans that came down from the Eurasian steppe. But this connection is somewhat tenuous, due to minimal material and cultural ties between the Aegean and northern steppe populations during the Bronze Age. Another theory suggests that Indo-European migrants may have entered Greece around 3000 BC, potentially into an underpopulated area, with other scholars proposing earlier or later dates tied to agricultural spread or even chariot technology advancements. Genetic studies in our modern era reveal that while Mycenaeans and Minoans were genetically similar, Mycenaeans had additional ancestry from Eastern European and Siberian hunter-gatherers, possibly via the Eurasian steppe, but also there's a chance they could have came down from Armenia. This genetic input seems to distinguish them from the Minoans, but it doesn't conclusively resolve the questions about their specific origins. Well, archaeologically, Mycenaean civilization is generally understood to have begun around 1750 BC, evolving from the early and Middle Bronze Age cultures of mainland Greece, with substantial influence from Minoan Crete. By around 1700 and 1675 BC, there was a significant population increase, and the emergence of popular centers in southern Greece characterized by elite warrior societies and early forms of megaron buildings. Defensive structures and advanced burial practices, including shaft graves rich with various luxury items of all sorts, became prevalent around this time. Now these shaft graves in particular, especially noted at Mycenae's grave circles A and B at the site, signify the rise of a rather wealthy and Greek-speaking royal dynasty that made the use of leveraging the business of long-distance trade. And it seems that they did quite well for themselves. In fact, gold-adorned burials were rather typical for the elite, with men often buried in golden masks along with golden armor, and women in gold crowns and ornamented clothing. Now, Mycenaean interaction with external regions, including the Cyclades, Crete, and even the broader Mediterranean and Near East, seems to have been very extensive. Mycenaean artifacts and pottery reached places as far away as Egypt, Asia Minor, and Cyprus, indicating a robust trade network. Art and cultural elements during this period show very clear Minoan influence, yet retain distinctive Helladic traits, and of course some recognizable Western Asian features. Now, in terms of architecture and art, Mycenaean works were simpler, yet more monumental than their Minoan counterparts, suggesting a blend of local and also foreign artistic traditions. Over time, though, Mycenaean civilization seems to have grown in sophistication, and it eventually surpassed the Minoan achievements. Of course, I've done a full video on the Minoans if you're interested in that, may help you understand this one a little bit better. Now, the transition from the shaft grave period marked the adoption of tholos tombs, kind of grand circular burial structures with vaulted roofs, showing an evolution in elite burial customs, and continuing the trend of increasing social complexity and architectural sophistication. By the 15th century BC, Mycenaeans had expanded their influence across the Aegean and into western Anatolia, establishing dominance over the region and marking the beginning of the Mycenaean Koine era, a period of widespread cultural uniformity across mainland Greece and the Aegean islands. This era emerged after the Mycenaeans took control of the Minoan palace at Knossos. That was around 1450 BC. Then they went on to blend Minoan culture with their own to form a kind of hybrid civilization. The Mycenaeans utilized the collapse of Minoan power to extend their trade networks extensively. By the early 14th century BC, they reached as far as Cyprus, the Near East, Italy, and Spain, exploiting new commercial opportunities. This period also saw the introduction of the Linear B script at Knossos, which was an adaptation of Minoan Linear A, spreading across Mycenaean palatial centers and providing crucial data on their administrative systems. Though the records are a little bit too fragmented to fully reconstruct the politics of Bronze Age Greece, so we can only do what we can and fill in the gaps with the rest. Now, on to Miletus in Asia Minor, where archaeological findings suggest a Mycenaean settlement from around 1450, replacing either Minoan installations, earlier Minoan installations rather. Miletus evolved into a significant Mycenaean hub until around the 12th century BC, a fact that is corroborated by records from the Hittites describing Miletos, or Milawater in Hittite, as a vital Mycenaean base in Asia Minor. Mycenaean influence also extended to nearby sites like Hyksos and Ephesus. On the mainland, new palace complexes began to emerge around this time, signaling a shift towards more organized and monumental architectural projects. Initial palace structures included Megaron-type buildings, like the Menelaon in Sparta. From around 1400 BC, true palatial complexes with Cyclopean masonry began to appear, as seen in Mycenae and Tiryns. Additional palaces were constructed in locations such as Medea, Athens, Pylos, Eleusis, Thebes, or Kamenos, and even as far north as Iolkos in Thessaly, the northernmost Mycenaean center. The palace at Knossos underwent significant renovations during this period, including the construction of a new throne room to suit the Mycenaean administrative needs. These palaces functioned within a highly structured bureaucratic system, where administrative duties were categorized and specialized. At the apex of this hierarchy was the king, which they called a wanax, who held complete authority as the chief landlord, spiritual leader, military commander, entrepreneur, and trader. His rule was supported by a network of high officials, illustrating a sophisticated and centralized governance system that facilitated Mycenaean expansion and cultural dominance during this era. The involvement of Ahiawa, identified by scholars as Mycenaean Greece, in the political and military affairs of Western Anatolia during the Late Bronze Age is well documented in Hittite texts. These texts, dating from around 1400 to 1220 BC, portray the kings of Ahiawa, the Hittite word for Mycenaean Greece, as significant players, capable of engaging diplomatically and militarily with the Hittite Empire. The exact geographic extent of the Ahiawa is not clear from the texts, at least the ones that we have now, but it likely included parts of mainland Greece and probably the Aegean Islands. Around 1400 BC, Hittite records describe the activities of Atarsia, an Ahiawan leader who might be connected to the legendary Greek figure Atreus. Atarsia led military campaigns against Hittite vassals in western Anatolia, notably attacking the region ruled by Maduata. This period marked the beginning of Ahiawa's influence in Anatolia, often exerted by fomenting anti-Hittite rebellions among the Hittite vassals. Now by 1315, Ahiawa supported a major rebellion in Arzawa, which was a pretty significant Hittite vassal state. Now this shows its continued involvement in regional politics beyond its own borders, aimed specifically at undermining Hittite authority. Archaeological findings corroborate the textual evidence of Ahiawan control over several Aegean islands during this time. Now, during the reign of the Hittite king Hattusili III, that was from 1267 to 1237, the Ahiawan ruler was acknowledged as Great King, reflecting a status on par with the most powerful monarchs of the era, such as those of Egypt, Babylonia, and Assyria. Indeed, the same prefix is used for those other rulers in the Hittite materials. This recognition highlights the heightened political and military influence of the Ahiawa. At that time, Piama Radu, an anti-Hittite agitator, received support from the Mycenaean Greeks, causing significant disturbances that extended to Wilusa, which is possibly ancient Troy. It's one of the names that we have in Hittite records for it, and resulted in the seizure of the island of Lesbos. Now this chaotic period, characterized by recurring conflicts and politics, might have laid the historical groundwork for the legendary accounts of the Trojan War. The Hittite texts also mention a figure named Tawagalawa, who is suggested to be the brother of the Ahiawan king, and may correspond to the Homeric character of Eteocles. Perhaps. Now, back to our Greek terminologies now. Around 1250 BC, several key centers in mainland Greece, including Thebes and Mycenae, experienced a wave of destructive attacks whose causes remain somewhat unclear, at least from the archaeological record. Thebes, a major city in Boeotia, was completely destroyed, either in this year of 1250 BC or quite soon after. Orchomenos, another significant Boeotian site, though not completely destroyed, was abandoned around about this same time. Gla, known for its monumental structures, saw deliberate targeting and destruction of specific areas, such as the gates and a major building known as the Melathron. In response to these threats, several Mycenaean cities undertook extensive fortification efforts. For example, Tiryns, Medea, and Athens bolstered their defenses by constructing massive cyclopean walls, a style characterized by the use of enormous limestone boulders fitted together without the use of mortar. Mycenae itself nearly doubled the fortified area of its citadel, adding significant features such as the Lion Gate, which became the main entrance to the Acropolis. Well, despite all of the destruction, there was a brief resurgence of Mycenaean culture, suggesting a period of recovery and revival. Mycenaean Greece remained active in internal politics, particularly evident in Hittite records from around 1220, which mentions the involvement of the Ahiawa king in an uprising against the Hittite authority in western Anatolia. Additionally, Hittite texts from the same period advise Ahiawan ships to steer clear of Assyrian-controlled ports, indicating a trade embargo against Assyria. However, the broader picture during the second half of the 13th century shows a general decline in trade across the eastern Mediterranean, likely due to the increasingly unstable political climate for pretty much everybody. By around 1190, a second wave of destruction swept through Mycenae, effectively ending its status as a major power. This catastrophic event left Mycenae significantly diminished, marked by subsequent reoccupations, albeit on a much smaller scale. In contrast to previous beliefs that natural disasters such as earthquakes might have caused these destructions, recent archaeological evidence, including the discovery of numerous arrowheads in the debris at Medea, suggests a violent human assault as the cause. The palace of Pylos met a similar fate around 1180. The Linear B texts found here, preserved amidst the destruction, record urgent defensive preparations in response to an immediate threat, although they do not specify who the attackers are. This period saw general widespread turmoil across Mycenaean Greece, with notable declines in population, particularly in regions like Boeotia, Argolis, and Messenia. Many Mycenaeans fled to Cyprus and the Levantine coast, seeking refuge from all the instability. Despite the widespread destruction, there were some areas, especially those on the periphery of the Mycenaean sphere, such as the Ionian Islands, northwestern Peloponnese, parts of Attica, and a few of the Aegean Islands, not only endured but even thrived during these times. Athens, notably, seemed to escape the destruction that befell many other centers, suggesting a possible shift towards decentralized coastal and maritime networks that were less vulnerable to the conflicts and disruptions impacting mainland palatial centers. This evidence from the cemetery at Parati in Attica, lasting through the 12th century BC, shows a continuity of occupation and a blend of local and imported goods across the Mediterranean. This points to ongoing trade and cultural exchanges even after the collapse of the palatial systems. Similarly, the late Helladic 3C cemetery at Drivlia, near Portarafti, underscores Attica's continued participation in broader trade networks. Well, in the aftermath of all of this, Mycenae's influence waned considerably, and the regional focus shifted to Tiryns. During the late Helladic III period, from around 1200 to 1050, Tiryns expanded and became the dominant center in the Argolid region, reflecting a realignment of power and economic activity within the region as communities adapted to the new post-palatial realities. This era marked a significant transformation in Mycenaean civilization, with the emergence of smaller and more dispersed settlements that did nonetheless maintain some degree of cultural continuity from the palatial period. The collapse of the Mycenaean palace system, marking the end of Mycenaean Greece, remains one of the most debated mysteries in the history of the ancient world. There are several competing theories that attempt to explain this decline, each of them supported by varying degrees of archaeological and textual evidence. So let's have a look. We'll go through a few of the theories and explain them briefly. And after that we'll get on to a little bit more of the cultural and societal aspects of Mycenaean Greece. Well, the first and probably the most popular theory is the one of population movement and invasion, first being the Dorian invasion. This long-held theory, rooted in ancient Greek tradition, suggests that the Dorians, an ethnically distinct group speaking a variant of the Greek language, that being Doric, migrated southward over several years, and this migration caused widespread destruction, and eventually they settled in the regions that were formerly held by the Mycenaeans. The theory points to changes in burial practices and pottery styles as evidence of this new population's influence. And next, of course, we can't go past the Late Bronze Age without mentioning the mysterious Sea Peoples. Coinciding with the Mycenaean collapse is the activity of the Sea Peoples, a confederation of naval traders who attacked parts of Anatolia, the Levant, and Egypt sometime around 1175 BC, thereabouts. Some scholars propose that one of these groups, the Ekwesh, were linked to the Ahiawa mentioned in the Hittite records, possibly identifying them with the Mycenaeans. Well, either way, the havoc wreaked by these groups in the eastern Mediterranean could have contributed to, or at least coincided with, the fall of Mycenaean Greece. Either way, it was overall a bad time for everybody. It certainly would have had its effect. Then we have theories of internal conflict and social strife, which are also quite popular theories. First being civil unrest. This perspective argues that internal strife driven by the rigid and hierarchical structure of the Mycenaean society led to internecine warfare and rebellion against the ruling Wanaks. Remember, that is the Mycenaean word for king. This scenario suggests a collapse from within rather than due to external forces, a kind of political implosion. Next is a theory of economic and systemic breakdown. Economic decline and the breakdown of redistributive palace economies, which could no longer sustain the demands of its bureaucracy and military, may have also played a role in the collapse, but we need a little bit more elaboration on that. Hopefully we'll be able to find some more tablets and texts that will corroborate that theory. Next, of course, is natural disasters and environmental factors. Some researchers have suggested that prolonged droughts or climate changes may have undermined agricultural productivity, leading to economic and social stresses that the palatial systems simply did not have the power to withstand. Of course, given the geological activity in the area, significant earthquakes could have damaged critical infrastructure, leading to economic difficulties and making the palaces vulnerable to invasion or simply internal collapse. Lastly, we have some theories regarding demographic and societal changes. Some theories suggest that overpopulation led to migration and societal shifts, a pattern observed in other ancient civilizations like the Minoans, the Harappans, and even later in the Western Roman Empire. The period following the Mycenaean collapse, roughly from around 1100 to 800 BC, is often referred to as the Greek Dark Ages. During this time, Greece saw a significant reduction in population and a loss of writing, which resulted in fewer and, frankly, less impressive material culture remains compared to the palatial period. The era was marked by simpler, more isolated communities that gradually developed into the classical city-states of our main conception of ancient Greece. Despite the variety of proposed explanations, there really isn't a single theory that comprehensively accounts for the decline of the Mycenaean civilization, and the topic continues and will continue for quite a while to be a fertile ground for research and debate among scholars. Now let's get on to a little bit of the economic information about the Mycenaeans, because they were quite formidable in that domain. The economy was complex and highly organized. It reveals a sophisticated society that managed resources and labor efficiently across various sectors. The centralized administration, as evident from preserved linear bead tablets, played a critical role in monitoring and distributing resources, demonstrating advanced bureaucratic capabilities, especially for the time. Now, the linear bead tablets from Knossos indicate extensive sheep farming, with detailed records of sheep numbers and the production of wool. It suggests a structured approach to livestock management and secondary product processing, which were critical economic activities. Records from Pylos reveal a specialized workforce, where laborers were categorized and assigned specific tasks, particularly in textile production. While the palaces exerted direct control over the key industries like perfumed oil and bronze production, other sectors such as ceramics were less tightly controlled, indicating a selective approach to economic management. This strategy allowed for flexibility and efficiency in resource allocation. The existence of transactions between different palatial centers hints at a cooperative economic network, further emphasized the complexity of Mycenaean economic structures. Significant engineering projects such as the drainage of the Kopias Basin and the construction of dams were undertaken to enhance agricultural productivity and manage water resources effectively. These projects likely required the combined efforts of multiple palatial centers, showing the Mycenaeans' ability to organize large-scale infrastructure projects. The construction of harbors, like the harbor of Pylos, capable of accommodating large Bronze Age vessels, and extensive workshop complexes for manufacturing goods for export and shipbuilding, give us another example of the advanced economic activities and infrastructure capabilities of the Mycenaeans. The most famous project of the Mycenaean era was the network of roads in the Peloponnese, which facilitated the speedy deployment of troops and connected the various palatial centers. Trade was a cornerstone of Mycenaean Greece's economy, stretching across the Mediterranean and beyond. Mycenaean palaces managed imports of essential raw materials like metals, ivory, and glass, and exported processed commodities such as oil, perfume, wine, wool, and a great deal of finely crafted pottery. This trade was not exclusively controlled by palace authorities. Independent merchants also played a significant role in these international exchanges. Archaeological evidence, including artifacts, inscriptions, and wall paintings found across the Middle East, indicate robust commercial and cultural interactions between the Mycenaeans and various Bronze Age civilizations, such as the Kassites, Mitanni, Canaanites, Assyrians, and of course the Egyptians. The discovery of the 14th century Uluburun shipwreck off the coast of southern Anatolia highlights these extensive trade networks, which provided the Mycenaeans with the materials necessary for bronze production and other goods. Cyprus was a critical intermediary in Mycenaean trade. It acted as a hub for exchanges between Greece and the Middle East, evidenced by the significant quantities of Mycenaean goods that we've found on the island. While interactions with the Hittite lands in central Anatolia were a little more limited, trade connections with Troy and further expansions into the Bosphorus and the Black Sea coast were all firmly established, with Mycenaean swords even reaching Georgia. The Mycenaeans also engaged extensively with regions in the Italian peninsula and the western Mediterranean. Their pottery and other products found significant markets in southern Italy, Sicily, and the Aeolian Islands, even as far as Sardinia and southern Spain. More sporadic finds of Mycenaean artifacts have been discovered in Central Europe, including a remarkable amber object bearing Linear B inscriptions found in Bavaria, Germany. Additionally, Mycenaean double bronze axes and other items from the 13th century BC have surfaced as far away as Ireland, and even in regions of England such as Wessex and Cornwall. Evidence of opium use in Mycenaean culture has also been identified, with traces of it found in ceramic vases from this period. The trade in opium poppies, evident in the eastern Mediterranean from as early as 1650 BC, points to an early version of a narcotics trade. Mycenaean culture, as evidenced through their wall paintings and archaeological findings, shows a nuanced social structure regarding gender roles and the status of women. Women in Mycenae were typically portrayed in art wearing long dresses, and adorned with jewelry such as beads, made from materials like carnelian and lapis lazuli. These beads, significant in Mycenaean society, were worn on bracelets, necklaces, and cloak buttons, and were often included in burial rites. In contrast to later Greek periods where female seclusion was more common, we don't have any evidence suggesting that Mycenaean women were secluded from men, and it appears that men and women interacted regularly in both domestic and economic settings. While men typically engaged in warfare and hunting, the involvement of women in hunting is somewhat debatable, with no firm evidence supporting their participation in warfare either. Mycenaean society was, as it seems to be, quite patriarchal, but rationing records indicate an equitable distribution of food, with women receiving the same rations as men. This suggests a certain level of equality in basic economic provisions. Women's economic roles, however, were largely defined by their social status and proximity to palatial centers. Linear B tablets mention work groups of female laborers, often working alongside their children, and closely managed by palace scribes. These women, likely low-ranking laborers, performed tasks such as textile production, and were possibly considered slaves. Although this is a point of contention, we don't really know for sure. Women could, however, attain positions of power and influence through religious roles. Titles such as priestess not only conferred social prestige, but also economic benefits, such as land holdings. The evidence indicates that while ordinary women may not have had the opportunity to own land or achieve economic independence, those who ascended to certain religious or skilled positions could exercise significant social authority. Elite women, though married to higher-ranking officials and enjoying certain privileges, did not possess land or economic independence, on their own at least. Only through their husbands did they enjoy such things. Now, the Palace of Knossos, compared to other Mycenaean centers like Pylos, may have offered a more egalitarian setting for women, although this suggestion remains speculative with little concrete evidence to support a markedly different treatment of women there compared to other Mycenaean sites. During the Mycenaean period, burial practices varied, but inhumation was the predominant method, involving the burial of the body in the earth covered by dirt and stones. The earliest Mycenaean burials were primarily in individual graves, either simple pits or stone-lined cists, with offerings typically limited to pottery and occasional items of jewelry, but these were rare. Over time, however, groups of these graves, particularly those containing elite members of the community, were sometimes covered by a tumulus or mound, a practice with ancient origins possibly reflecting earlier traditions like those of the Kurgan culture. However, scholars now largely view Mycenaean burial customs as indigenous developments within mainland Greece, particularly exemplified by the native rulers interred in the shaft graves at Mycenae. These shaft graves, located within grave circles A and B at the Mycenae site, represent a distinct form of elite burial grouping from the same period. They are notable for the rich grave goods found alongside the deceased, including full sets of weapons, ornate staffs, and valuable gold and silver vessels, indicating the high social status of those buried there. Alongside these more elaborate burials, simpler pit and cist graves continued to be used throughout the Mycenaean period for individual burials. In the late Helladic period, communal tombs begin to appear, characterized by their rectangular shape. The use of different burial forms has led to speculation about social stratification, with earlier theories suggesting that monumental tholos tombs were reserved solely for elite rulers. Individual tombs for the leisure class and communal tombs for the general populace as well, all coming under these tholos banner. However, the direct correlation between the tomb type and social hierarchy remains a little bit of a mystery. Perhaps we'll find out when we find the next tombs. Cremation also became increasingly common, but towards the end of the Mycenaean era, indicating a shift in burial practices. The introduction of the tholos tomb in the early 15th century marked a new phase in elite burials, characterized by their impressive and imposing circular structures, with high vaulted roofs, such as the treasury of Atreus at Mycenae. This period saw the construction of several such tombs, particularly in the region of Mycenae, where a cluster of 9 tholos tombs includes 6 from a single period, that period being the late Helladic IIa, around 1400 to 1300 BC. The scale and grandeur of these royal tombs, especially those at Mycenae, suggest they were intended for the royal family and possibly reflect competition among different dynasties or factions within the Mycenaean society, using conspicuous burials as a means of asserting status and power. In the 8th century BC, Greece began to emerge from the so-called Greek Dark Ages, a period marked by the flourishing of myths and legends epitomized by the Trojan epic cycle. The classical Greeks held the Mycenaean period in high regard, viewing it as an era of heroes, divine proximity, and material prosperity. The Homeric epics in particular were revered as true historical accounts, a perspective that persisted until the 19th century, when scholars like German archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann began to critically evaluate Homer's historicity. Schliemann's excavations at Mycenae in 1876 aimed to validate the historical settings of the Iliad, marking the first modern archaeological efforts in Greece to explore Mycenaean civilization. He was also the one who found the city of Troy as well. The legacy of the Mycenaeans was profound, influencing later Greek culture significantly. The gods and goddesses venerated during the Mycenaean era evolved into the Olympian pantheon that we're all pretty familiar with, revered in the later Greek antiquity. Furthermore, the Mycenaean language represents the earliest recorded form of Greek, contributing words to the modern English lexicon. I've probably said a few Greek words during this lecture today, and you haven't even noticed. The Mycenaeans were notable for their advanced engineering skills too, initiating ambitious projects such as fortifications, roads, bridges, and aqueducts, which were unparalleled in Europe until the Roman era. They introduced architectural innovations like the relieving triangle, and were instrumental in disseminating arts and crafts, particularly those derived from the earlier Minoan influences. Well, all in all, their civilization was unique and markedly more sophisticated than other late Bronze Age cultures in Europe. Not all of them, but quite a few of them, earning them a place as a cornerstone in the history of our earliest peoples. Ramesses II, also known as Ramesses the Great, and for good reason, was one of Egypt's most powerful and celebrated pharaohs, reigning from 1279 to 1213 BC during the New Kingdom's 19th dynasty. His was a reign lasting over 66 years that made him a legendary figure in Egyptian history, known for his ambitious building projects, including the temples of Abu Simbel and the Ramesseum, his mortuary temple. He was also famed for his role in the Battle of Kadesh against the Hittites, often celebrated as one of the largest chariot battles ever fought, and was the earliest well-documented battle in history. He was a builder, a warrior, a leader, solidifying his legacy as a symbol of the Egyptian Golden Age. Hello my friend, and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you, and if you are coming back for more, great to have you back with me again. It's going to be a great video. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. The best way is just to enjoy the videos, whatever way you seem fit. However, if you wish to go above and beyond, you will find the means to do so in the description. But for now, let's get nice and relaxed, and let's hear about the life of Ramesses II. Ramesses II was born into a pivotal era of Egyptian history. You see, his grandfather, Ramesses I, was originally a civilian, but he rose through the ranks to become a vizier and a military officer under the great pharaoh Horemheb. Recognizing his loyalty and capabilities, Horemheb chose Ramesses I as his successor, a decision that would set the stage for the ascension of one of Egypt's most formidable dynasties. As for Ramesses II, well, he was around 11 years old when his grandfather ascended the throne. This period marked the beginning of his exposure to the intricacies of Egyptian royalty and governance, a whole new world for such a young lad. The reign of Ramesses I, however, was somewhat short-lived, paving the way for Seti I, who was Ramesses II's father, to assume the throne. Under the rule of Seti I, Egypt saw a resurgence of its power. Seti was known for his military campaigns and efforts to restore Egypt's prestige, which had waned in the years prior. At the tender age of approximately 14, Ramesses was appointed Egypt's Prince Regent. A lot of responsibility for a 14-year-old. Well, this early start in the realm of governance, added with his exposure to military and administrative duties under his father's tutelage, prepared him for what was to become a legendary reign, marked by architectural wonder, extensive building programs, and military expeditions that further solidified Egypt's supremacy. Well, he ascended the throne on the 31st of May, 1279 BC, which in the Egyptian calendar corresponds to 3rd Shemu, day 27. I'm not going to explain the intricacies of the Egyptian calendar. I'm just telling you how we know the dates. Well, this day in 1279 BC marked the beginning of a reign that would last over 6 decades, which is very impressive for the time. The Jewish historian Josephus, in translating Manetho's Aegyptica, Manetho being an Egyptian historian, by the way, in his work Contra Apionum, refers to Ramesses II as Armesus Miamum, and attributes him a reign of 66 years and 2 months. Thus this figure closely aligns with the evidence from Papyrus Gorb Fragment L, which notes that the year 67, first Arket day 18 of Ramesses II reign, was immediately followed by the date marking year 1, second Arket day 19 of his son's Merneptah's reign. This suggests that Ramesses passed away approximately 2 months into his 62nd year as pharaoh. I'm inclined to believe them. My mathematics isn't so good, and neither is my knowledge of the Egyptian calendar. Perhaps a full video on the Egyptian calendar soon, Let's learn about it together. Well, to a more modern research, we have in modern times propositions that Ramesses died between the 2nd Arket day 3 and day 13, based on the Theban Graffito 854 dated to Merneptah's year 1, second Arket day 2. However, there is a fragment from the mid-20th dynasty necropolis journal from the workman's village of Deir el-Medina, indicating that 2nd Arket day 6 was a feast day for commemorating the sale of Usima Re Setepenre, another name for Ramesses II, which suggested a celebration of his passing. Such of these sailing feasts, kind of like a funeral, were observed in Thebes or Deir el-Medina to honor the deified royals. For example, the sailing of Ahmose Nefertari was celebrated on the 2nd Shemu 15th, Seti 1st on 3rd Shemu 24, and Ramesses II on the 2nd Arket 6. Well, whichever case, this sailing ritual, which I'll just elaborate on quickly, essentially preparing the pharaoh and having him go down the Nile on a kind of barge, a kind of funeral popular at the time. So it was laid on a boat, covered by a kind of shrine or canopy, attended to by the priests. Well, early in his reign, he was proactive in restoring Egyptian authority over territories lost to foreign powers like the Nubians and the Hittites, and in securing Egypt's borders. Now you see, the Nubians, they were in the south, which the Egyptians viewed as Upper Egypt. You see, the flow of the Nile would go that way. So towards the Mediterranean, that would be Lower Egypt, and going south along the Nile, Upper Egypt. So, south of Upper Egypt, or at least further up from the Nile, would be the Nubian kingdoms, and the Hittites were kind of near central Anatolia, modern-day Turkey. You can still see their capital city, Hattusa, in modern-day Anatolia. Quite a wonder to see, and certainly on my personal list. Add it to yours. Well, his military campaigns, of course, were not limited to the grand battles like Kadesh, which we will get to later, but they also included skirmishes and of course smaller conflicts that all helped to stabilize the region and maintain Egypt's influence. His efforts against the revolts in Nubia and campaigns in Libya further solidified his reputation as this formidable military leader. Thus, the Egyptian army under his command was a massive force, estimated to be around 100,000 soldiers, of course playing this crucial role in projecting Egyptian power and influence across the known world, or at least the world that was known to the Egyptians. One of these significant early military campaigns that Ramesses faced was the threat from what were known as the Shurden Sea Pirates. In the second year of his reign, these pirates were causing significant disruption along Egypt's Mediterranean coast, attacking and plundering cargo ships traveling to Egypt. The Shurden were seafaring warriors, likely originating from the coast of Ionia, southwest Anatolia, or possibly the island of Sardinia. Thus Ramesses devised a strategic plan to deal with them. He stationed troops and ships at critical points along the coast, and waited for the pirates to strike, luring them in. Well, when the Shurden pirates took the bait and engaged their targets, Ramesses' forces launched a surprise counterattack. In this decisive sea battle, the Egyptian forces managed to capture all of the pirates in a single, well-executed maneuver. It is a victory that is well documented on a stela from Tanis, which describes the Shurden pirates as having come in their warships from the midst of the sea, and none were able to stand before them. This suggests that the battle actually took place near the Nile's mouth, where Ramesses' forces were likely strategically hidden to launch their surprise attack. Well, following the victory, many of the captured Shurden were incorporated into Ramesses' bodyguard, and this was a practice that was not uncommon in ancient military strategies, to utilize the defeated foes as your own military assets. Kinda like recycling, you know what I mean. Well, these Shurden guards are easily recognizable in Egyptian inscriptions, notably those depicting the Battle of Kadesh, as they wore distinctive horned helmets with a central spike, round shields, and were armed with naue swords, a type of weapon that underscores their origins from the Aegean or Eastern Mediterranean regions. Now, it wasn't just the Shurden. Ramesses' forces also confronted and defeated other seafaring tribes during this battle, including the Luca, likely the ancestors of the Lycians, and the Shekelesh. The initial military campaigns of Ramesses set the stage for these significant conflicts to come, particularly with the much more formidable Hittite Empire. His first campaign occurred in the 4th year of his reign, and was marked by the erection of the first commemorative stele of Nar el-Kalb, near modern-day Beirut in Lebanon. However, the inscription on this stele has been mostly lost to weathering, rather unfortunate, which obscures a lot of the details of the campaign. Hopefully we can find something waiting under the ground. Those old tablets certainly seem to keep their quality. Well, during this same year, Ramesses achieved a significant victory by capturing the Hittite vassal state of Amurru during his campaign in Syria, an action that was part of a broader effort to reassert control over Canaan and push the boundaries of Egypt's influence further into Syrian territory. And speaking of which, we find ourselves at the Second Syrian Campaign, and of course, the Battle of Kadesh. Now, the most famous battle was indeed the Battle of Kadesh for Ramesses. It took place in his 5th regnal year. It was a battle that was the culmination of a campaign in Syria against the resurgent forces of the Hittite king Mu'attalis. Ramesses aimed to secure a victory at Kadesh to extend Egypt's frontiers into Syria and emulate the triumph of his father, Seti I, who had entered the city a decade earlier. Thus, to prepare for such a campaign, Ramesses built his new capital, Ramesses, where he established extensive military production facilities. These factories were capable of producing significant quantities of weapons, chariots, and shields, equipping the Egyptian army for the long and difficult campaign ahead. Of course, the Hittites were, as I've mentioned, a formidable force. They weren't just a bunch of tribesmen or rebellious pirates. Nope. If the Battle of Kadesh had have gone differently, perhaps all of those long videos would be about the Hittite Empire rather than the great Egyptians. But it didn't, so here we are. Well, let's find out. After a month of advancing through Canaan, Ramesses and his forces arrived at Kadesh on the 1st of May, 1274 BC. The Egyptian troops were unexpectedly ambushed by Hittite forces, leading to a chaotic battle where the Egyptian chariotry was initially overwhelmed. However, reinforcements helped the Egyptians to counterattack and eventually rout the Hittites, who abandoned their chariots and fled across the Orontes River to safety within the walls of Kadesh. Although Ramesses held the battlefield and claimed a great victory, the strategic outcome was more complex. The inability of the Egyptians to sustain a long siege and their subsequent retreat allowed the Hittite forces to occupy, albeit briefly, Egyptian territories in the Damascus region. This outcome led many to view the campaign as a Hittite victory, despite the tactical success of the Egyptians on the field. And if you want a very detailed breakdown of the battle, I've already done a full video on it, which I'm surprised that the video about the Battle of Kadesh came before the video about Ramesses II, but thus we find ourselves in this position. Now on to the Third Syrian Campaign. So following the Battle of Kadesh, the Egyptian sphere of influence was confined to Canaan, while Syria predominantly fell under Hittite control. Inspired by the Egyptian military's apparent weaknesses and encouraged by the Hittites, Canaanite princes began revolts against Egyptian rule. Determined to counteract these developments, Ramesses embarked on his Third Syrian Campaign, late in the 7th year of his reign. The campaign was more successful against the Hittites, with Ramesses managing to split his forces effectively. Now one part of his army, led by his son Amun-her-Kepeshef, pursued the Shashu tribes across the Negev to the Dead Sea, capturing Edom Seir, and then advancing to Moab. Meanwhile, Ramesses himself led another force that attacked Jerusalem and Jericho, before also entering Moab and reuniting with his son's forces. The reunited Egyptian army continued its campaign, capturing key locations such as Hezbon and Damascus, and successfully re-establishing Egypt's influence over the territories around Damascus. In the 8th and 9th years of his reign, Ramesses continued to assert Egyptian military power far beyond its traditional boundaries. His armies crossed the Dog River and pushed into Amurru, advancing as far north as Dapur. This region had not seen an Egyptian military presence since the time of Thutmose III, almost 120 years earlier. Ramesses II's forces laid siege to Dapur, eventually capturing the city. His journey northward was marked by the erection of the commemorative statue, signifying his presence and conquest in northern Amurru, well beyond the strategic city of Kadesh. And indeed, he loved putting up little statues everywhere. I just wish we had more of them left to see. Sands of time, I'm afraid. Well, by November of 1272, Ramesses had returned to Egypt, arriving in Heliopolis, which means the city of the sun, by the way, and that's the Greek word for it, Helios being sun and polis being city, just in case you were wondering. Well, even though he had arrived back in Egypt, his control over the newly conquered territories was certainly short-lived. The thin strip of land between Amurru and Kadesh proved to be very difficult to hold, and within a year these areas had reverted back to Hittite control. This prompted Ramesses to lead another military expedition against Dapur in his 10th year. Remarkably, during this campaign, he claimed to have entered the battle without his armor for the first 2 hours, a testament of his confidence, or perhaps arrogance, depending on who you ask. Either way, this campaign was a family affair, with 6 of his young sons participating, their youth marked by the traditional side locks of hair, as we can see in some of the stelae. Now, despite his repeated military successes, the gains in these regions were simply not durable, nor were they practical to maintain. The contested territories oscillated, therefore, between Egyptian and Hittite control, with neither side able to secure a decisive and lasting victory. Ramesses' engagements in these areas, such as the captures of towns in Retjenu and Tunip in Naharin, were significant enough to be recorded on the walls of the Ramesseum, that being his mortuary temple, which we'll talk a little bit about later. Well, by his 18th year, the situation had somewhat stabilized, allowing Ramesses to put up a stele at Beth Shean on January 19th, 1261. This stele served as a symbolic assertion of his presence and power in the region, despite this ephemeral nature of his territorial control. The episode involving the deposed Hittite king Mursili III marks another significant moment in the diplomatic history of the ancient Near East. Mursili III fled to Egypt after his unsuccessful overthrow of his uncle, which led Hattusili III, the new Hittite king, to demand that Ramesses, the pharaoh of Egypt, extradite the fugitive prince back to Hatti. Well, Ramesses denied him, and he said, "Well, I don't know anything about that. I don't know who you're talking about. Go away." Thus, his denial of Mursili's presence in Egypt, despite the fact he was obviously there, brought the two empires to the brink of war. However, by the 21st year of Ramesses' reign, which was around 1259, the situation evolved towards a more diplomatic resolution. Ramesses and Hattusili agreed to meet at Kadesh, the site of their earlier military standoff, to negotiate a peaceful end to the conflict. And they did. The meeting resulted in the earliest known peace treaty in world history. And in fact, if you go to the UN headquarters, a copy of this peace treaty hangs up on the wall. It's a very historic document. I wonder if they had have known back in those years when Ramesses had sat down with Hattusili if this would be such an important event. Well, perhaps they did. Who knows? Either way, the peace treaty is notable for several reasons. It was recorded in both Egyptian hieroglyphs and Hittite cuneiform, with both versions largely agreeing on content, though differing slightly in perspective. The Hittite version claims that the Egyptians sought peace, whereas the Egyptian version said that the Hittites were the ones who came to them to ask for peace. Well, it could be either way. Either way, the treaty was engraved on a silver plaque, which was then taken back to Egypt and inscribed into the walls of the temple at Karnak. This preserved text for posterity and signified its importance. Well, the treaty's 18 articles not only called for peace between the two empires, but also emphasized that this peace was mandated by the gods of both lands. And while the treaty did not explicitly define the borders, other documents like the Anastasi A papyrus help infer that the Phoenician coastal towns up to Sumer were under Egyptian control. And that's not the Sumer you're thinking of. That was long gone, but we think of Sumer, the Egyptian city. Well, marking the northern boundaries of Ramesses' influence. So it was not too clearly defined in the original agreement, but further documents tended to put things into a bit more perspective. Now, following the treaty, there were no further Egyptian military campaigns in Canaan, indicating a stable and secure northern border for Egypt under Ramesses II. This period of peace allowed the pharaoh to strengthen his rule domestically until his death. The diplomatic correspondence between Hattusili III and Kadashman Enlil of Babylon reflects a broader implication. Hattusili's letters suggested a shift in regional dynamic, where former adversaries were now encouraging cooperation against common enemies, for example, Assyria. This change was part of a larger pattern where major powers sought stability through diplomacy rather than continued conflict. What a novel idea. Well, Ramesses' campaigns into Nubia now, particularly south into the first cataract of the Nile, form a significant part of his military legacy that's not often talked about. Pretty much anything to do with Ramesses lives under the shadow of the Battle of Kadesh and the peace agreement. Well, by the age of 22, he was actively leading military expeditions into Nubian territory, demonstrating an early involvement in Egypt's colonial and military activities. And during these campaigns, he was not only at the forefront of the battle, but he brought along his sons, a family affair, as part of the royal entourage, indicating his role in their military training and intention to showcase the continuity of rule and valor. The conquest and continued dominance over Nubia were important for Egypt both strategically and economically. Nubia had been under Egyptian control for around 200 years by the time of Ramesses. But the region's rich resources and its strategic position as a buffer against other African powers made its reassertion a significant focus for Ramesses' military efforts. These campaigns and their significance are vividly recalled in the decorations of several temples Ramesses constructed in northern Nubia. The temples at Beit al-Wali, Gurf Hussein, and Kalab Shah are adorned with reliefs and inscriptions that detail these military exploits. In fact, the Oriental Institute's epigraphic work during the Nubian salvage campaign of the 1960s helped to uncover and preserve these vital records. One of the most telling depictions of these campaigns is found on the south wall of Beit el-Wali temple. Here, Ramesses is depicted charging into battle on his war chariot against the tribes of south of Egypt. What is notable about this depiction is the presence of his two young sons, being Khaem-Wamset and Amun-er-Khepeshef, who are portrayed behind him in their very own war chariots. A portrayal that not only emphasizes Ramesses' role as a warrior king, but also highlights once again these familial aspects of the campaigns, Ramesses preparing his sons the only way he knows how. Of course, it's always best to learn on the job, right? Well, another intriguing aspect of these campaigns, as depicted on the temple walls, is Ramesses' claim of having engaged in battle against certain tribes without the aid of his soldiers. That's right. Well, this could suggest a surprise attack or a special expedition where Ramesses felt compelled to simply demonstrate his personal bravery and leadership by fighting without the usual military support, possibly in a skirmish or sudden confrontation with local tribes. So, during Ramesses II's reign, Egyptian influence extended significantly along the Mediterranean coast, particularly over a 300-kilometer stretch up to Zawiet el-Rakam, where evidence of Egyptian fortifications have been found. These fortresses, built on what was referred to as Libyan land, indicate that Egypt exerted some degree of control over this region, although the precise military and political circumstances of these fortifications remain somewhat unclear. While detailed records of Ramesses' military campaigns against the Libyans are sparse, various inscriptions hint at his victories over them. These references might be retrospective, celebrating his involvement in campaigns led by his father, Seti, who likely established initial control over the region and initiated the construction of these defensive structures. This would mirror Seti's efforts to rebuild and fortify the ways of Horus across the northern Sinai, suggesting a strategic approach to securing Egypt's frontiers. By the 30th year of his reign, Ramesses celebrated his first Sed festival, a jubilee event intended to rejuvenate the pharaoh's strength and honor his rule. This marked Ramesses as one of Egypt's most enduring rulers, a king whose reign would eventually span 66 years, unheard of, really, making him an exceptional figure among the pharaohs, not just for his longevity, of course, but also for his accomplishments. But hey, longevity always gets you points. Now, at this point in his reign, Ramesses had not only ensured peace and security along Egypt's borders, but had also overseen a period of prosperity and monumental building that revived Egypt's power and prestige. His achievements by his 30th year had already far surpassed those of most of his predecessors. So, he continued to celebrate these Sed festivals, traditionally held every 3 years after the 30th year. However, Ramesses, ever the exceptional ruler, held these festivals sometimes every 2 years. Everyone loves a good party, don't they? Celebrating an unprecedented 13 or 14 such festivals during his long reign. Well, by the end of the reign, he had embarked on an extensive building program that was unparalleled in scope since the era of the pyramids, which was, by the way, some 1500 years earlier. He mobilized the Egyptian population to transform the landscape from the Delta to the Nubia, leaving an architectural legacy that surpassed any pharaoh before. So here's a look at some of the significant aspects of his building initiatives. He was known for remodeling and usurping the works of his predecessors, transforming existing temples across Egypt, particularly in Thebes, ensuring that these spaces celebrated his divine nature and power. And celebrate they did. By modifying these structures, he shoehorned himself into the narrative of Egyptian gods and kingship. Unlike the shallow reliefs of previous pharaohs in the masonry and artistic space, which was susceptible to being erased and overwritten by successors, Ramesses had his carvings much deeper engraved into the stone, a technique that not only preserved his inscriptions from being easily altered, but also made them more prominent under the Egyptian sun, reflecting his association with the sun god Ra. He also used art to propagate his victories and achievements. Temples and other structures across Egypt were decorated with reliefs that depicted his triumphs over foreign enemies, serving as visual propaganda that reinforced his image as this powerful warrior king. Thus his cartouches and images appeared everywhere, even on structures that he did not originally build. Oh, that word just then, cartouche. It's the French word for bullet. And the reason why they called them cartouches, well, if you look at a lot of the name styles of the old Egyptian pharaohs, they're often wrote in this bullet-shaped border. Thus, when the French were excavating and during that golden age of archaeology, pilfering a lot of little artifacts, they called these inscriptions cartouches. So there you go. Well, his desire to be omnipresent led to his name and likeness being a common sight across countless monuments and buildings throughout all of Egypt. In fact, Ramesses established a new capital city called Pi-Ramesses in the Nile Delta, which had served as a summer palace during his father Seti I's reign. This new capital was not just a political center, but also a manifestation of Ramesses' vision and his desire to create a legacy that would endure through the ages. He also expanded gold mining operations, which were mainly around Achaemenid, which is modern-day Wadi al-Aki, helping to finance his extensive building projects and, of course, bolster the economy of Egypt. Take a cheeky little bit for yourself, too, Perhaps one of his most famous architectural developments was the temple complex at Abu Simbel, carved out of a mountainside and renowned for its colossal statues of Ramesses at its entrance. These temples celebrate his reign and his divine status, and were designed to awe both his subjects and the gods. Next, of course, is the Ramesseum, a mortuary temple in western Thebes, built by Ramesses between Kurna and the desert, an object of awe since the 19th century. Now, unfortunately, it lies mostly in ruin. The Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, I'm sure you're familiar with, once marveled at this gigantic temple complex, showcasing the grandeur of Ramesses' reign. The temple was oriented northwest to southeast and featured a sequence of courts leading up to the main temple area. The complex started with an enormous pylon that formed the first court, where scenes depicted Ramesses and his army triumphing over the Hittite forces at the Battle of Kadesh. Adjacent to this pylon was, of course, the royal palace, and at the back stood a colossal statue of Ramesses. Though only fragments of the base and torso remain today, the original stood at over 17 meters tall and weighed over 1,000 tons. That's pretty heavy. The second court contained part of the pylon's internal facade and a portion of the Osiride portico. Here, the walls narrate the story of the battle against the Hittites, with scenes of war and the pharaoh's victories. The upper registers of this court, there are scenes honoring Min, the god of fertility, depicting feasts and celebrations. The grand hypostyle hall, measuring 41 by 31 meters, still has 39 of its original 48 columns standing. The columns are also adorned with scenes of Ramesses before various gods. Portions of the whole ceiling, decorated with gold stars on a blue background, are preserved, adding a celestial touch to the grandeur of the hall. The walls also feature processions of Ramesses' children, hinting at the familial aspect of his reign. Surrounding the main temple were extensive storerooms constructed from mud brick, which outlined the functional aspects of the temple's operations. Traces of a scribe school found among the ruins indicate the temple's role in education and administrative work. Thus, the Ramesseum not only served as a religious center, but as a monument to Ramesses' military achievements and divine status. Sadly, of course, it's now a shadow of its former self, a ruin, a dusty, old, broken ruin. What a shame. Well, that brings us to the end of our video about Ramesses. His impact on Egypt was indeed profound. A reign of 66 years and 2 months. By the time of his death, he was approximately 90 years old, and that is a very good innings for those days. Of course, his advanced age brought with it many health issues, as of course it always does, including severe dental problems, arthritis, and the hardening of the arteries. Despite the personal ailments, he had brought considerable wealth to Egypt through the vast supplies and spoils he had amassed from various empires. He outlived many of his wives and children, and changed Egypt forever, especially with the monuments and temples that he left behind, a legacy so influential that 9 subsequent pharaohs adopted the name Ramesses in his honor. Surely a testament to an enduring legacy and the high regard in which he was held for generations to come. Of course, we're still talking about him now, aren't we? So many thousands of years later. Well, that's it for Ramesses. I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons and members. We have Tim, Wendy, Jeffrey, JC, Stark Factory, Britt, and Charles. Thank you very much, especially Charles for his comments. I see you in the comments, Charles. Thank you very much for your extra knowledge. Stark Factory too, always chiming in. JC, I hope you're doing well. I haven't heard from you in a while. Hope you're doing okay out there, mate. Well, I will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, where the history keeps rolling on. Good night, everyone. Best of luck to you. Love you dearly.